You're a tiny little boy posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. 'Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
People love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude?
And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
fantastic creator. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday, lads. That's right, it's fucking Tuesday, lads. It's Tuesday. It's Newsday, Tuesday. September 17th. 8 days.
Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Not 8 days. I don't know what I'm saying. September 17th, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude, holy shit. We did. We fucking did in a video game.
We're live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one.
We did.
Your stands meme so hard that it reads as real hatred. So many people just straight up tweet insults about you that 100% read as negative to outsiders. That's Theresa Sweetheart. Shouts out to Theresa Sweetheart for the Hasan is streaming song. The intro song, looking like a fresa in Mexico City, Hasan. I don't know what that means. Mic is low. No, it's not. Shut up. Folks, I'm live. I'm alive. And it's going to be a good one today. Okay? It's going to be a good one today. Terror attack in Lebanon, crazy shit. Yeah, we'll cover all of that in a second. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button for all of the parasocialists out there. Okay, and this is also subsequently the time frame where every chatter tells me what they immediately want me to cover, even though for the past, I don't even know, 1,000 days at least, like consistently, I have been live every single day at around the same exact time and have done the same exact thing, which is talk to you about what I've done since I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button, literally every single time. And yet chatters who have been here for most of that process will still come in here and be like, yo, Diddy freak off. Look at the Diddy freak off, nut butter that they confiscated from his house. Yo, Hasan, there's a mural in my hometown in Milwaukee. Okay? In my exurb of Milwaukee, there's a mural, and honestly, it's a bit of an eyesore. Can you cover it, please? You know? Just chill. We'll get to all of it. Probably not all of it. Actually, I have something cool to talk about. I woke up and I played some basketball, right? And I went nutty mode with it once again. There's this dude that I ball up with. He is like he's my weight, but much shorter than me, but also faster and a much better shooter. So he can play big, even though he's like much shorter than me. And he can also shoot. Like, he's a lights out shooter. It's crazy, but it's really good guarding him because it's like caused me to get better and more confident guarding close, right? And in that same time frame, I've talked about before, like, there's a bunch of kids that I used to think were like high school prospects going into the NCAA. I was wrong. They were just NCAA players who have just gotten out of college. I used to play with them back in the day, and they were on the court today. Okay? They were on the court today. And for me, like, those guys are really fucking good. Like, I don't mind losing to those guys. Right? I don't mind losing to those guys. Because, like, they're so much better. Right? Like, they're so much better that you're, like, basically getting better in the process of even losing to those guys. Bro, I played these dudes today. 5 months ago, they were ripping me. Okay? 5 months ago, honest to God, these guys were ripping me. Okay? The amount of fucking blocks I popped off on these former NCAA athletes, the amount of confidence that I have, oh my God. It was block Tua, okay? It wasn't Hawk Tua, it was block Tua. Oh my Lord. It was awesome. It's good to see myself, like, be a better player than I was even 5 months ago, 6 months ago, like significantly better, right? Wait, hold on. Wait, 1 second. Read Slam Dunk manga. Okay, dude, chill. The self glaze is crazy. Consider you've been ducking my one-on-one request. Okay, little bro, calm down. All right, little bro, calm down. Maybe it works with your 3-2. No, it does. I'm actually like, I am steadily lobbing 3-pointers too. Like I have a couple. I am confident in my 3-point shot as well. And honestly, I don't know. I've just become a better, well-rounded player. I am now, I think, a better basketball player than I ever have been in my life. Like, even when I was able to dunk, I thought I could play better, but I think I'm better now. Maybe they're going easy on your streamer privilege. Yeah, that doesn't work on the real world, chatter. Most people that I play with have no fucking clue who I am. Yeah. Oh, also, here's a note. Yes! So last night we played I defeated the hardest boss in this game. Okay. Why is this quality so shit? Anyway, I defeated the hardest boss in this game, in the game of Wukong. Okay. Erlang, the secret boss. And if you notice right here, don't hold back. Like, he has 1 health. He still tries to do some cheeky shit. Yes, it's done. And I hit him. And the game just fucking broke, dude. The game just crashed, which is really annoying because it did the same thing to me last night in the final boss of the game as well, where it didn't crash, but like it wouldn't let me have a victory. And I just rage quit afterwards. I was like, nah, fuck that. What just happened? If LSF wasn't the way it is, this would be a top post. Yeah, this or Maya calling me or wanting to call me and tuning into my stream, and then me talking about like that guy who said the N-word. Both of those would be top posts on like LSF back in the day, or any number of different things that like iShowSpeed is doing. Like iShowSpeed has like 300,000 people watching him. He's like shutting down entire fucking countries and shit. Meanwhile, like LSF is probably too busy fucking yelling about someone. It's just like, it's such a, it was deleted, the Maya one. Oh, really? LSF is done. Like, it just sucks that there's no one place that we can go to see what the fucking top clips are. But honestly, LSF is so obviously like toxic, so obviously 30 plus years old, and so obviously resentful and extremely online Redditors. I'll say it. I think Destiny's community 100% ruined it. Like, they brigaded it so much that it just became ass cheeks, where you notice like anytime, like you got his clips, he's got like 1,000 people watching him, and his clips get like 1,000 upvotes, and it's like, the fuck? Like, I never really go on it anymore, but every now and then I'll just check in to see like if anything is popping off, and it just sucks. Like, it literally is just a rage Reddit. You know, it's sad. I think it's also botted to oblivion too. Yeah, like the phase clips would be going crazy on there normally. Like, even with a drama, it's just like, anyway. I'm happy though. I'm happy though that it like kind of blew up on its own due to all the brigading and the toxicity. But ultimately, I do wish that there was a place that that we could, you know, go, and wish that there was a place that we can go to, you know. Y'all got baited by Reddit. Are you finishing Wukong today? Yeah, I am. What is going on? What is going on? Oh no, I beat him. What is going on? What is happening? What is happening? There's no way. There's no. Still can't finish a game on stream, man. Shut the fuck up. I'm about to finish this game tonight. Anyway. When will you try to muscle up? I want to see it. Not anytime soon. So, yeah, TwitchCon is happening this weekend, so I'll obviously be going down to San Diego. We got Debate Lords coming out. I had an interview earlier about it with Complex. That will be out soon as well. I cannot believe this happened on fucking Erlang. It's like winning a fight against a bear and having it and giving it a second life. Yeah. I mean, it worked out at the end. It doesn't really matter. But that's it. That's the short and sweet of it in terms of like personal news. Let's blast off. The Macy's. Thank you for the playlist. Any news on Misinfo Nation? No, I don't know. Kamala's talking about Gaza right now. Shut the fuck up, really?
For Israel to defend itself.
Yo, all right, we're going right into it. I'm blasting off.
Are at odds with what Benjamin Netanyahu has said is their right to defense. If it matters, as you say, how Israel defends itself, where do you see the line between aggression and defense? And our power as Israel's ally.
That's such a good question.
To do something.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
A lot to unpack in what you just said. So let's start with this. I absolutely believe that this war has to end, and it has to end as soon as possible. And the way that will be achieved is by getting a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And we are working around the clock to achieve that end. Stepping back, October 7, 1,200 Israelis were slaughtered, and actually, and some Americans, by the way, in that number, slaughtered. Young people who were attending a concert, women were horribly raped. And yes, so I have said, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And,
but Madam Vice President,
let me
I think
finish.
my ask is the difference between aggression and defense.
It's important to put it in context.
Yeah, what is going on? Dude, ABC's been correct on this shit, bro. ABC is kind of out of control.
Far too
That's the ABC woman, right?
Palestinians have been killed.
Push her.
Women and children.
Get her ass.
Oh
my God. Oh my God.
The images
oh my God. David Muir and the entire cast of ABC journalists, I will kiss all of you in the mouth.
Agree that not only must we end this war, but we have to have a goal of a two-state solution, because there must
Bro, she just keeps repeating the same line. I'm losing my mind.
In as much as what we do in our goal is to ensure that Israelis have security and
Bro, she's such a bot. She's such a fucking robot, dude.
Have self-determination and dignity.
This is literally like
on that, though.
Joe Biden level dementia.
To support Palestinians in their right to self-determination. And is it even possible as Israel's ally?
Well, absolutely. I will tell you, I have been actively involved in, for example, meeting not only with
I'm not gonna use this one yet. Hold on.
To talk about how we can construct a day after scenario where we participate in ensuring those exact goals that I outlined, including as part of the principles that should be applied to those goals, that there be no reoccupation of Gaza, that there be no changing of the territorial lines in Gaza, that there be an ability to have security in the region for all concerned in a way that we create stability, and let us also recognize in a way that ensures that Iran is not empowered in this whole scenario in terms of the peace and stability of the region.
This is ass.
But absolutely, the United States of America absolutely has a role, which is why we have been active, in particular with the Qataris and the Egyptians, around attempting to
Oh
get
my gosh, she's so
a
bad
deal
at
done
this.
and get it done as quickly as possible.
She's so
Madam
bad at
President,
this.
just to follow up really quickly,
Bot!
is there a specific policy change that you, as President of the United States, would say you would do that would
Here,
help
we're
this
blasting
along? 'Cause,
off.
you've
Let the
gotten a
people
lot of
know.
credit for emphasizing the humanity of Palestinians. But what I often hear from folks is that there's no policy change that either you or the President Biden have gone and said they would do. Is there a specific policy change as president that you would do in our helping of Israel?
We
in
need
this
to
war?
get this deal done, and we need to get it done immediately, and
in the
that
way
is
that-
my position, and that is my policy. We need to get this deal done.
But in the way
How?
that we send weapons, in the way that we interact as their ally, are
Yes,
there specific policy
yes,
changes?
yes,
Well, Eugene,
yes,
for example,
yes.
one
Oh
of
my
the things
God,
that we have
yes.
done that I am entirely supportive of is the pause that we've put on the bombs. And so there is some leverage that we have had and used.
What?
But ultimately, the thing that is everything else in that region is getting this deal done. And I'm not going to disclose private conversations, but I will tell you, I've had direct conversations with the Prime Minister, with the President of Israel, with Egyptian leaders, and with our allies. And I think we've made ourselves very clear this deal needs to get done in the best interest of everyone in the region, including getting those hostages out who, I mean, we saw the latest example of what happened with the six most recently, one of whom was an American citizen.
But what do you say to those that say that's not enough, that stopping the 2,000-pound bombs the one time wasn't enough, that this administration, your possible administration, has to do more?
Well, we are doing the work of putting the pressure on all parties involved to get the deal done. But let me be very clear also.
Israel has the right to defend
I
itself.
support Israel's ability to defend itself.
Ah, called
And
it.
I
Bot!
support the need for
Bot!
Palestinians to have dignity, self-determination, and security as we move forward and get a two-state deal done. But right now, the thing we need to get done is this hostage deal and this ceasefire deal. We need a ceasefire. We need the hostage deal.
I want to switch gears to racial justice, Madam Vice President. Last month, you eulogized Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee.
Yeah.
Jackson Lee's signature bill, one of a few, was H.R. 40, which would create
wish
a
they
commission
didn't stop her
to
on
study
this.
the history of U.S. slavery and study the issue of reparations. She introduced H.R. 40 every session of Congress, taking up the mantle from Congressman John Conyers. This is a bill that you have co-sponsored as a U.S. Senator. Yet, this has, despite the fact that this has been, similar commissions have been created on the state level and on the local level, is yet to pass in Congress, let alone come out of committee. Congresswoman Jackson Lee, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and other advocates have called for President Biden to take executive action to create this commission. Would you, as president, take executive action to create this commission, or do you believe that it should happen in Congress?
Well, first of all, as you mentioned, Sheila Jackson Lee, she was an extraordinary leader who we just recently lost, and she was a friend and a real champion for so many issues. So I feel compelled to say that about her. On the issue of what we need to do
I'm telling you,
going
I've had
forward,
multiple
look,
people who know
first
better
of all,
than
we
me
just
that
need
she's
to speak
gagged
truth
by the
about
state at the
history,
moment.
in spite of the fact
No.
that some people who try to
No,
erase
she's a
history.
fucking bot, dude.
And try and
no
teach our
way.
children otherwise.
No way. She just repeats the same shit over and over again. And she wanted to be like, a pause on bombs. We did that once.
Our history?
No way.
In terms of the generational
No
impact
way.
of slavery, the generational impact of redlining, of Jim Crow law. I could go on and on and on. These are facts that have had impact. And we need to speak truth about it.
She's
And we
like,
need to speak
off
truth about it
script,
in a
she's
way that is
ass,
about
by the way,
deriving
straight up.
solutions. And frankly, I think that we, and part of that is studying it to figure out exactly what we need to do. But part of what we can
It's
do
like
right
alarming
now is,
how
for
bad she
example,
is
what I'm
off
talking
script.
about in terms of building an opportunity economy, which is addressing explicitly the obstacles.
No, it's not
that
ABC. It's
historically
not.
and
I
currently
thought it was the
exist.
ABC journalist, but
And
Eugene
dealing
Daniels
with
is
them.
the
Student
goat
loan
that was
debt,
like pushing.
medical debt,
And Tanya Mosley
bias
asked
in
some
home
pretty good questions
appraisals.
too.
What we need
But
to
I
do
think
in
it was
terms of
Eugene
dealing
Daniels
with
that fucking
an issue
pushed
that
it,
I have
right?
championed for years, Black maternal mortality, which is the fact that Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die in connection with childbirth than other women. And we know that the reasons for that include disparities that pre-exist her
I'm
pregnancy.
not gonna lie, I never thought
including disparities that
someone
exist
from the
in
Y
system
Network
pregnancy.
and fucking
all
Politico
of those things
would
must
be
addressed.
the most adversarial questions that this administration has faced thus far on fucking Israel.
Congress ultimately
It's literally
will
like
have
Joe
the
Biden doing a
ability
complex
to do this
interview
work.
and then getting
I'm
questions
not
about like
discounting the importance
not
of
even complex
any
because like
executive action,
Politico
but
is
also
obviously a very
Because
serious
if you're
like
gonna talk
institution.
about it in an
It's just they're
substantial
very
way,
right
there will
wing,
be
which
hearings,
is why
there will
it's
be,
shocking to me that a
level
Politico
of
journalist
public
did that.
education and dialogue that, and I think that was part of the spirit behind the congressional action thus far, to ensure that everyone can participate in this conversation in a way that elevates
Why is the affiliate right?
knowledge
Like I think
about
why
history
for a second
and
I
the
thought why
reference
was
points that
OWN,
have,
but I think why
that are the
Philadelphia is the
impetus of this conversation.
public media for Pennsylvania,
again,
Delaware,
when
New
people are
Jersey. Like
trying to
that's not a
deny
joke.
history.
That's like
When
that's
people
that's public
are,
radio.
so-called leaders
That's solid.
are saying that
So
enslaved
that's
people
not
benefited from
surprising that it's
slavery.
Tanya
I mean,
Mosley
let's
was
talk
the one
about
who was like
Delta here
asking
in terms
those
of the work that needs to be
those
done.
questions. But like
profound.
Politico is pretty right wing, you
I
know.
want to move to Springfield, Ohio, and what's
Since
happening
when are
there.
they right
We
wing?
see
Not my
school
experience. Actually
closures,
curious.
parents worried about their kids
Fuck you,
leaving
me.
the home because of racist conspiracy theories that I
Yes.
won't repeat
Yes.
here, but they have been repeated by leaders on the Republican side, President Trump, former President Trump, and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance. From your perspective, is this just a case of irredeemable racism that can't be mitigated by any rational action, or is this a situation in which a federal response could help this community heal? There's a question of resources and
Well, no, I'll let you finish and then I'll speak.
No, please.
It's a crying shame. I mean,
Say
my
it.
heart breaks.
Say you're the daughter of immigrants.
for the
Say
school.
immigrants are the backbone of this country.
You
Please
know,
say
there
anything.
were,
Please.
children, elementary school children, who it was.
Bro, this dude
It
is
was
cooking, by the way.
school photo
They both
day.
are. Eugene and Tanya, you are my
You remember what
goats.
that's like? Going to school on picture day,
Oh shit, he follows me.
who were dressed up in their best, got all ready,
gonna
knew
DM
what
him
they were
right
gonna
now.
wear the night before, and had to be evacuated. Children. A whole community put in fear. And I'll say a couple things about it. One, I learned a long time ago in my career, having
I
a
just
background
DM'd him to
as a
say thank you.
prosecutor.
That's it. That's all I said.
When you have these positions, when you have that kind of microphone in front of you, you really ought to understand at a very deep level how much your words have meaning. I learned at a very young stage of my career that the meaning of my words could impact whether somebody was free or in prison. As Attorney General, I was of California, 5th largest economy in the world. I was acutely aware that my words could move markets. When you
This is the
are
most boring way to tackle the
bestowed
subject
with a
matter. Okay,
microphone that
notes
is
on
that
this.
big,
This is so fucking boring. Just
There is
say
a
this is a
profound
goddamn
responsibility that
pogrom,
comes with
okay? They are doing blood
there is an
libel.
extension of
Please
not
just
be lost
say
in this moment,
they're
this
being
concept of the
ridiculous.
public
They're being
trust.
weird. They are trying to invoke
To
hate.
then
They want you to hate your
understand
neighbors.
what the public trust means. It means that you have been invested with trust.
And then
to
flip
be
it back to,
responsible in the way you
remember
use
the
your words,
fucking
which is how you
past.
conduct yourself.
A lot of people forgot what it felt like in your heart to live
Especially
under the Trump
when you
administration.
have been and then seek to
We
be
still
again
obviously,
president of the United States of America.
don't like Trump. A lot of Americans don't like Trump. But people forgot
And so I go
how
back to it's
frustrating it
challenge,
was
literally.
for millions of
What's happening
people
to those families,
with
those
no
children,
sense of
those
reality
community,
to
not
feel
to
so
mention
emboldened in this way.
what is happening in terms of, look, you say you care about law enforcement resources being put into this because of these serious
That's the
threats
worst
that are being
angle.
issued
Who
against
gives a fuck about cops, man? Oh my God.
a productive good
These
life
are
before this
people.
happened.
They're black
And
people too.
spewing
Like
lies
you're a black woman. You
that
are the
are
daughter of
grounded in
immigrants.
tropes
They are
that are
trying to
age
incite a
old.
race riot
And look, I
against
said it not very
black
far from
immigrants.
there the other day at the
Please,
debate.
who gives a fuck about the police resources?
This is not new. This is not new in terms of these tropes. This is not new in terms of where it's coming from. And, you know, whether it is refusing to rent to people,
This is a
rent to
free
black
question.
families,
This is literally
whether
free.
it is taking out a
okay?
full-page ad
This
in
is
the
free.
New York Times against 5 innocent black and Latino teenagers, the Central Park 5, calling
What
for
are
their
you doing?
execution.
Oh my God, she's literally a bot,
Whether it
bro.
is
She is
referring to
actually
the
a
first
fucking
black
bot.
president of the United States with a lie, birther lies. And
Go
look,
talk about the current shit. Talk
the
about the current
American
shit.
people
Talk about the current
deserve,
shit.
and I do believe want better
Talk
than
about
this.
the current
I do
shit.
believe that. I know. The vast majority of us as Americans know we have so much more in common than what separates us. I know that.
She
I
cannot.
know.
She
that
cannot,
regardless
gun
of
to her
someone's
fucking
background,
head,
their race,
say
their
she wants to
gender, their
defend immigrants.
geographic location,
She can't.
I know
She
that
cannot.
people are
That's why
deeply
she's
troubled
talking about like,
by
oh,
what is
Trump is
happening to
being
that
racist.
community
Remember
in
when he did the
Springfield?
Central Park 5 ad? That's from
And
like
it's gotta
1994,
stop.
man. What the
And
fuck
we
are you
gotta
talking
say
about?
that you cannot be entrusted with standing
She
behind the seal of
cannot
the President of the
fucking
United
say it.
States of America, engaging in that hateful rhetoric that, as usual, is designed to divide us as a country.
Verbatim repeating
is
debate
designed
lines like
to
and
have
trying to
people
fit them
pointing fingers
into
at
this
each other.
conversation,
It's
a dynamic
designed to do
conversation
that.
with journalists
And I
who
think
are
most
obviously
people in our
very
country,
smart and very
regardless of their
thoughtful.
race,
This is not
are
going to
starting
fly.
to see through this nonsense and to say, you know what, let's turn the page on
For
this. This
chatters
is
who are saying like
exhausting.
she's a fascist, she believes this. No, come on, bro. No,
it's hateful.
don't be fucking deluded, okay? Like,
and grounded in
again,
some
she
evidence
is not Hillary Clinton, okay?
we should
She is
not
literally
have to
a
tolerate.
fucking black woman.
So
Of
let's
course,
turn the
she
page
is
and
not
start
like
moving
straight
forward
up,
and say, you can't
genuinely a firm believer that like immigrants are causing like massive problems in this country. Are you insane? Her father and her mother are immigrants. What the fuck? It doesn't matter that she was a prosecutor. Come on, dude. There are certain parts of your identity and your development that are so formative that like you're not gonna fucking deny it. Like she's not fucking Candace Owens, okay? Calm down.
Homicides and violent crime. The
It
most
is
recent recommendations,
mind-boggling
handgun
how
farms
cowardly
affect
she is on this
59% of
issue,
voters in our country.
okay? That's what it
How will
is.
you
This
address
isn't
the
like
issue of peace
genuinely
movements? Because
Kamala
these
Harris is a
are
firm believer that Haitians are eating cats. That's why she can't talk on it. No, she's a fucking coward. That's why she won't talk on it. No, it's not. It's much more frustrating. I promise you it's much more frustrating. Okay?
anybody's guns away from them.
She's weak as fuck on this issue because she's scared.
Assault weapons
Okay?
are designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly.
Yeah, look at how
and have no place-
decisive
and
she
have
is
no
on
place-
this.
I'm going to get to it.
Look at how
have
decisive
no
she is on
place
assault weapons.
on the streets of
Okay?
civil
Look
society.
at
We need
she
universal
stands
background checks.
on business when it
Which,
comes to
to your
shit
point about
that the
handguns,
Democratic Party as a
about
machine have decided
saying
are
that
our
it is
issues
just
and we're going to
reasonable
fucking we are going to we're gonna
reasonable gun safety laws.
we are
that
going to
say
assume
we
a
should
position
do
on this and we're going to
background
hammer
checks,
it.
but we
Think
ought to
about
know
the
it's just
difference in the
reasonable.
energy
You might
between
wanna
this
know
and the last
before
statement.
someone can buy a lethal weapon, if they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others, you
Like,
might
I don't
want-
believe for a moment that she gives a fuck about Palestinians, okay? If you were to ask me, like, secretly behind closed doors, is she, like, super pro-Palestine and can't say it? Fuck no. I don't think she gives a single goddamn shred of a fuck, okay? But on the issue of migrants, like, Bro, she's literally the product of migrants. There is 0% chance that she genuinely believes that like immigrants are doing crime. She doesn't believe it. She doesn't believe it, but she's too much of a fucking coward to openly say it. Why? Because she saw the polls. She saw the polls where 60% of Americans want mass deportations, and she is fucking terrified. And her handlers have told her never to make a single peep about this. Do not come across as though you're pro-immigrant. This is going to be the massive issue that the Republicans will clobber you on. Be as right-wing as possible on this issue. That is a mistake. That is a mistake that the Democratic Party has been repeating over and over and over and over again. These are lies, okay? The Republican Party is lying.
Each entry point in the issue, including
Fuck. Please talk about the Lebanon attacks. I'm going to literally explode my pager, okay? I'm going to go purchase a pager and explode it. Shut the fuck up. We're going to obviously get to it, okay?
But prevention of crime. So you're raising a very important issue that has many facets, including what we need to do in terms of reasonable gun safety laws and what we need to do around crime prevention.
Also, the top of the hour ad break is about to explode in your face unless you subscribe.
I have personally prosecuted homicide cases.
For $3, she doesn't seem to care about the polls in Gaza. Yeah, there's a higher order there. There's a higher priority there, which is the State Department interest, which is obviously the interests of moneyed donors that are donating to the Democratic Party. The fact that she's terrified that the media will actually push back on her if she were to switch positions on Gaza. Like, those are all things that she thinks will rock the boat. I am telling you, those things would rock the boat in a positive direction, not in a negative direction. But it doesn't fucking matter, okay?
It's real. It has had a profound impact in terms of trauma that, for the most part,
here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Undiagnosed and untreated. The trauma that exists in communities.
I get what you're saying about her feelings on immigrants, but I bet she has very strong feelings on criminal immigrants. Nah, fuck that.
Losing a father and uncle. All of that must be
every
addressed,
adult in this country that is invested in politics knows that it's a fucking lie, that the idea that like migrants are doing an insane amount of crimes is a fucking lie. They just know that anecdotes are very powerful and they can't deal with it, okay? They can't deal with those anecdotes that are too good. They're too good for political messaging. Same shit happened with crime, dude. Same exact shit happened with crime.
With the president, we were able to pass the first meaningful gun safety legislation in 30 years. And part of what that involved was millions and millions of dollars to put more mental health counselors in public schools, right? Because we know that there is an aspect of this.
But do you think she's just scared until she's elected? Fuck no.
And dealing with it at its...
Chat, you need to understand something. Democrats don't legislate a more progressive agenda than they claimed when they're running. They do the exact opposite. Okay? They actually legislate in the opposite direction. They legislate to the fucking middle and they still lose.
Resources into community-based intervention that is not just requiring on the good people in the community to volunteer to do the intervention, but actually paying people to do it because it's a full-time job. It's about understanding what we need to do to, again, understand that, to your point, we have to have a holistic response to this issue and prioritize it instead of reacting to the tragedy that, sadly, they are too predictable. Let's all agree, enough of that. There are very few solutions that we haven't thought of. We need to put the resources into them.
Madam Vice President, we want to move to the topic of reproductive access, something that you have worked in leading on, both for the administration, Democrats, and now the top of the ticket. You've said that as president, you would want to codify Roe. If it came to your desk, you would sign a bill that did that. Roe protected access until fetal viability, which it also says is, quote, at about 7 months, but it may occur earlier, even at 24 weeks. So do you similarly support also codifying Roe's restrictions, which allowed states to ban abortion in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy unless necessary to save the mother's life?
We need to put the protections of Roe v. Wade back into law. And when that bill gets passed by Congress, I will proudly sign it into law. Understand what is happening in our country. Over 20 states have passed what I call Trump abortion bans, because I understand how we got here. the former president handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. They did as he intended, and in state after state, laws have been passed criminalizing healthcare providers. I don't know if anyone here has heard most recently the stories out of Georgia. A tragic story about a young woman who died because it appears the people who should have given her health care were afraid they'd be criminalized after the Dobbs decision came down. Laws that make no exception even for rape or incest, which means that you're telling a survivor of a crime of a violation to their body that they have no right to make a decision about what happens to their body next, which is immoral. An approach that doesn't take into account that most people, I think, agree you don't have to abandon your faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. If she chooses, she will talk with her pastor, her priest, her rabbi, her imam, but it should not be the government or Donald Trump telling her what to do about her own body and her life. So that's where I stand. We need to put back in place the protection of Roe v. Wade and put that into law.
And those restrictions that are also in.
We need to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade and let an individual, in consultation with her doctor, make the decision based on what she can determine, because she's smart enough to know what's in her best interest instead of having her government tell her what to do, especially a bunch of people in these state capitals who think they're in a better position to tell her what to do than she is to know what's in her best interest.
Before we conclude, Madam Vice President, Joyful Warrior has been used to describe your campaign.
You didn't see that just a minute ago, though. Okay, I'm back to my joyful part.
And your opponent and Republicans have at times weaponized you laughing in campaign ads, for example. Why is joy important to you to insert into this election? And what do you make of Republicans using that as a way to suggest that you're not a serious candidate?
Well, sometimes I think, and I'll say to whoever the young people are who are watching this, there are some times when your adversaries will try and turn your strength into a weakness. Don't you let them. Don't you let them. I find joy in the American people.
I get the haters, but there's no shot that you can expect Trump not to exponentially make everything worse in terms of foreign policy and women's rights. Man, I'm sick and tired of having this fucking conversation every goddamn election cycle. A lot of you say, oh, we want to vote for the Democrats because at least they'll listen to you, when they're literally in the process of not listening to you. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Just say you want your team to win and you don't actually give a fuck and you have no like ownership stake over what happens in this country. And you're just going to wake up one day and we're going to be doing not 99% Hitler, but 100% Hitler. And you're going to be like, how did this happen? Okay? That's it. I'm not having a conversation about harm reduction right now, okay? Yes, Trump will make things exponentially worse. I know. He already is making things exponentially worse, and he's not even the fucking president right now. What I demand from the counterbalance to that is an adequate defense against, like, racial animus that the Trump Republicans are running on right now.
You want to give us some intel?
Sure. I checked on to see if
dude, Biden is fucking president. Like, we had 4 years of the Democratic establishment running the show, and that's when the abortion rights were taken away. Okay? How do you not see that, like, the machine is spinning in this direction where they are openly being like, listen, it's a big tent party, but you're not fucking in it. Okay? You're not in the tent. What are you going to do? Not vote for us? Suck my dick. That's basically the opinion that the Democratic Party has in terms of like people who are just like, please fight back against this shit. What are you doing?
January 6th, your vehicle was allowed to kind of pass a viable pipe bomb. We've seen.
No, I was in the building.
You were in the building.
I've never said that it wouldn't be good for Trump to lose, by the way. You are making a point that I've never made. I despise Donald Trump, okay? You are trying to actively make a point that I'm not making because you don't want to address the point that I am making. You're sidestepping the actual point and instead focusing on a thing that I never said. Okay? That's it. That's not what I'm talking about right now. Also, that's why I always reiterate to all the liberals in the chat, don't worry. Kamala Harris most likely is going to win anyway. Okay. Because the Trump campaign is objectively bad. Like, they're running a bad campaign. They are not doing a good job. Okay. They're doing a really bad job. Trump losing and conservatives being less racist would actually be really good for minorities. I'm sorry, but it's crazy to say it wouldn't be good for him to lose is fucking idiotic. I never said that. Okay?
Lift people up and not beat people down so they feel alone and are made to feel small and made to feel like they're somehow not a part of it or us.
Madam Vice President, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
I've appreciated this. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyway, like the one here, I'll tell you this much. In terms of her like scared posture, listen, as a Hasan contracted RFK brainworm, what are you talking about? Very smart. You get it, Hasan. Hasan brain rot. As you say, you don't give a fuck. Wow, great point, man. Thanks. So true, Hasan. Great point. What is happening? Are you the one with the brain rot? All you were doing is just asking Democrats to be more proactive on progressive issues and appropriately combat racist talking points. I don't know how this is so hard for some chatters to understand. Because American politics, unfortunately, okay, the reality is American politics is ultimately a game of team sportsmanship. There is no real like material change happening. The only thing you can hope is the expectation that like you maybe push the actual pain 4 years down the line. Okay? That's it. So the people that are hyper focused on politics are almost always going to talk about like the minor differences in between either party, because it's just ultimately powerless. Like, you're not not a single person in this chat is voting for Kamala Harris because they think that like the $50,000 in tax cuts that she will offer to startups is phenomenal. And that's like what their expectation is. They're not doing that. They're not voting for Kamala Harris for that reason. They are voting against Donald Trump. They are voting against the Republican Party. Okay? This puts the Democratic Party on unstable ground. Okay? You cannot always run against the Republicans. You have to run for things if you want to win decisively. Every single conversation that we have in terms of me being so frustrated about Kamala Harris being, a serial underperformer, or being legitimately, genuinely bad on certain issues, is at the behest of the Democratic Party launching a convincing program, okay? Launching a convincing narrative against the Republicans. And it's not necessarily just that I want them to do this, because there is also a positive for the Democrats in terms of the election. Okay. These are legitimately popular ideas. Okay. But beyond that, they're also good. They're good for the people. Even if they weren't popular, I want them to have a little bit of fucking backbone. But I don't even have to make that case, because these are popular ideas. Criticizing harm reduction for being one long conservative ultimatum doesn't equal I want gays to die. I know. Is there any points that Kamala can improve on? She's already hitting pretty good on. I mean, gun control, she's solid on that. She's reliable. On abortion, there is no like real pathway to success there. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter. It's a defensive posture for her, and she uses that pretty well, right? Those are two key issues where she's just like pretty solid on. But on her economic policies, like, it's all fucking tax cuts and deregulation. It's like mind numbing to me. Like, let's hear some shit about healthcare, you know? What's really frustrating is the New York Times did the New York Times thing for the Daily, where they went and talked to Trump supporters. Okay? They talked to one Trump supporting family and, two Trump supporters that are undecided. Now, of course, they never talk to leftists who are undecided. Obviously, that would be ridiculous. God forbid they ever fucking interview someone who's like, I'm an Arab living in fucking Dearborn and half of my family has been wiped out by my tax dollars. God forbid. They would never do that. Okay? Of course. But they talk to these Trump supporters, and this family of like educators in Pennsylvania, I believe, were like, I'm undecided. Okay? I'm undecided. And I don't know, I don't know who to vote for. And it's like after the debate, like they talk, they chirp, and they're still voting for Trump at the end of it. I was listening to it and I was just like, dude, what the fuck? This right here is a perfect demonstration. Like Kamala Harris is rolling out the red carpet for these people and they still want to vote for Trump. I fucking hate that, man. I hate that that is like who they want to win over, more than people who previously voted for the Democratic Party that are saying, I might not vote for the Democratic Party. I might not vote at all. I voted for Trump in 2016. I voted for Trump in 2020. I am now undecided. I will be voting for Trump in 2024 again. I also still believe that Trump is the president. It's like, okay, that's not... Like, why are we making it seem like that's the voter that Kamala Harris has to win over? Like, she's right at the fucking margin. Then there's the other lady who's like reluctantly, the other lady on the Daily, New York Times Daily, was like reluctantly saying she's going to vote for Kamala Harris because Trump was utterly disgusting on the debate stage. Okay. Like, so obviously anti-woman that it even pissed her off. Okay. So obviously. And it's like, but even then she was like, I already had my children. I have other issues. I am, I want to hear what she has, what kind of plan she has for people who either already own small businesses or work for small businesses. And it's like, she's not even doing a good job winning those people over because she doesn't have like any sort of coherent agenda. Like the expansion of the child tax credit is a gimme, okay? In a normal campaign, that's like the 8th most consequential policy point that you should be advancing, especially because that's something that you already presented. It was objectively popular and the Republicans stopped it. That's a gimme. You win back the office, you push that in instantaneously. You could put that in a fucking budget bill. You need like simple majority to pass it. It will pass. That's not even a question. Right? Talk about some bold, dare I say, radical economic progress. Oh. It's very, very frustrating. And before people go, didn't you use the harm reduction argument in 2020 though? It doesn't fucking matter, dickhead. I used it in 2016 as well. But what did I always tell you back in 2020 and also in 2016? Harm reduction, while theoretically correct, does not change the dynamic that the Democrats are not changing the outcome. Democrats are not invested in making this a better country for people. Okay? It doesn't matter. I said the same shit. I said the same shit in 2020. Ironically enough, the 2020 platform was pro-immigration at least. And it took me, and according to chatters that figured this out, I didn't even know. It took me 2 months or 2.5 months to start bouldering the fucking Biden agenda because they went back on their fucking promises immediately. It was only pro-immigration because kids were literally in cages. No, dude, it was pro-immigration because kids were in cages and Americans were genuinely disgusted. Americans were genuinely disgusted by the way that the Trump administration was doing insanely right-wing white nativist immigration policies, anti-immigrant policies. So it polled better. the country, by and large, was considering this to be abhorrent, morally repugnant. But in the 4 years under the Brandon administration, when the Democrats ran a right-wing anti-immigrant slant as well, out of fears that they would look fucking weak, dog. If one more person asked me about the fucking Israeli act of terror on Lebanese people, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Look at this screen. It says at least 8 dead after wireless devices explode across Lebanon, Hezbollah says. Okay? Yes, dude, it's right here, okay? Israel did a mass cyber attack on not just like militants, but also political officials as well. It's literally on screen. I don't know why the fuck you guys are acting like I'm secretly not covering it. It's in the title, but you don't know how to read. It's in front of you on screen and you still don't want to read. Yeah, the injury numbers are over 2,000. Oh my God, it's so fucked up. Anyway, did you see JD Vance tweet saying that Ryan Ruth donated to only Dems and only voted Dems? Did we not find that to be the opposite the other day? I don't see any tabs open saying otherwise. Dog, Ryan Ruth himself literally said he voted for Donald Trump in 2016. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, JD Vance is lying again. Who cares? He lies all the time. Bro, I'm Lebanese and these chatters are being super impatient. Yeah, I don't know why people are being fucking really annoying about this story in particular. Israel is begging to go into war in Lebanon. Okay, begging. They drop flyers to threaten. They drop flyers to threaten, Lebanon with an invasion. They did this shit. It's a mass terror attack. That's what it is, by the way. And it's being celebrated as a fucking epic move. I just want you to understand what they did is a breach of international law. Once again, just so you understand, it is completely illegal. What they did is unconscionable, just a straight up act of terrorism. But of course, that's all Israel does. Israel does as much terrorism as they want to do, and ain't nobody fucking can say a goddamn thing about it. Okay? I don't know, maybe because Thousand Pockets, how is that not the main news for you? Okay, take a week off, you absolute fucking baboon, okay? I'm literally in the process of covering the story, and this guy is mad that I'm not covering the story that I'm currently covering, because not only are you a baboon who is incapable of reading the words that are in front of you, you apparently do not understand the English language, because I'm currently communicating to you that I'm covering the story, and you're mad at me for not covering the story, okay? What the fuck is going on? Now let's take a look at how epic the media is covering this epic act of mass terror.
His Ministry of Public Health says at least 8 people are dead and roughly 2,700 more injured after a number of pagers.
The numbers have increased since this story came out.
Exploded. CCTV shows the moment one explosion happened at a supermarket in Beirut. One man was knocked to the ground. And here's a look at Beirut now, where Hezbollah says the causes of those explosions are still unknown, but they say the pagers were owned.
They're here to debate you whether there's a bomb inside the pagers. No joke. They stunlocked Mike for 1 hour earlier. I'm not a fucking, bomb expert, dude. I don't fucking know if there were bombs in the goddamn pagers or if they, overloaded the pagers enough that they exploded. I don't know. Okay? I have no idea. And I don't even care about whether they actually fucking snuck bombs into the pagers or if they somehow were able to overload the pagers enough that they exploded, because guess what? Either or, it still is an act of fucking terror, like mass terror. with the intent to cause chaos and kill as many people as possible, or at least maim them, in a country that Israel is not actively fighting against.
By a number of workers in various Hezbollah units and institutions. I want to bring in foreign correspondent Tom Sufi-Burge in Paris, along with ABC News contributor, former senior CIA field operative Daryl Blocker for more. Tom, what's the latest?
Yeah, Diane, this appears to be a highly sophisticated and widespread attack across...
Yeah, super sophisticated. Israel is fucking small bean, but also very moral and very responsible in the way that they're doing mass terror here in Lebanon, where I'm standing in front of civilians. Very nice.
Lebanon. Lebanon's health ministry now saying 2,750 people injured in this attack, including 200 of those people critically injured. We're seeing video which is too graphic to show you of catastrophic.
Yeah, hey, by the way, if you want to understand whether something is like immoral and unconscionable, imagine if Russia did this in Ukraine. That way, you will very quickly recognize how the media would react. Okay? Okay, if Russia did this in Ukraine, literally everyone would understandably go, what the fuck are you doing? This is just mass terrorism. Holy shit. And it's not even in Ukraine, actually. If Russia was doing this in fucking Poland, all right? And we don't actually have to analyze or speculate, because guess what? Russia does do this to their own political dissidents every now and then. Never to this degree, never this widespread, actively targeting thousands of fucking people that are like among civilians, you know what I mean?
Catastrophic injuries to a number of individuals in multiple hospitals across Lebanon. They're saying that 8 people have been killed in the attack, including a 10-year-old girl. We've had now 2 statements from Hezbollah, that Iranian-backed proxy group based in Lebanon. They are saying 2 of their members are amongst the 8 people.
Okay, first of all, it's not just a proxy group based in Lebanon. It's also a fucking political party, dude. What the fuck? Oh my God, well, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. Dog, if Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, America is the top terrorist organization, which it is, by the way. America is the top dog in terrorism, and so is Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? No, what you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim, okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So, of course, as they're Muslim, it's different. They're Muslim. It's so funny to say, well, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization when we are covering a story about Israel openly taking credit over exploding fucking pagers directly in a country that they're not in war with right now, okay? Around civilians. Like, you would justify 9/11 if Israel did it to another country, straight up at that point. They killed a fucking 8-year-old, man, or a 10-year-old. You might be brain dead, but we already knew this. Come on, brother. Come on, dude. Is this the only thing you got? Is this actually the only thing you got? You can't speak out on the atrocities that Israel does in Gaza. So now it's like a new debate position that like they deserved it. They all have to fucking, everyone that is in the vicinity of Israel needs to die. Is that your actual argument? Just go back to watching your fucking pro-genocide debate, Lord, please. Just leave and go watch that. Okay? Holy fuck, dude. The Hasbara bots are clowns, ignorant. I don't even think this is a Hasbara bot. I think this is just like a fucking serial debate guy. That's probably what it is.
killed in this attack. And Hezbollah is saying that what happened is at about 3:30 in the afternoon local time in Lebanon, pager devices, remember those are devices that can receive messages but not calls, effectively exploded. So members of Hezbollah carrying pagers, we've seen videos confirming this, that appear to show individuals looking down towards what
I feel like people don't look at this with nuance, regardless of their position. Should civilians have been hurt during this attack? It's okay since it was meant to target militants. It's not. Like, dude. Like, imagine. First of all, there are certain rules about like how you can conduct international war, and the rules are there so that it doesn't happen to you either. Okay? You can't always run with the assumption that like our guns are better, our cyber terrorism is better, so we get to do it and they get to do nothing in return. This is one of those rules. You cannot mass explode communication devices used by fucking civilians. De facto terrorism, since many of the people whose pagers were blown up are not military targets, but civilian members of the political wing of Hezbollah, and the chaos it caused, for example, if the victims were driving or in a crowded area, it could mean more random civilian deaths. It is directly an act of terrorism, okay? It's directly an act of terrorism in not a war zone, mind you, okay? You can just say that they're Muslim, so they deserved it all day, every day, but it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah. I'm from Lebanon. The pagers are available for everyone. My cousin had one too. He works as a nurse. Fortunately, she did not hold it in her hands. The absolute majority of casualties are civilians, over 4,000 already. Like, this is insane, dude. This is insane. I don't care about Hezbollah members. No civilian would use a pager, dog. Are you fucking stupid, dude? What do you mean no civilian would use a pager? The civilians that use pagers are doctors and nurses, you fucking idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? Hospitals still use them, you dumb fuck. Bro, I get it. Like, in order to defend the Israeli genocide and the Israeli apartheid regime, like, you have to basically fucking bludgeon your head multiple times in an effort to fucking arrive at a position that what Israel is doing is good. But, like, you can't be this stupid, okay? What's the link to Israel not being contentious? I mean, they straight up took ownership over it. Oh. This is some of the most disgusting shit I've ever heard. Just completely random 9/11. Yeah. It's not indistinguishable from terrorism, says Sturgeon's Law. There is no better way to describe it. Here's Edward Snowden's take on it, and here's Yusuf's take on it as well. Yusuf Munayer. The apparent Israeli mass cyber attack in Lebanon that detonated cellular devices and pagers is a grave violation of international human law and opens a dangerous Pandora's box. Almost every human is a walking, ticking bomb, and it won't be long before this tech will be used by many actors. That's the other side of this process. Okay? The other side of this yeah, I'm going to talk about the fucking racist asshole in a second. Okay, calm down. We're going to get there. How long before dissidents targeted by Putin, Modi, KSA, Iran, Israel, and many others fall prey to such an assassination tactic? No need to poison tea anymore. Parents in Lebanon, just like parents all over the world, let their kids play with their phones from time to time. How many Lebanese kids did Israel blow up today with their gimmicks? What Israel has done is via any method reckless. They blow up countless numbers of people who were driving, meaning cars out of control, shopping. Your children are in a stroller standing behind him in the checkout line. Indistinguishable from terrorism because it is terrorism. It's not indistinguishable from terrorism. It is an act of terror. Okay? As information comes in about the exploding beepers in Lebanon, it seems now more likely that not to be implanted explosives, not a hack. Why? Too many consistent, very serious injuries. If it were overheated batteries exploding, you'd expect many more small fires and misfires. Sky News Arabia reports that the pagers were packed with a small amount of PETN, which was detonated by raising battery temperatures. So it seems like, at least according to Sky News Arabia, initial sources say that there was a quantity of highly explosive PETN that was placed on the device's battery and detonated by raising the battery's temperature. Okay, so this was more targeted. This was more targeted than just like simply exploding the hundreds of thousands of pagers that are in use. Okay, and it's obviously not just like a battery explosion. However, the issue in this process is people fucking give away pagers. Okay, and not only that, but also people are driving cars. People are fucking, at the checkout line at the grocery store. When you're exploding fucking pagers randomly, okay, in an act of terror, you're killing a lot of people, including an 8-year-old. People are flying fucking planes. Like, imagine a Hezbollah dude, okay? A Hezbollah dude in Lebanon, a political operative, a civilian, right? Not a militant, but a political operative is on a fucking airplane. That airplane could be flying over any territory. That fucking pager explodes inside of that airplane. Not a small plane, like a straight up commercial airline. How many fucking civilians does Israel kill in that process? Think about that. Airplane explodes in the pager explodes inside of the fucking airplane. What happens? They don't get service in airplanes? You're wrong. They do. You're actually wrong. Did that happen? Or are you posing a hypothetical? I'm posing a hypothetical as to why there are rules around this sort of thing. What the fuck are you talking about? Al Jazeera saying that the pagers in the Israeli attack were indeed packed with explosives and were imported into Lebanese territory 5 months ago. And Axios says that the decision was made by the Israeli state to detonate the pagers a week ago. They're fucking flexing. They want to go to war with Lebanon. So they're trying to gear up for this war with Lebanon. They want to invade Lebanon. I don't know if you already covered this, but there were pagers that exploded in doctors' possessions. Yeah, of course. It makes fucking sense, dude. It makes total perfect sense. Like, you have no way of sneaking in pagers specifically for Hezbollah. You know that, right? And even if you did have a way, of sneaking it and just giving it to only Hezbollah militants, generals, okay? You have no way of knowing that they're not around fucking random civilians. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? The cost of life is nothing for so many people, I think. As long as you're just, a criminal automatically for being born in Lebanon, you're just an unforeseeable consequence. Like, sorry, it's just collateral damage. Like, what the fuck? This is a mass scale attack. This is a mass act of terrorism. And it won't be long until this is used in a similar capacity against others who don't have the OPSEC for it, including but not limited to Israel. Yeah, blindsiding America as usual. The operation was approved earlier this week during security meetings with Prime Minister Netanyahu, senior members of his cabinet, and the heads of the security services. Israel didn't inform the Biden administration ahead of time. Yeah, they can do whatever the fuck they want, dog. They can do whatever they want. Whatever they want. No rules. No holds barred. It's a targeted attack, as you said, but dumbasses in chat don't realize that Hezbollah is a political party with a massive civil wing with accountants and other normal people in membership. This is an act of terrorism, and it's pure Orientalism to say it's not. No, I'm saying even if they were exclusively somehow able to give pagers to like Hezbollah military members, okay? Even if they were able to like feed it just to the fucking Hezbollah militant commanders, exploding pagers like this when they are in civilian life, think about it, okay? If the reverse of this happened with the IDF, if you had like IDF soldiers, IDF generals, and their fucking pagers exploded, the entire world would be like, this is the most unimaginable act of terror. Okay? This is so completely and utterly unacceptable. They're not actively in fucking combat. They're like literally going home. It's crazy. These are de facto, these are not enemy combatants, okay, under international law at that moment. This is an assassination. I cannot believe how much Israel has normalized just like murking whoever the fuck they feel like. This guy says political members of a military organization are legitimate targets. In fact, political members of organizations are more legitimate targets than the actual militants. One, international law doesn't sanction this idea. Two, Hezbollah's political operatives aren't political members of a military organization. They are the political party. Hezbollah is not itself a military organization. The political and paramilitary wings are separate entities. The separation in that situation is more apparent than even like the distinction between an American politician and the American military. Okay? Actually, it's not that different. It's the identical almost. Like there was a dude that was caught on fucking tape, dude. He was in the supermarket. He's in the grocery store. Do you think this is all right? Like, think about it, dude. Think about it, okay? Like a bomb just explodes when you're at fucking checkout at Walmart because the dude in front of you bought a fucking dud pager. Like, you think that's all right? It fucking maims your daughter. It maims your son. You think that's you would be like, this is appropriate? No, you would not. You would not consider it to be appropriate at all. The only reason why you think it's permissible is because the victims are brown, dude. That's it. And no, for the record, you just said, if this doesn't outrage the public, our future isn't looking great. It's not going to, because the media is already celebrating how brilliant this is. Blowing up Hezbollah pagers would have been a game changer in an all-out war in Israel's favor, but they wasted this stunt now to try and put off a war they know they can't win. Israel's losing Gaza. The north is empty and Hezbollah is systematically destroying it. Netanyahu will do anything to secure any sort of victory to satisfy his rabid base. Even after this attack, Israel didn't achieve any of their main goals. That's the other part of this. Like, they did this. If they were to do this in the midst of like an operation, in the midst of like an on-the-ground, like straight-up invasion, that would be one thing. It would still be a foul act of terror, but at least it would actually have strategic importance, Okay? And I wouldn't put it past Israel to do that. Having said that, not only is this an act of terror, an overt act of terror in violation of international laws, okay, it also was meaningless. It was meaningless. It was just to be like, it was just a flex to be like, hey guys, I know that we're not in favor anymore. Like our intelligence community is not what it once was, but like we still got it.
What appears to be a pager device, and then the explosion. This appears to have been very widespread across multiple regions across Lebanon. And one of the victims, significantly, Diane, is, according to Iranian state TV, Iran's ambassador to Lebanon. So that's highly significant. Israel has not commented on this attack as things stand. We know, of course, for years, Israel has been conducting a shadow war against Iranian proxies in the region, including Hezbollah. And of course, it's been trading attacks across its northern border into southern Lebanon with Hezbollah for the best part of a year throughout the warring, as the war in Gaza continues. Israel does not comment on the attacks it can.
Hezbollah member, son of terror group MP. That means it was a politician, okay? As in, they exploded the pager of an MP, but a terror group MP, but an MP nonetheless. And they're like, it's like killing a congressperson and their son or daughter. A Reuters story from July details how Hezbollah, in the aftermath of Israel killing one of its top commanders, shifted even further away from cell phone communication. Hezbollah, Reuters reported at the time, was opting to go with the low-tech route of pagers. Cell phones, which can be used to track a user's location, have been banned from the battlefield in favor of more old-fashioned communication, including pagers and couriers who deliver verbal messages in person, two of the sources said. It's the greatest preemptive strike ever. Yeah, so was 9/11, bitch ass. Shut up. God damn, dude. I fucking hate these losers, dude. Oh my God. It's just no amount of terrorism that is responsible for bloodshed of innocence is going to be something that people go, this might be a bridge too far for me. Preemptive strike, you call it. Death toll officially is up to 11 and 4,000 wounded, like maimed. Wounded doesn't just mean like, oh, you have scratches, okay? It means like your shit got blown off, your hand, your arm, body parts.
Conducts in its near abroad, but the finger of suspicion, given the sophisticated nature of this attack, will be pointed towards Israel and Hezbollah. And a second statement I've just received is now saying that it holds Israel responsible and that this attack will not go, in its words, unpunished.
And Daryl, how does this even work? How do you turn a wireless device like a pager?
Yeah, we'll find out more about this. But by the way, like, there is no assurances that the pagers that you're selling only stay in the hands of Hezbollah. That's the other part of this process. Now, a more ethical thing you could possibly do in that situation is to put trackers in the fucking pagers. Okay? And trace the pagers and ensure that they know, ensure that they fucking know where these guys are, where Hezbollah militants are, whatever. All this shit. But no, they don't want to do that because they want to blow shit up, because they don't give a fuck, because they know that no matter what happens, the Western media will back them. And also, the devices apparently were programmed to beep for several seconds before exploding, according to the officials, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the matter. Why would you want to do that? Well, it's because if it's on your desk and it starts beeping, you pick it up and you look at it so it fucking blows up in your face. Just so you understand the gross nature of this attack. Like intercepting a supply chain and fucking adding plastic explosives, like the chemicals used for like Semtex, is just unimaginable, dude. I am shocked at the cruelty of this. Yeah. They're also, by the way, breaking over 500 Hezbollah members lost their eyes today. Okay. When they say Hezbollah members, they're also talking about members of the parliament, okay? Like straight up politicians, for the record, just so you understand. They're not talking about just like militants and military wing of Hezbollah. This has to be considered a war crime? Yes, of course it's a war crime. But with Israel, it's basically yet another war crime that it gets to do, and not a single person will say anything about it. And if you do say something about it, you're a fucking idiot, and you should shut the fuck up because they deserve it. And that it is totally valid, totally permissible. Fuck you for ever saying anything. And now we get to do Fortnite dances on the corpses of fucking, Lebanese children too. And also, I'm anti-Semitic. Can this be the final straw? No, dude. At this point, I'm going to be honest with you. Israel could fucking nuke Lebanon, and they still wouldn't consider that to be far too much. Okay? Straight up. It's a terrifying prospect, but I legitimately believe this. A Lebanese security source tells Al Jazeera that the Hezbollah pages that exploded earlier today were imported to Lebanon 5 months ago. The report says the communication devices were rigged with up to 20 grams of explosive material. A separate report by the UAE-backed Sky News Arabia claims that the Mossad placed PETN, a powerful explosive material, on the batteries of the pagers and detonated them by raising the temperature. Now, the thing is, a lot of people say, oh, this is James Bond shit, not realizing, yeah, it's James Bond shit. It's the James Bond villain that does this, okay? There is no movie in which the intelligence communities that are supposed to be presented as the good guys would be exploding these fucking devices around civilians, okay? There's not a single fucking movie where the good guys would do that. It's the bad guys that would do that, okay? Just so you understand. How is anyone in the region supposed to look at this and go, Israel is literally a violent entity that is swinging at every single country that has the unfortunate consequence of being in its immediate fucking vicinity? Shocking.
Or a phone into an explosive.
So, Diane, I'm assuming that question was directed towards me. So the lithium batteries that are in some of these pagers are exploding all the time. You hear about them on planes. You hear about them overheating. That may be a part of it. But in order to basically take over an entire network, whether it's technologically or to physically gain access and put...
I'm Iranian, and all I will say is that Hezbollah is not just a little political party. They're the very embodiment of horrible acts based on extreme religious belief. Yeah, this is really funny to say when we're talking about fucking Israel, which just did a significantly worse horrible act. Just reverse the fucking role, Iranian man, signing off from Langley, Virginia, and then you will understand the severity of the crime. If Hezbollah exploded fucking thousands of goddamn pagers inside of Israel and said, we're doing this for Islam, and if you criticize us, you're Islamophobic, everyone would turn around and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay? Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, what is this? What is this? Like, oh, they deserved it then. I guess, sorry, if you're Lebanese in the vicinity of a fucking, like, Lebanese politician from Hezbollah, okay, then you deserve to die too. Yeah. If the same was done to Israelis, BM is right, Israel would have called it a second 710, aka the third Holocaust, and would have been bombing all over Lebanon like crazy right now with the full backing of the entire world that would have been horrified of the unprecedented, atrocious terrorist attack against innocent Israelis. 100%. Like that's in the middle of a supermarket, man. That's crazy. Like you're fucking out of your goddamn mind. And that's the one that we have like direct footage of. There's kids there. There's elderly people there. What are you talking about? There's a kid in the shot. And fucking ultra Zionists are gloating on Twitter about this. They're like, hell yeah, baby. They're doing it. We
Devices,
did the damn thing.
Small pieces of debt cord inside of these things would be very, very difficult for 2,700 devices. So I think with time, we'll learn a little bit more.
All right, Tom Sufi Burridge, Darryl Blocker, thank you.
These are the first pictures into us showing people's pages exploding in Lebanon. Now, the government is urging people to get rid of their pages after this bizarre attack. Sources say pages belonging to members of the Iran-backed Hezbollah began exploding in areas where the group operates. Let's just watch this video again. This is video just into CNN. It shows the moment where pages exploded. This is in one of the markets, as you can see. All right, Ben, you were listening in on all these new lines that are coming in. Iran's ambassador to Lebanon injured in this attack, according to Iranian media. We are hearing Lebanese health department really asking for all health workers to report back to work. We don't.
You might want to cover this. Bro, are you fucking insane? I'm literally in the process of covering it. Are you joking? Like, what the fuck's going on with the chat right now? This is what I'm covering. This is the story I'm covering right now. Here's what the New York War Crimes said. Pagers explode, the New York Times headline reads, after their friends in Israel detonated devices near 1,000 Lebanese people in homes, hospitals, and busy streets. If it was any other perpetrator, they would call it a terrorist attack. Look at the fucking, look at the passive voice here. Israel, the greatest cop nation. Pagers explode across Lebanon after Israel warns Hezbollah. Hezbollah said pagers belonging to its members had exploded, and health officials said over 2,700 were wounded. The Israeli military declined to comment. Pagers explode naturally, okay, when they're under extreme distress. Okay, at the top of the hour ad break explodes naturally as well, unless you subscribe, in which case it won't. How do they get the pagers to explode? 5 months ago, according to some sources, this is the speculation or the preliminary reporting on the matter is that Mossad put a bunch of explosives inside of pagers and shipped it into, like, disrupted the supply chain that was going into Lebanon. They put those they planted bombs inside of pagers. Okay, those pagers, they had no fucking like genuine knowledge if it would go to like random civilians or directly to just like Hezbollah members. Many of which are, by the way, not even militants, but directly just like members of the parliament. Okay, so civilians, just so you understand. They're brown, they're Muslim, scary, I know, but still civilians. Okay? Including, but not limited to, you know, other people that might be using pagers as well. You know, like nurses and doctors alike. Could it be an exploit? No. Normal batteries don't explode like that. I think the exploit is that they probably fried the battery so that it would activate the explosive. Over 3,000 pagers were rigged with explosives. Is this a reasonable claim? I mean, seems to me like that's what happened. Are there reports of civilian casualties? Yes, of course. 4,000 is the latest estimate of the wounded civilians in the process, like maimed. A 10-year-old girl died due to the pager explosion. A geomagnetic storm was happening around that time that can affect electronic devices. What the fuck are you talking about? It's bad either way, but if they basically only exploded civilians, how do you even spin this for Israel? It doesn't matter. Israel can do whatever the fuck it wants, and the American media will defend it. Also, I'm running the 3-minute ad break now. I forgot to do it. Same chatter saying bro wasn't saying the N-word yesterday is always going to happen. Yeah, no matter what. It's the independent thinkers. There's always some independent thinkers in the chat. The heterodox thinkers who are like, yeah, it seems like preliminary reporting says that there are explosives that were planted in the pagers. Obviously, the explosions are much larger than like what it seems like a normal battery explosion would look like, or a fire that would, in certain instances, occur. But I'm just going to think mercury is in Gatorade. Hezbollah has also released a statement. Let's take a look. At approximately 3:30 p.m. on Tuesday, several communications devices known as pagers carried by a number of workers in various units and institutions of Hezbollah exploded. These explosions, whose causes still remain unknown, have resulted in the martyrdom of a young girl and 2 of our brothers so far, and have injured a large number of others with varying degrees of severity. The specialized units in Hezbollah are currently conducting a comprehensive security and scientific investigation to determine the cause of these simultaneous explosions. Medical and clinical teams are also treating the wounded and injured in several hospitals across the Lebanese regions. After examining all the facts, current data, and available information about the sinful attack that took place this afternoon, we hold the Israeli enemy fully responsible for this criminal aggression that also targeted civilians and led to the martyrdom of a number of people and the injury of a large number with various wounds. Our martyrs and wounded are the symbol of our struggle and sacrifices on the road to Al-Quds in victory for our honorable people in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank and continuous field support. Our position of victory, support, and backing for the valiant Palestinian resistance will remain a source of pride and honor for us in this world and the hereafter. This treachery and criminal enemy will certainly receive its just punishment for this sinful aggression from where it expects it or not, and Allah is witness to what we say. Here's what the Pentagon spokesperson said about the fucking pager attack, by the way, if you want to know how bad things are in the America land and how little they give a shit about this.
I'm just following up on the pagers question. Does DOD assess that this was an attack by Israel? And do you consider this an escalation?
It's funny because, like, they didn't even fucking, apparently, if you were to believe the State Department, which, you know, I don't really make a habit of believing the State Department in most cases, but if you were to believe it, Israel didn't even tell them about this, okay?
Of the tensions on the northern border.
Yeah, as far as what it is, again, I just don't have anything to provide. You know, and as far as escalation, broadly speaking, in the Middle East, I mean, this is something that we've been paying attention to for more than almost a year now, since Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7. And so we've been very, very focused. The secretary's been very, very focused on ensuring that that the tensions in the region do not escalate into a wider regional conflict. And as I highlighted at the top, that's something that continues.
I mean, but it is. Not sure which is worse. At this point, Israel doesn't need to run shit by the U.S. In fact, it seems like the other way around. Yeah. Here's a doctor in internal medicine in Beirut, Dania El Halak. I smelled too much blood today and tried to stop many slaughtered body parts from bleeding, which was pointless. What we are going through is unbelievable. As a doctor, you are not expected and allowed to say which was pointless. As a doctor, you don't tell me what I'm allowed to say, as I know better, idiot. And please understand the context of the text first, then speak. Pointless was meant to explain that the bleeding was impossible to stop, and yet we continued to work. I'm not even kidding, dude. Israel could do this in America, and America wouldn't do shit. Straight up. Maybe one day we'll find out. America condemns the American citizens that were exploded by Israeli bombs for hurting the feelings of the great state of Israel. Israel blows up, fucking Columbia campus student protesters, and America's like, well, they were in the wrong. They shouldn't have actually said something. They shouldn't have said something mean about Israel.
We don't know what the target is. We don't know who the target was. We're getting more information on this front, Ben. But as this is all coming to a head at this stage, I wonder from your perspective, and this is the big concern, what it means for the region from a security perspective, from an escalation point of view as well, Ben.
Well, this certainly represents a serious escalation, because what we're talking about is, according to these Lebanese security sources, hundreds of people being injured. And by all accounts, they seem to be all Hezbollah members. And probably these are Hezbollah members who are not sort of rank and file. These are probably local commanders, people who are in charge of units, lead units from Hezbollah. And the fact that Mushtaba Amani,
so why did fucking MPs get blown up?
The Iranian ambassador to Beirut, may be among the injured, sort of brings it up another level, because you are talking about an Iranian diplomat being injured in this. Don't forget that on the 1st of April of this year, there was it's what's widely believed to have been an Israeli strike on an Iranian diplomatic complex in Damascus, which that set off a series of strikes and counterstrikes, raising the temperature even further. So this may be a similar sort of event where not only are there perhaps hundreds, perhaps more casualties among Hezbollah members, but also a senior Iranian diplomat as well. So certainly this.
See how quick even Americans in chat get terrified from the mention of the idea of any violence actually affecting them, yet many outside of chat don't have an ounce of sympathy for those who experience this violence on a regular. Yeah. Yeah, they got fucking 10-year-old girls commanding Hezbollah military units. That's why they died.
It sets the stage for a major escalation between not only Hezbollah and Israel, but perhaps Iran as well.
All right, Ben Wiedemann, thank you so much. Joining us now, we've got Firaz Maqsad, who is the Director of Outreach at the Middle East Institute in Washington, as we're getting this breaking news in with hundreds of people injured, specifically Hezbollah members, after their pages exploded. Firaz, great to have you with us. What is your initial response to this news?
No doubt a major operation, and a wonderful, maybe wonderful is the wrong word, but an exceptional breakthrough for Israeli intelligence there.
Bro, they blew up a 10-year-old, bro. That's crazy. Hayvan. Just a fucking straight up Nazi, dude. On CNN, by the way. What a wonderful, wonderful act of terror. Like, how is this any different than, bro, this is just celebrating 9/11, you know? This is what Trump and everyone else lied about and said Muslims were doing, you know what I mean? On rooftops or some shit. Love the director of outreach at the Middle East Institute saying this, by the way. Wonderful. I mean, exceptional breakthrough. When you see this kind of stuff, I think, I hope you understand why the rest of the world, like, in a lot of instances, despise us, okay? That's why it's so funny when people chirp about, like, I don't know, people burning American flags in, like, Iran or some shit. It's like, what are you talking about? Do you know the fucking pain that we cause everywhere on a daily fucking basis, dude? Another incredible Israeli operation that could spark a major Lebanon war expected when you're hemorrhaging deterrence and relying on U.S. to keep Netanyahu at bay. Hezbollah needs to restore deterrence but doesn't want to give Bibi a pretext. Time to decouple Lebanon from Gaza. What the fuck? I feel like that seems like the opposite of what he's saying here.
Be able to penetrate Hezbollah's telecommunication
Am I
network.
misunderstanding what he's saying? No, what he said right there is like the opposite of... Did I misunderstand what he was saying? Another incredible Israeli operation that could spark a major Lebanon war expected when you're hemorrhaging deterrence and relying on U.S. to keep Netanyahu at bay. Hezbollah needs to restore deterrence but doesn't want to give Bibi a pretext. Oh, he's saying Hezbollah needs to stop, like, trying to do deterrence and just give up. Never mind.
Can blow up hundreds, if not thousands, of pagers all at once.
So Firas, just to interject there, you mentioned Israeli intelligence being behind.
You mentioned it was wonderful. Maybe let's go back to that. That seems like a thing that I would ask a follow-up question on.
Behind this is that what you're characterizing this as, that Israel was behind this? We don't have confirmation of that, and of course, we're getting information in real time. Why do you assume it's Israel?
Absolutely. I mean, in the context of all that's happening, there is very little doubt in my mind, and I think in the mind of most Middle East watchers, that Israeli intelligence is behind this. Now, Israel does have a long track record of sometimes, quite often, actually not claiming its operations to allow for some plausible deniability and perhaps allow the other side to de-escalate and not feel that they are compelled to retaliate. But for all practical reasons, everybody here would probably suspect Israel as being behind this operation.
Friendly reminder, a UK activist is facing prison for referring to October 7th as incredible. I mean, yeah, this is why I always say you must not, but you also definitely cannot be callous in the same way that, like, those who defend Israel's atrocities are. You just can't. There is obviously a fucking double standard. And anyone who's been doing this for as long as I have will tell you that.
as we're getting more information in, and the other piece of news from Iranian media is that the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon was also injured. How significant is this?
Well, I mean, this is very significant because we currently have the American envoy in Israel and in the region very much for the purpose of de-escalating and preventing Israel from broadening this war, pulling Lebanon into it in a major way, and also in a manner that can also bring in.
You don't bring your warfare into the public space. We always condemn any army that brings a war into a civilian area, yet we praise it as a victory. What victory is there for the loss of innocent? I don't know if you know this, but like for the past fucking 30 years, America has very actively prosecuted wars in civilian areas and killed a shit ton of civilians. And that's before we calculate the unimaginable harm caused by sanctions. So Americans are very, very open-minded to an untold amount of violence as long as it's like kept to the third world. It's been far longer than that, but I'm talking specifically for the war on terror when I say the 30 years. Okay? Chat, I'm talking about direct boots on the ground military war, okay, in civilian areas. Obviously, there's only been like, what, 17 years where the United States of America was not actively involved in some kind of fucking war in its entire history. But that's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking specifically about the appetite that Americans have for permanent genocide of Muslims, Arabs, and brown people as a whole.
And dragging Iran, Hezbollah's main patron, which perhaps and has threatened before openly not to stand by if Israel launches a major operation in Lebanon. So yes, this has the hallmark of an Israeli operation. It has the propensity, the potentiality to broaden in a way that the American administration has been pushing and trying to thwart through diplomacy for quite some time now, almost a year since October 7th.
Juliet, in terms of Iranian's ambassador to Lebanon being part of the injured as well, we've spoken about this for the last few minutes to sort of get a sense and understand what this means in terms of escalation. You've just heard from Faraz. He says this has got the hallmarks of an Israeli attack. We just don't know yet. But how are you going to read into this in terms of what it could mean regionally?
Yes. So we don't have to be blind.
What is this? Bro, how are these motherfuckers actual subscribers, dog? What the fuck? Be honest, man, this was a huge setback for resistant groups. Israel secured a huge W on this. Big cope. Israel secured a huge W in this one. No way to spin it. Extremists are triggered. I think you might be the extremist that is triggered in this circumstance, chatter. Like, you know, I unbanned you just so you can defend your position here. Do you think it's defensible to kill a fuck ton of civilian politicians and also simultaneously kill like random children and shit? Maim thousands of people? Would you not consider it to be an act of terror if a Muslim group happened to do this on U.S. soil, or a Muslim group happened to do this on Israeli soil? You would. You would literally be sitting here being like, this is October 7 all over again. He called you gay in 2020. You act like a beta cuck. I disagree with you. How do you feel as a gay man having someone to talk about your demographic like that? Actually can't believe she said that. Disenfranchised chatter turned Divorcelli fan. You don't act like there isn't a shadow proxy war ongoing already. Dog, the United States of America is engaging in proxy wars in like virtually every country on the planet. Do you consider that to be an act of terror if one of those fucking groups actually retaliated in the similar way that Israel was able to pull off in Lebanon. The question I asked you was direct. Do you think if roles were reversed and Hezbollah was able to fucking secure plastic explosives in a logistical shipment that went to like Israeli Knesset members and IDF military members that were, you know, living alongside Israeli society, would you condemn that? Or would you say, nah, this was a big W for the resistance groups? I don't think you would say that's a big W for the resistance groups. I think you would say, oh my God, this is the worst act of terror since October 7th. Okay? And I know you would say that because obviously the perspective that you have right now implies that you are in defense of Israel because Israel was struck on October 7th, and now you think any amount of violence that Israel engages in is permissible. Do you get it? Chatter using Trump reject nicknames? No, he's joking. This is sarcastic, most likely. Just saying it isn't so black and white. There's a plausible casus belli for Israel with the people expelled from the north. Okay. Do you think there is a plausible casus belli for Hezbollah or Palestinians to do October 7 then? 75 years of occupation, it seems to me like you literally are justifying October 7. Is that what you're saying? I can't believe people were expelled from the north of Israel. How did Israel materialize to begin with? It wasn't through magic. It was through forcible expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians. Is there plausible casus belli for that? Or do you just have selective morality? Everything that Israel does is good. Everything that happens to Israel is bad. I don't know, man. There are second and third generation people that didn't settle there or choose to move there. You are not have some sympathy for their humanity as well. You're not answering my question, big dog. You just justified an attack on Lebanese soil, an act of terror, by saying there's a proxy war going on. I asked you, if Hezbollah did the same to Israel, would you find that to be appropriate? Okay? And you can't have answers for that because that would show you as, you know, an actual fucking hypocrite. So what's up? I do have sympathy for Israeli humanity. I do. You, on the other hand, don't have sympathy for the human beings in Lebanon. That's the difference here. Why are you so tribal? Liberal mask is slipping. Tribal in terms of what? Like one human tribe? Is that what you're saying? Would you be okay? Just answer the question. Would you be okay if Hezbollah did the exact same thing? Maybe I don't have access to all the information or understand certain things. Yeah, there's a lot you don't understand. But I think one thing you should change is the little underlying premise that you have in the back of your mind that, like, you know, Israel's enemies are automatically evil and across the board deserve it, and all of their friends and family and the people that they're around also deserve death and destruction.
To the idea that, of course, this is Israel. I know it's not proving it, but there's no other entity that has the desire and capability of doing something.
Why can't we just not have Hezbollah and Hamas and just have peaceful Christian governments in Lebanon and Israel? Great question. Lebron Narev. Yeah. The peaceful Christian Lebanese. Why can't we just like plant a phalangist government in Lebanon? They were so peaceful. Wait, this motherfucker said Israel? Wait, what? Why can't we have a peaceful Christian government in Israel? I didn't even hear what he was saying. I didn't even read that. Okay, that's a new one. Respect. That's a new one. That's a new one. I respect it because I've never heard that before. Okay? I feel like that straight up, like motherfucker said, bring back the Crusades. Okay? They tried that, dog. What the fuck? Chatter said Deus Vault. We got to try it again. You know, we haven't tried it hard enough. The Crusades will succeed if you believe, okay?
Something like this, and they hinted at it yesterday. So this is the Iranians will see this as a direct attack on one of their senior government officials. So one could imagine how Iran is going to react. It would be no different than if their ambassador, in their mind, was shot at, assassinated, kidnapped, or whatever else. Now, they make the irony here, of course, is, and the question I ask out loud is, what is the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon doing with a network of communications that is limited to Hezbollah? This is we know why.
Oh, they're just flexing, dude. This is crazy. No accountability will come to Israel. American media is firing off on all cylinders, being like, this shit is awesome. You know? A little girl was killed in the process, but yo, that shit was dope, okay? Had she considered not being fucking born in Lebanon? Sorry. Sucks to suck.
And this is but they're going to have to fess up to that. I think the Iranians will claim that he was on just a usual beeper network, but it's clear the ties between Hezbollah and Iran and leadership flowed through an ambassador or others who had direct ties with Hezbollah. But this is the regional conflict we've been worried about. Every time we get to a moment where things could be triggered into a greater, I'm not minimizing what's already happening there. It's a regional conflict in some respects, but it's not a regional war. This is the question is are we over the brink now, or can all entities bring it back?
All right, Paula, what more are we learning?
We know from a Lebanese security source that hundreds have been injured. We know that this is a pager system, if you like, that is used by the militant group Hezbollah. We don't know, though, how many Hezbollah have been injured, how many civilians have been injured. That's simply not information we have at this point.
Now I understand why every time there's something bad happening in the US, people celebrate. Yeah, no shit. This was literally the sentiment, part of the sentiment that I was talking about with respect to what we deserve, okay? Like, people see this shit. People see the support and the weapons, the logistical support, the political support America offers to permanent genocide in the third world and directly engages in. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to me that we just sit here and talk about how fucking sweet that shit is, dude. Like, ooh, how did they pull this off? How the fuck did they pull this off? How nutty, how wild, how dope. Yeah. 9-year-old Fatima Jafar Abdullah. Okay. That was her name. A young girl killed in a northeastern Lebanon's Baalbek district, according to Lebanese media. But hey, fucking mint, dude. Sick operation. So cool and innovative. Wonderful, they said.
So potentially in an hour's time, we will get a lot more clarity on what has happened.
I wonder if any news medias will use the word terror on this literal terror attack. Fuck no. That is only if it is an enemy of the United States. We will never use that when it's a friend to the United States. When it's a proxy state or a vassal state, we will never use those terms.
We do know the public declarations from the Ministry of Health at this point have pointed to the fact that it is a significant event, the fact that they're calling health officials back to their hospitals saying everybody has to go back to work so that we can cope with the sheer number of injured that are coming into the hospitals, calling for civilians to be giving blood to help with those injuries. So presumably they are significant injuries in some occasions.
Yeah, and we're waiting for that number, but we do have some video just into CNN just showing some footage.
Are you going to cover Mehdi Hasan pressing Jill Stein in his new interview? No, I don't care. Like, I'm not a fan of Jill Stein, but I also don't care enough to like press her. You know what I mean? Or to say that she's like pro-Putin or some shit. Like, I just don't care. It's irrelevant, okay? Like, I just genuinely don't give a shit. Are you pro-Putin? No, dumbass. Of course I'm not fucking pro-Putin. Have people considered that this wasn't planned by Mossad, but instead sinners being smitten by God? There is an error of margin. Okay, I like this chatter. This chatter consistently says the most unhinged shit, so I'm not going to ban him.
Of health workers arriving at hospitals. We'd just like to share that with you. This is what we have right now, and you can see. Okay, Faraz, I want you to give me a sense of, you know, because we've got the immediate impact, so people that are injured, the health department trying to get people back at work immediately. We again trying to confirm the number of injured. We know that it was Hezbollah pages for now, still waiting for that. But there's a political element to this, and it's a really big one. At a time where you've got incredible tension in the region, you have a war that is raging between Hamas and Israel, and of course that's spilling over into Lebanon, and the huge ramifications of an attack of this nature.
By the way, Anna is right. I can't believe I'm saying this. Like, I had this conversation with someone the other day where I was like, the only way for me to be pro like PSL ticket is like the constant Jill Stein chirpers. Like, it has officially caused me to be like, dude, I would like at least they are at the forefront of activism in this country, okay? And not just like popping their fucking head into the convo every 4 years when there's an election cycle coming up. Oh my God, dude. It's so... It doesn't matter. I don't even know the names of the PSL ticket. I don't care. I don't care. Like, it is... That shit is so fucking annoying. Like, I don't care enough to be like, Jill Stein is a... I don't care enough to be like, she's spoiling the election, and therefore I have to take her down or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt that today's attack is a watershed moment in this conflict that's been raging now for almost a year between Hezbollah and Israel. But it's not disconnected. There's a broader context here. We all recall back in August the assassination of Hezbollah's chief of staff in the heart of the Hezbollah-controlled southern suburbs of Beirut. There's been a series of attacks against Hezbollah by Israel that can be designed to spark a major war, to be a pretext for broadening this war. And I think Hezbollah is very much being put in a difficult situation, a policy dilemma, if you may. If they respond and respond forcibly to such attacks, this being the latest and perhaps arguably the biggest, then it risks giving Bibi Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, the pretext he is looking for to broaden.
Jill Stein's Green Party is running a candidate against Rashida Tlaib in November. Chemicals hovering over my vehicle in Michigan. Brenda K. Sanders for Congress. Michigan CD 13 ex-district judge Brenda Sanders, the Green Party nominee versus U.S. Rep. Rashida Tlaib, apparently believes in the nut job chemtrails conspiracy theory. Okay, I'm saying it. I'm pulling the trigger. I can't believe I'm about to say this. I'm sorry. This has to be a Russian op. Okay, I'm sorry. That's it. No. That you're. Oh my God. That it's just. Come on, dude. No. It's got. Come on. Give Iran some credit. What the fuck? Iran would never. I don't think Iran has enough espionage capabilities to fucking or even like infiltration capabilities to like actually massage American political interests or try to do like the classic push and pull that Russia loves doing that shit. That Russia does do a lot, and Israel as well, alongside Russia sometimes. Like this. If Stein is a Russian op, Kamala is an Israeli op by the same logic. What? She is. What? There's not like a sitting American politician that is in like that level of power that is not unconditionally pro-Israel. Okay? Yeah. I like when chatters will be like, you said something that I consider to be correct, but here's another thing that you also probably will agree with.
This war with Lebanon and potentially pull in Iran. But if they don't, they lose and hemorrhage their deterrence, inviting Israel and Netanyahu to conduct further operations as we see today. There's a third option, and really, I mean, my sense is, particularly with U.S. diplomacy active on this and the presidential envoy in the region, Hezbollah can very much make that decision still to unbuckle the Lebanon front from the Gaza front. That support front, which Hezbollah launched in support of Hamas in October 8th, has run its course and really has very much...
Yeah, just dial it back. Just stop. Come on, please. Just stop defending Gaza. It's over. Come on. Like, this guy is just basically, like, this guy is just straight up doing, like, Israeli propaganda. That's insane. That's an insane thing that is happening on CNN. He's just like, yeah, my message to Hezbollah is just give up. I'm going to reiterate the position of the Israeli government and the security apparatus in place that if you don't give up, they're going to keep doing more shit like this. Great stuff, man. Thank you.
Yielded very little.
Middle East rep, by the way. Yeah, I mean, this is, of course, yes, he is the guy that they have to speak on Middle Eastern affairs. This is the most Middle Eastern guy. This is the Middle Eastern guy that they're going to get to talk on this issue.
In terms of returns for both Lebanon and Hezbollah and the Iranian axis. So there is a third path here to de-escalate.
But for the record, like, while I say I don't give a shit about what Jill Stein is saying, like, of course, Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. Get the fuck out of here, okay? Of course. such a dumb thing to even talk about. Okay, it's it's not even a question. All right, it is so silly, like such a silly fucking conversation to have. Yes, duh, no shit.
I'm just not too sure how Hezbollah will take it.
Time has expired.
Deeply wrong, sir.
Anyway. Do you think he's gay though? Yeah. I don't know, and I don't care. So yeah. Once again, leave aside that these pages are used by doctors and nurses. If Hezbollah blew up phones and pages of IDF soldiers, whether or not on duty, or even fucking, again, IDF soldiers or Knesset members, killing them inside of their homes, next to their children, killing the daughter, a 9-year-old daughter of a Knesset member, all hell would break loose. Okay? Is Putin pro-Palestine or pro-Israel? Putin is pro-Putin. Okay? That's a silly question. Silly, silly question. Like, it's hard to think of a more sophisticated and targeted attack on a terror group than the pagers, but Israel will still be condemned. So why can't the critics just be honest? They don't believe in her right to self-defense and never will. Oh, God. Was the 8-year-old girl killed targeted then? No. It's so incredible. It's so incredible. It's so sick. It's so incredible. They did such a sophisticated attack by, you know, exploding pagers. Yeah. Nathan J. Robinson says, Israel knew that detonating all the pagers would mean indiscriminately killing civilians because you have no idea where the person with the pager is going to be. Launching explosions in the fruit markets and killing children is rightly called terrorism. The targets may have been military, but if Hamas put a bomb in an Israeli market in order to kill a military official, we would still consider it terrorism. Not only that, but also Israel directly uses bombs to kill people that they suspect is like high up. And they do end up killing a bunch of civilians in the process inside of Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, and many other places. It does not matter. It's just a straight up act of terror. And it is being celebrated by all of our wonderful thinkers in mainstream media. Over 1,000 Hezbollah fighters said injured as their pagers explode in alleged Israeli attack. We know how the U.S. media frames attacks intended for military targets that killed civilians. It's called October 7. Exactly. And in the interest of consistency, honesty, and fairness, I have condemned the civilian casualties during October 7. The problem is, no one will ever be expected to condemn Israel. There is never going to be a person that goes, do you condemn the Israeli terror attack on Lebanese soil? No, fuck no. That's not a question. That's not ever going to be a question. Anyway, here's the shocking moment. All hell breaks loose as John Kennedy accuses the Arab American leader of supporting Hamas. Obviously, just more of that beautiful, delicious double standard that we all know, enjoy, and love.
Senator Kennedy.
Psycho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rabbi, do you believe there are a substantial number of people at Harvard University who believe in diversity, equity, inclusion, and the right to harass Jews?
I do.
That's a yes?
Yes.
And do you believe those people have acted on their self-anointed right to harass Jews?
Yes.
And has the administration at Harvard University allowed that to happen?
Yes.
Is that true at University of California at Berkeley?
Yes.
How about UCLA?
Yes.
How about NYU?
Yes,
A lot of other universities too. Isn't that the case?
that is correct.
Now, Title VI says that if you receive federal money, you can't harass Jews. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
Has the Biden-Harris administration taken away the money of Harvard?
No.
How about Berkeley?
Nope.
How about UCLA?
No, sir.
How about NYU?
No.
They've just talked, haven't they?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you think this condoned behavior at these universities, this condoned belief at these universities, and let me state it again, they believe in diversity, equity, inclusion, and the right to harass Jews. It's what they believe. What you do is what you believe. Everything else is just cottage cheese. Do you think that is consistent with their mission as universities?
Absolutely not.
One of the funniest parts about this, and Felix made this point, I think in the latest Chapo, and I agree with him, is that there's currently actual blood libel being presented by the Republican Party against like Haitian migrants. Okay. There's currently like, you know, a shit ton of bomb threats that are happening in Springfield, Ohio as a consequence of the statements that the Republican presidential and vice presidential candidate have repeated over and over again. Just straight up lies, right? Like calling them vermin, calling them vectors of disease, things of that nature. But what has our Congress done on that front? Absolutely nothing. Congress is too busy writing like 12 new bills that make it so that if you are like a Jewish anti-Zionist protester in a fucking Ivy League institution, you should be killed for saying Israel is mean and wrong. Okay? I'm so glad that that is what the state of affairs looks like in the United States of America. If you hurt someone who is in defense of Israel's feelings, you should be shot and killed. Okay? You should be arrested. You should be shot and killed. All this cool stuff. We should immediately adopt the IHRA definition. Okay? Which is pretty crazy considering that the IHRA definition, you don't have to ban the guy who's like posting John Kennedy's office's phone number. They might have just gotten clapped though because of FossaBot. Yeah. By the way, another part of this is that actual anti-Semitic neo-Nazis are literally marching in the streets of Springfield, Ohio. Actual neo-Nazi groups are sending out flyers. The Ku Klux Klan is promoting the position that is now adopted by the Republican president and vice presidential candidate. No peep, not a peep from the Democrats, not a peep from the Republicans. The Republicans are the ones who are literally pushing these lies, okay? But hey, we got all the smoke, baby. Let's write like 11 more bills. Let's write as many bills as we can. If you even think in your mind that Israel could ever do something that is wrong, you should go to jail, okay? I will send you to perma jail. Sick. Sick. Cool stuff. What a fucking ridiculous state of affairs. It's so... I don't even know what to say about it. Like the hypocrisy is glaring. The inhumanity is still somehow shocking because they just like keep increasing the heat. So sick. Israel is a Nazi state, and the United States of America is also a Nazi state. Okay, that's where we're at. Wonderful stuff. Very cool.
Okay, so above and beyond the question of money, it is the morality, the purpose of higher education in America, is it not?
That is correct.
Ms. Barry, you are the executive director of the Arab American Institute, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And according to...
What? Hasan, you look so silly. October 7, which directly targeted civilians, was freedom fighting, but an attack that directly targeted combatants is terrorism. Isn't this what you want, for civilian death to be minimized? Or is it just you're immoral because I don't agree with you? Dude, I'm so glad I'm white. No weird shit like I've been drunk and the cops let me go on multiple occasions. How does this guy go from this to this? Okay. First of all, I suspect that you were probably in here since you created your account on September 2nd. I live in Rokana's district. There's a lot of Israelis here. I can see why he might not want to be too critical of Israel. It's a sensitive subject for them. Wait, how the fuck did you go from having like... He's saying that what they're doing is not defending itself. They're trolling as a hate watcher. Dude, I will never understand. When I go back, I'm not pro-Israel. Okay, if you're not pro-Israel, why the fuck are you coming in here and saying silly ass shit like, oh, you loved October 7. Okay, you loved October 7. I just had a conversation about October 7 saying that targeting civilians is never appropriate. Okay, it is what amounts to an act of terror. But you don't give a shit about that. Okay, you don't give a shit about that. You just came in hot and you're like, I found a double standard, sweetie. No, the double standard is on your end. Okay, the double standard is on your end. He doesn't care, only wants a clip. Yeah. Dude, March's Discord is always live in the computer in my other studio, in my podcast studio. And whenever this motherfucker gets like a Discord call, I just hear it. Yeah, he's also implying I'm not, because you look silly, prove it. Prove what? Prove what? Prove how many times I have said that targeting civilians is always what amounts to an act of terror? Is that what you're saying? My double standards? I mean, you're just objectively lying here, okay? This is the problem. Do you think that October 7 was a successful military operation that targeted enemy militants and then also some civilians were harmed in the consequence? Or do you consider it to be an act of terror? Because what you're saying is a justification for October 7. This is the problem with people that always fucking defend Israel. No, I think it was an emotion-fueled act of terror. Okay, but when Israel was retaliating with 40,000 fucking casualties, which is like not even a real number that I can use at this point, it's so much worse. Then that is not, like, what is that? There is just no way. There is absolutely no way you can defend. Same thing, emotional fueled act of genocide. Okay, well, genocide is worse than terror. So how about, that's number one, okay? States commit acts of terror on a regular basis. You're criticizing Israel. Great. Good start. Okay, emotion fueled. In terms of what Israel did in Lebanon, this is, of course, an act of terror as well. This is an act of terror. When you are killing indiscriminately exploding pagers of not only military members, okay, that are currently not actively in combat, which is already a violation of human rights, for the record. I know that we've forgotten, but like, if you blow up the fucking pager of a dude who is not actively in combat, especially when they're in a civilian area, that's still a fucking war crime. Why are we even having this conversation? It is an act of war and terror are the same things? No. This is literally a war crime, even if there was no one else around him. Even if Israel knew that there was no one else around them, it's still a fucking war crime. But that's not the case, because it's an act of terror beyond a war crime, because there are civilians around these people, and some of the people targeted were civilians themselves. They were politicians, okay? People who go to fucking parliament. Do you understand? How are we having this conversation? If roles were reversed, okay, and Hezbollah exploded fucking, Hezbollah snuck in explosives into pagers or some other communications device and gave it to members of the Knesset, okay? Members of the Knesset. I truly believe this was meant to affect as little civilians as possible. Okay, answer my question. If Hezbollah gave explosive devices, okay, if they intercepted some kind of civilian communications that Israel is using, okay, it may not be for altruistic goals, but it's true nonetheless. Answer my question. If roles were reversed and Hezbollah was able to explode thousands of phones that are used by Knesset members, IDF soldiers that are not in combat, that are just like fucking walking around in Tel Aviv, and maimed 4,000 plus people, would you consider that to be an act of terror? If they were intentionally trying to avoid civilians, which by the way would still be a fucking war crime. Like, you can't even target retreating troops. What are we talking about? Like, not retreating troops so they can get a better position, but like troops that have laid down their arms. If it were only military targets, I would consider it. Okay, I said members of the Knesset. Members of the Knesset and their children that also died. Would you consider? Don't try to change the dynamic. I'm giving you the exact same dynamic that just took place in Lebanon. That would be terror, yes? Okay, so you consider what Israel did in Lebanon to be an act of terror then? So you agree with me? I'm glad that you agree with me. Hezbollah is not Lebanon government. Brother, I don't know how to explain to you something, but something that you're just like objectively wrong on, but you should probably reconsider the sources that you're getting your information from, because they're just probably oblivious to basic facts. You're wrong. Hezbollah is absolutely a political party. I think someone either took advantage of your lack of knowledge in the situation. Is Hezbollah the equivalent to the Knesset? Okay, Likud. Hezbollah equivalent to Likud. Or the Jewish Power Party. Likud is very fair game, yes? No, you don't fucking believe that. Shut the fuck up. Wait, what do you mean? Equivalent to the Knesset? Okay, it blew up. A Likud party's fucking phone exploded randomly next to civilians. You already said you consider it an act of fucking terror. What do you mean? Like, you, come on, dude. Come the fuck on, brother. Anyway. Bro, send me the worst possible thing that you can, like, the wiki wand is the absolute worst possible fucking thing to send me. It's like all AI and shit. It's so annoying to be like, this is the Lebanese parliament. For the record, no matter how much I fucking despise the Likud or the Jewish Power Party, I don't think that they should be summarily executed alongside random fucking civilians and their children. Okay, like, you know, that's ridiculous. The appropriate solution, yeah, Likud is centrist in the Knesset. He's basically saying half the Knesset is fair game. I mean, they're right wing. They're not centrist, but we know what the centrist parties are. Centrist parties who are also very much against the ICC and the ICJ's decisions against Israel. So they're all fucking right wing. Ultimately, if you consider Likud to be terrorists, okay, then there's like three fucking sitting Knesset members that are not terrorists.
Your website, you're also, I'm going to quote here, a longtime Democratic Party activist who served as a member of the 2016 Democratic National Convention's Platform Standing Committee, close quote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You support Hamas, do you not?
Please say why Hezbollah considered terrorist. Isn't it the military branch of the Lebanese government? No, there's a paramilitary wing of Hezbollah, but Hezbollah obviously is a part of the fucking parliament. Like, they are among, they are a part of the 128 seats in the Lebanese parliament. They're like, it's like blowing up, you know, Democrat politicians or some shit. It's crazy. Also, I fucking, you know, this guy is, I literally missed this guy being insanely fucking racist, and also missed the top of the hour ad break, which I'm running now. Okay.
And according to your website, you're also, I'm going to quote here, a longtime Democratic Party activist who served as a member of the 2016 Democratic National Convention's Platform Standing Committee, close quote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You support Hamas, do you not?
Senator, oddly enough, I'm going to say thank you for that question because it demonstrates the purpose of our hearing today in a very
Let's start
effective
first
way.
with a yes or no.
Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization that I do not support, but you asking the executive director of the Arab American Institute that question very much puts the focus on the issue of hate in our country.
Well, I got your answer, and I appreciate it. What is the...
That's so cool that, like, just sitting senators at the Senate Judiciary Committee could just straight up do, like, hate crimes and shit. You know what I mean? That's cool, man. That's cool. Well, you're Arab, so you must be Hamas too. I mean, this is not new, by the way. This is like, it happened in a way that went super fucking viral when Tom Cotton, another one of these racist assholes, was like, you know, what kind of Chinese are you? And the dude was like, Senator, I'm Singaporean. Well, Singapore is a different type of China. So tell me now, what type of Chinese are you, boy? Can you tell me what kind of Hamas you are? Explain to me, since you're Arab, please can you state on the record that as an Arab, you automatically are Hamas?
You support Hezbollah too, don't you?
Again, I find this line of questioning extraordinarily disappointing,
Is that a
Senator.
no?
That
Or
you have Arab American constituents that you represent
is
in
that
your great state.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, but my time's limited, and I apologize, but is that a yes or a no?
A yes or no question to do I support Hezbollah? The answer is I don't support violence, whether it's Hezbollah, Hamas, or any other entity that invokes
You
it.
can't
So
bring
no, sir.
yourself to say no, can you?
No, I can say no. I can say yes.
But
What
you
I can
haven't.
She's literally saying no. And he's like, but I don't believe you because you're Arab. By the way, that's already a loaded question because the answer, you can't have like an honest answer in that situation. Because like, you can't have an honest answer in that question because everyone is automatically under the assumption. Everyone is automatically under the assumption that like these are fucking terror cells and they're bad and they're Arab and they're Muslim and they're scary and they want to bomb America. So like, you can't even have a normal fucking conversation about this shit. Okay? So, especially as an Arab person, you know, good luck.
say is
You just
your
can't
line
make
of
yourself do
questioning.
it. Do you
Senator.
support or oppose Iran and their hatred of Jews?
Again, I'm going to emphasize Iran.
Oh. I like that he's also, now he's like, what about Iran and their Jew hatred? I can't tell you what he deserves, you know? I wonder if he'll ask, do you support Saudi Arabia?
On Hezbollah, Hamas, none of them is going to
You can't bring yourself to say no, can
Sir,
you?
I don't support.
It's real simple.
Excuse me. I'm going to,
Ian,
if I may,
no,
as a
no,
Muslim
no.
woman, sir, I'm going to tell you I do not support Iran. But what I will tell you is that this conversation.
I'm running out of time. I'm
Okay.
sorry. You called our decision to cut funding. You called our decision to cut fund. Well, first, what's the United Nations Relief and Works Agency?
It's UNRWA, which is
Yeah.
the institution that exists to provide services and aid to the nearly 6 million Palestinian refugees.
And you called our decision to cut funding for them, quote, an incredible moral failure, close quote.
That is absolutely correct. But again, I would suggest that conversation is about foreign policy.
We did that because 9 UNRWA staff members were fired for actually helping Hamas on October 7th. Isn't that the case?
I don't believe that that's correct in terms
Let
of.
me ask you one more time. You support Hamas, don't you?
I'm not going to say what I think. I'm not going to say what I believe is truly just to happen to him. But you can't stop me from thinking it. You know, I'm thinking it. I mean, this is just pure, unadulterated, unrestricted, insane levels of bigotry. Like, he is behaving like a fucking, like, Reddit debate lord or some shit. It is reprehensible, vile, it's disgusting. It is he's like one step removed from saying that, you know, you did 9/11 to some random Arab woman. Okay? Ironic considering that this is a committee hearing on combating fucking hate crimes, which is now turned into doing more hate crimes. Turns out the Senate Judiciary hearing was about doing hate crimes. All I wish for is justice. I wish for a better future. I wish for karmic justice.
You support UNRWA and Hamas, don't you?
Sir, please. I think it's exceptionally disappointing that you're looking at an Arab American witness before you and saying you support Hamas.
You know what's disappointing to me?
I do not support Hamas.
Bring yourself
I do
to
not
say
support Hamas.
You don't
or
support UNRWA. You don't support Hamas. You don't.
I was very clear in my support for UNRWA.
Hezbollah, and you don't support Iran. You should hide your head in a.
That's so crazy because she has said it, but because she's not a human being to you, you're not there to hear what she has to say.
At an Arab American witness before you and saying you support Hamas.
You know what's disappointing to me?
I do not support Hamas.
Bring yourself
I do
to
not
say
support Hamas.
You don't
or
support UNRWA. You don't support Hamas. You don't.
I was very clear in my support for UNRWA.
Hezbollah, and you don't support Iran. You should hide your head in a bag.
Your time has expired. Please, Ms. Berry, I'm going to allow you to respond to anyone or all.
Dick Durbin, you shouldn't have censured him right there. Like, what are we doing here? Isn't that your fucking job? Don't you have any powers at your disposal to be like, hey, man, maybe this is a stain on the greatest deliberative body that has ever existed, the fucking Senate. You know, that's the way they used to promote it.
All those questions at this point.
Senator Durbin, thank you very much for holding this hearing and for elevating the issue of hate crime. It's regrettable that as I sit here, have experienced the very issue that we're attempting to deal with today. The introduction of foreign policy is not how we keep Arab Americans or Jewish Americans or Muslim Americans or Black people or Asian Americans, anybody safe. This has been regrettably a real disappointment, but very much an indication of the danger to our democratic institutions that we're in now. And I deeply regret that, and I do hope that my testimony today has been helpful to understanding the need to respond to hate.
Over the weekend, I went to a synagogue in my hometown of Springfield. There was a bar mitzvah for a dear friend of mine. I couldn't help but notice the security guards that were posted for this bar mitzvah. In addition, I went to a meeting where a dear friend of mine, a Jewish friend of mine in Chicago, she's been my friend and worked for me for 40 years, was almost in tears over the anti-Semitism that she has witnessed. She was wearing a Star of David around her neck. And she said, I do that.
What is going on? He's like, hey, nice of you with your anecdotes about, well, not even an anecdote. Love that you fucking came. By the way, thank you, Barry Balls, for the 100 community gifted subs. I'm in the midst of fucking watching American Congress rip an Arab Muslim woman to shreds at a fucking committee hearing held specifically to, you know, combat hate. I apologize to the chatters who keep fucking repeating that I got 100 gifted subs, but now is not the time, you think? Maybe for me to acknowledge that and celebrate it? Shut the fuck up, chatters. Thank you. Thank you, Barry Balls, for the 100 gifted subs. Bro! I can't understand how we're just moving on from what just took place at the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on combating hate crimes, where a sitting senator did hate crimes back to back, like sequential. He comboed hate crimes against an Arab woman. This is insane.
Because I won't give up. I won't give up. I thought about it for this hearing, but I also thought about Wadia, a 6-year-old boy. I have a 5-year-old granddaughter. I love her like life itself. I cannot imagine this poor little boy answering the door and losing his life because he's Palestinian. My God, we can't say those things that I've just said in the same sentence without some people saying, oh, you've just chosen sides. I'm not choosing sides here.
He's talking about one of the first Islamophobic attacks that took place when a landlord fucking stabbed his tenant to death.
Except for the side of, I hope, common decency and democracy. We've got to have this conversation. We've got to do it in a civilized manner. I regret some of the things that were said today at this hearing, but we are a free nation, and that's what happens in a democracy. As sad and as disquieting as it may be, that is part of it. The title of today's hearing was inspired by Dr. King's.
By the way, he said your head should be in a bag. Here's Zaid Jelani. A week ago, Ted Cruz posted an image claiming the Haitian immigrants were devouring people's cats, a claim that has been boosted by neo-Nazi groups who marched in Springfield. Now he's upset about anger and hate, especially anti-Semitism, if you believe
but when
that.
it comes to anti-Semitism, the Democrats have a problem. I would note, this is occurring in blue states with blue governors because the Democrat Party is terrified of the pro-Hamas wing of their party. In states like Texas and Florida, we don't allow this. At the University of Texas, when violent protesters threatened Jewish students, police officers arrived and arrested them. That's what happened when you enforce the law. Every Republican member of this committee asked the chairman to hold a hearing on anti-Semitism in February. And yet we don't get a hearing on anti-Semitism. We get a hearing generically on hate because this administration, and this is the kind of anger and hate that is encouraged. You're now seeing the hate manifesting right here. Interestingly enough, what...
Please, the committee will come to order. The senator is recognized to finish his remarks.
So we now have...
I hate this country, dog. Straight up. Like, I hate our politicians so much. I fucking hate our politicians so much. Oh my God. Oh, we're such a fucking bad nation. We are such a goddamn shit stain on this fucking planet. Just a parasitic force of evil, dude. Holy fuck. Our politicians are such godless, soulless, bloodless fucking monsters. Every single one of them. It's gross, dude.
A demonstration of anti-Semitism. We have a demonstration of the hate. Rabbi Goldfelder, let me ask you, has the Biden administration cut off the funding of any of the colleges that have allowed this hate? Have they indicted anyone for funding these violent protests? Have they indicted the people paying for the matching tents? Or have they sat there silently, and have the universities sat there silently while their students are terrified to go to class?
They have not indicted anyone.
They have not indicted anyone. Has any university had their funding cut off for allowing this sort of violent intimidation?
Not a single university.
The violent intimidation is saying that our tuition shouldn't go to planting and defending an apartheid regime, by the way. The unimaginable violence. This apartheid regime that has nothing to do with Judaism, mind you. But hey, we'll bring a fucking rabbi here to be like, no, you don't understand, actually. All Jews love Israel. Okay? And it's objectively anti-Semitic to say anything but the fact that Israel has to keep prosecuting this genocide. The only violence that has taken place in these fucking protests is the counter-protesters have come in and beat the shit out of the student protesters. We've been there. I went and I visited the encampments. I showed you what it looked like. Scumbags, all of these people. Counter-protesters and fucking cops. That's the only time actual violence took place.
I can tell you this. Next year,
Senator's
if there
time
is a
has
Republican
expired.
majority on this committee, you will see real leadership. And next year, if there's a Republican administration, you will see people prosecuted for this sort of violence. This is being tolerated with the looking away, the blind eye being turned from this administration and this Department of Justice. And it is utterly disgraceful. And under Title VI, any university that allows this should have their funding cut off.
Senator's time has expired.
Once again, this is supposed to be combating hate, and the only type of hate that they perceive is just saying that America's ally Israel is an apartheid state, which is objective reality, and is doing a genocide, which is also objective reality. That's anti-Semitic hate. Not the Jews will not replace us guys marching to the fucking streets. Those are very fine people. How dare you? How dare you? You know, those are some very fine Nazis, man. How dare you? This is fascism, dude. Largest U.S. cities saw record hate crimes surge. Yeah. The problem with the hate crime, data now is that the most the most ADL is the institution that tracks all the anti-Semitism data. Unless they're getting this directly from the police, which is crazy to say. Well, I guess it says Houston saw 85 hate crimes in 2023, a massive 193% increase from the year before. The problem with the anti-Semitism hate crime database is that if you say fucking Palestine, free Palestine, it's logged as a goddamn hate crime. If you say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that's a hate crime. In New York, anti-Jewish hate crimes rose 12.6%, while Los Angeles saw a 48% jump, and Chicago experienced a 10% increase. Anti-Jewish hate crimes, which spiked in the fall of 2023. Following the violent conflict in the Middle East, have supplanted Black Americans as the most targeted group in America's 10 largest cities. Of note, anti-Black and anti-gay hate crimes were the second and third most common. Anti-Jewish hate crime is likely to reach a record when national data is released by the FBI this year. Anti-Muslim hate crime, which also had significant spikes in the fall in larger cities, likely will hit its highest since the middle of the last decade. If you were to fucking talk about like anti-Muslim hate crimes, okay, what constitutes as a hate crime that is anti-Semitic is much different than what constitutes a hate crime that is Islamophobic. For example, what that senator did in that meeting is a hate crime. Okay? And a real hate crime, not like saying free Palestine is considered a hate crime. But by a lot of standards, by a lot of metrics, what he did would not be considered a hate crime. And what those protesters that were doing in the seats saying free Palestine, that would be considered a hate crime. Just so you understand how this fucking data looks like. I did read it. It said anti-Muslim hate crimes also jumped 22%, 40%, and 300% in the same cities, respectively. Anti-Muslim hate crimes jumped 300% in Chicago. Where are the hearings? Bro, they're doing a hate crime hearing, and the first thing that they chirp about is literally fucking doing more hate crimes. You're conflating hate speech and hate crimes here. You're getting mixed up. Dude, what are you talking about? The ADL definition considers saying free Palestine to be a hate incident, okay? A hate crime. An anti-Semitic hate crime. I know what I'm saying. Yes. Hate speech is often a hate crime. It doesn't have to be like, you know, stabbing a person and saying that like you're stabbing them for their background or something.
I want to shift to another topic. I've been talking to allies of former President Trump who are frankly outraged. They're alarmed that
Yeah, Vance says he does not like the comments Laura Loomer made on Kamala Harris's Indian heritage. Here's Vance also committing a little bit of hate speech right here, okay? Get ready for it. Brilliant guy. Generational run for just, you know, a dude that people hate more every time they see him.
Donald Trump has been traveling with Laura Loomer. She is someone who says she supports white nationalism. She spread conspiracy theories, including that the September 11th attacks are an inside job. She recently said that Kamala Harris, whose mother was Indian, if she wins in November, quote, the White House will smell like curry. Senator, you are married to an Indian American woman. What was your reaction to hearing those comments specifically?
Well, Kristen, I want to go back to what you said about Haitian migrants to begin with, because you didn't give me a chance to respond. Look, we don't blame the Haitian migrants for coming to Springfield. We blame Kamala Harris for opening the American southern border and inviting 20,000 people to get dropped in a small Ohio town. Now, you asked about Laura Loomer. Look, Laura Loomer is not affiliated with the Trump campaign. She said something about curry in the White House that I first read about this morning, actually, because I knew that you would ask me about it. Look, Kristen, I make a mean chicken curry. I don't think that it's insulting for anybody to talk about their dietary preferences or what they want to do in the White House. I think what Laura said about Kamala Harris is not what we should be focused on. We should be focused on the policy and on.
Yeah, that's what she was saying. That's crazy, bro. You have no respect for your wife, like straight up. You're such a piece of shit. You're such a cowardly little fucking dipshit. You don't give a fuck, dog. That's crazy. Bro, his wife is literally an Indian woman, okay? That's just straight up like she being like, oh, she's Indian. She smells like curry. That's what she's saying. It's like entry-level racism that like a 12-year-old would say. Like, what are we doing? You think it's actually about the dietary preferences? But wait, there's more. Speaking on dietary preferences.
The issues, not what we share preferences or what they want to do in the White House. I think what Laura said about Kamala Harris is not what we should be focused on. We should be focused on the policy and on the issues. And look, so yeah, do I agree with what Laura Loomer said about Kamala Harris? No, I don't. I also don't think that this is actually an issue of national import. Is Laura Loomer running for president? No. Kamala Harris is running for president. And whether you're eating curry at your dinner table or fried chicken, things have gotten more expensive thanks to her policy.
There's nothing funnier than him being like, yeah, I'm actually going to be anti-black racist as well. Like, why did you say fried chicken there? You couldn't have said hamburgers? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why? Like, how bad can it get, dude? He said, I don't think we should be focusing on what Laura Loomer said. But honestly, my criticism of Laura Loomer is that he also didn't bring up fried chicken. Because Kamala Harris is not just Indian. She's a black woman as well. Like, that's literally what he did. He just turned around and was like, here's my trick. I think we should be more diverse in our tactics of racism. That's awesome.
Let's talk about the person running for president of the United States, not a social media personality who supports Donald Trump.
Senator, were you and your wife offended? And do you disavow those comments that even some Trump allies say are blatantly racist?
Kristen, I just told you I don't like those comments, and I think that we ought to be focused on Kamala Harris's policy failures. I also don't look at the
She didn't even say nothing about the fried chicken comment. She would have moved on. JD Vance recently topped this performance, if you can believe that. Wait, what? No fucking way. There's no way he topped that last performance.
Kamala Harris has been chaos all over the world. She can't answer a single question without sounding like a whatever. And she has led, she's had this.
Hello?
Now, by the way,
the fuck's he saying? What is this man on, bro? He drank the dumbass juice. Like every time he's on camera, it is alarming how bad he is at his job. Alarming. Libs of TikTok spreads falsehood about Haitian immigrants in Pennsylvania. A Republican state senator who's a fan of Libs of TikTok is like, hey, that's my region. What you're saying is not true.
way with close to 500 patriots in the state of Michigan in this building right now and outside. I'd like to see an assassin try to come in this room. They come to the wrong place if you try to walk into this place right now. By the way, with close to 500 patriots in the state of Michigan in this building right now and outside, I'd like
This is so funny. Bro, he's so lame that even like psychos who want to make a name for themselves give enough of a fuck to kill him or attempt to kill him. Like, ain't nobody trying to kill you, little bro. It's not happening, okay? Stop begging for it. He's like, come on, please, 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 please. It'd be so sick. That's crazy. When you're such a loser that people don't even care enough to try and kill you. Also, if somebody tried to kill him, or if somebody successfully killed him, Trump would celebrate.
Try to come in this room. They come the wrong.
Trump would literally celebrate if somebody tried to fucking kill him. If he actually was killed, he would be like, oh, thank God, dude. Thank God, I made a mistake. Also, here's Donald Trump.
The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals. The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals. The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans.
The hate crime shit is going to get so much worse, by the way.
You said this, quote, Trump makes people I care about afraid, immigrants, Muslims, etc. Because of this, I find him reprehensible. God wants better of us. This week in Springfield, buildings were closed because of bomb threats. Haitian immigrants say they are afraid for their lives. Are you now doing the very thing you once called reprehensible, Senator?
Well, first of all, Kristen, we condemn all acts of violence and all threats of violence. But, Kristen, the reason that I changed my mind on Donald Trump is actually perfectly highlighted by what's going on in Springfield, because the media and the Kamala Harris campaign, they've been calling the residents of Springfield racist. They've been lying about them. They've been saying that they make up these reports of migrants eating geese, and they completely ignore the public health disaster that is unfolding in Springfield at this very minute.
Senator, what about the Haitian immigrants who say...
I mean, the media's not calling the Springfielders racist. They're calling you racist. They probably should call the Springfielders... I mean, it's probably better that they're not calling the Springfielders racist, because Americans get really touchy about that sort of thing. Like, you'll have a dude fucking, you know, reciting their new copy of Mein Kampf, and you'll be like, hey, man, what are you, a fucking Nazi? They'll be like, whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa! How dare you? Excuse me? I'm simply reading the prominent works of a German author. I'm a goddamn patriot, ma'am. Nothing funnier than just like objectively racist white people in America getting so fucking ass mad when you call them racist.
It's just to me discrimination and xenophobia and bigotry and racism.
How scared are Haitian immigrants in Springfield after hearing former President Trump's claims?
They are scared for their lives. Some of them are asking me, even yesterday I got a friend calling me asking me if he has to leave because he's scared for his life. So another friend told me that it seems that he would have had some family coming to visit him, but it seems that he gonna welcome them in Columbus or Dayton because it is not safe right now for him in Springfield to welcome his family here.
What do you make of these claims? What does it feel like to hear politicians make these false accusations?
It's very shocking and sad at the same time, especially coming from people seeking the high office of our land. High-ranking people, I think they should do better. They have everything at their disposal to check the veracity of anything that they hear. They say that they are high-educated people who attended great university. I mean, they know how to check something to see the veracity of it.
J.D. Vance has some more wild shit in this interview. Oh my God, what else?
I forget exactly which official it was within the European Union, but sent Elon this threatening letter that basically said, we're going to arrest you if you platform Donald Trump, who, by the way, is the likely next president of the United States. So what America should be saying is, oh, if NATO wants us to continue supporting them, and NATO wants us to continue to be a good participant in this military alliance, why don't you respect American values and respect free speech? Excuse me, it's insane that we would support a military alliance if that military alliance isn't going to be pro-free speech. I think we can do both, but we've got to say American power comes with certain strings attached. One of those is respect free speech, especially in our Europe.
He's like, no, you have to let people say and do hate crimes. Like you literally, it's not even just about like American free speech. You have to be able to openly sig heil in Germany if you want our support. Now, of course, that's really fucking stupid for him to say because like obviously our loyalty to NATO goes above and beyond and far beyond whatever like either party is fucking saying at any given moment. You know, as you know, there is always bipartisan support for American imperialism, and NATO, of course, is one of the most consequential vectors of said imperialism. Was it even NATO? He said EU. No, he's talking about NATO. You are an L. Shut the fuck up. Oh hell yeah, we got some fucking Republicans in the chat. Imagine having to defend this guy.
European allies. Like, look, I'm not going to go to some backwoods country and tell them how to live their lives, but European countries should theoretically share American values, especially about some very basic things like free speech. The leader, I forget exactly which official it was within the European Union, but sent Elon.
That's awesome.
Because Donald Trump believes, Kristen, let me finish this point, Kristen, and feel free to follow up. Donald Trump is the only person who brought Springfield to national attention and is the only president who's going to fight for the residents, not just their right to live.
What's really funny is Donald Trump brought Springfield to national attention. And also, now they're getting bomb threats. It's kind of wild that he's just like saying, this little town that fucking sucks and I hate them, even though they're my constituents and I haven't served them well, is now in prominent display of the entire American Nazi movement. And now they're just getting consistent fucking bomb threats. Why? Because I fabricated stories about the Haitian migrants there, you know, in an effort to get people to pay attention. What did they do after they started paying attention? Bomb threats.
safely in their communities, but for their right to complain about what's going on in their own community. I think it's disgraceful that Kamala Harris has heard these complaints, has decided to call people racist instead of actually trying to make their lives better by undoing her open border. But I know you had a question.
Well, and Senator, again, because we're almost out of time, but Haitian immigrants are saying they're afraid for their lives. I want to shift to another topic. I've been talking to allies of former President Trump who are frankly 20 in place. What I hear you're saying is Obamacare stays in place. Let me move to another topic. There was a lot of attention, as you know, this week on former President Trump's baseless claims about migrants eating pets in Springfield, Ohio, claims you first shared online, Senator, earlier this week. Local authorities now say there have been no credible reports of migrants hurting pets or animals. And in fact, neo-Nazis are now taking credit, frankly, for pushing these rumors mainstream. Why are you continuing to double and triple down on these baseless claims?
Well, two important points here, Kristen. First of all, I have heard firsthand from...
It's like two important points. One, those neo-Nazis are my constituents. Two, weirdly enough, those Haitians are not my constituents, even though they technically are. Two important points. Have you considered that I'm a fucking Nazi?
Multiple constituents, people who made 911 calls a month ago, a year ago, who were making these complaints. I trust my constituents more than I do the American media that has shown no interest in what's happened in Springfield until we started sharing cat memes on the internet, which is disgraceful that the American media ignored this town. And that's the most important part.
Bro, you're the senator of Ohio. Like, Springfield being in a fucking state of disrepair is, like, directly your fault. It's so weird. Like, how are people just acting like he's not the senator? Like, he is not. Dog, you are not some random guy. You are the fucking senator, dude. Like, beyond the goddamn mayor, okay, and the governor, you're like the third responsible guy. Okay? You and the fucking representative representing whatever district it lands on are the guys who are responsible at the federal level to bring back funds to Springfield. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, how are you just openly shitting on your own state? Why is nobody asking this question? Like, are you talking about Kamala Harris being the fucking border czar? Okay. And that's valid. I mean, the arguments that you're launching against Kamala Harris are invalid, or the arguments against immigration are invalid. But using that, saying that, like, she's the border czar, she's responsible for the problems that I perceive of immigration, like, okay, well then you're the fucking czar of Springfield, dog. You're the fucking Ohio czar. Except you're not the Ohio czar, you're the Ohio senator. The term we actually use. You were voted. You were voted into power.
Kamala Harris's open border, Kristen, has led to skyrocketing housing costs in Springfield, rising rates of crime, rising rates of communicable diseases. They have dropped 20,000 immigrants into a town of 40,000, and it's caused a host of social problems. And we should be talking about why Kamala Harris has done this to this small town, and the media and the Democrats ignored it for an entire year. Kristen, I was talking about this on the Senate Banking Committee months ago. Nobody would pay attention to it until we started.
The other question I would ask is, it's your state. You're lying about them spreading communicable diseases. It's like insanely racist that you're saying that. But also beyond that, it didn't seem like you had an issue with bringing in migrants from other states into your project that you launched in Appalachia, the startup farm project that you launched. Just like you didn't have a problem underpaying the employees at the time, and then also replacing them with migrant help. So which is it? Like, what's going on here? Because in your personal life, you have done this. You've done the thing that you're complaining about in Springfield, and especially in Springfield, there was a need for extra hands. There was a need for help. That's why the Haitians went there. Whereas you brought in a startup to an area, and then you bust migrants into the area specifically because you didn't want to fucking, you felt like the white Americans weren't doing the job.
Started sharing the 911 calls of people in Springfield saying the migrants are eating the geese.
And yet,
I think that's really, really shameful that no one cared about it or paid attention to it.
And yet, Senator, officials, the mayor, other local officials have said there's just no evidence of what you're saying, that it's baseless, those claims. Can you just make your argument about immigration without making those claims, Senator? Why not just make an argument about immigration? Why do you have to delve into repeating these baseless claims that, again, Senator, have been repeated by neo-Nazis?
Kristen, I hear you saying that they're baseless, but I'm not repeating them because I invented them out of thin air. I'm repeating them because my constituents are saying these things are happening. I mean, just yesterday, a video came out of a migrant 30 miles away eating a cat. Clearly, these rumors are out.
I like that he just like quintuples down with more fake shit. He's like, no, dog, that's not a real thing that happened. You saw a video. And because you're so goddamn racist, you went with, well, racist and also fully aware that no one will actually care in your constituents. I hate this shit so much, dude. They're such ginormous pieces of shit. The worst part about it is that, like, this is a solid thing to do for immigration. There are so many parts of this country that are in a state of utter disrepair. And, like, the real goal should be integration programs and, like, allowing a lot of these migrants to go there and, like, revitalize these towns. It is a success story every time it happens. There's not a single fucking instance where, like, migrants came in to a state or a city and then that fucking city went to shit. It's actually capitalists that leave the town behind that turn this into a state of disrepair. That's why there's so many forgotten ghost towns in this goddamn country. And then migrants come in and then they work the jobs and there's, you know, they are the necessary labor force. And then the town starts increasing its taxable revenue, which is exactly what happened in Springfield. 33% increase in taxable revenue in Springfield, Ohio, year over year. Okay. And then now they have more funds. If they don't use all of those funds on the police, even though they usually do, some of those funds go back to fucking community programs and things of that nature, fixing the potholes and the like. Okay? And slowly but surely, these towns actually end up revitalizing themselves. This is precisely what happened in Hazleton, Pennsylvania. This is what's happening in Springfield right now. But these guys are so fucking racist, these guys at the tippy top, Mr. Mine Lolly, right here, they're so fucking, I mean, JD Vance himself is just doing racism for a very specific reason. He doesn't give a shit if someone is Haitian or not. He doesn't give a shit if someone is Indian or not. He went to fucking Yale, okay? He's a goddamn Yale graduate. He had a trans best friend. He called Trump Adolf Hitler like 4 years ago. What the fuck are we talking about? Or not 4 years ago, in 2016, 8 years ago. He's a goddamn grifter. He doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff. He just knows that there are a lot of fucking right-wing idiots out there who will go, hell yeah, brother. It's actually not my boss that's stealing my dollars. It's actually the goddamn Haitian migrant down the street. It's like, you're a fucking idiot. Okay? You're a dumbass. That's it. These guys weaponize racial animus like this to move people away from the main point of contention, like the top of the hour ad break. Okay? They just don't want you to be reminded that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Okay? JD Vance got a former professor to delete a blog post Vance wrote in 2012 attacking GOP over anti-immigrant rhetoric. Yeah, it's the careful, mate. That foreigner wants your cookie. That's the Rupert Murdoch meme. That's it. It's a story as old as time, okay? This is precisely at the heart of the problem. You're experiencing it right now. It's happening right now. So you're maybe hopefully noticing how this works. An example I used to use, or something I used to talk about with like Sweden being insanely anti-refugee, insanely anti-Muslim. And they still are, by the way, but they got this way because of austerity. Okay, they got this way because of austerity. Some of the social safety nets that they used to rely on became increasingly worse. And in that process, a lot of these right-wing charlatans who wanted to make racist, right-wing, anti-immigrant narratives, they flood the market with like anti-Muslim, Islamophobic bullshit. It worked really well. The real problem, obviously, was austerity. It's so funny to think that, like, this kind of like tribalistic sentiment is the oldest trick in the book, and yet people still just refuse to reckon with it. Okay.
Internet for every single thing to get offended by. I'm running for vice president because I think Kamala Harris has been a disaster and we have to undo her policies. That's what we should be focused on. But by the way, when I say we, I mean the American media. Kamala Harris opened the border. She made food unaffordable. We should be talking about her failure as an American leader, not a social media personality who supports Donald Trump.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the.
Meanwhile, from the border, this continues. You got new data revealing more than 1.3 million migrants have been allowed into the U.S. through two controversial Biden-Harris administration programs. Bill Malusian joins us with us on that now from our Midwest Bureau. Bill, what do you have? Good morning.
Bill, good morning to you. Record high illegal crossings down at the southern border have obviously been a huge political headache for the Biden administration. So at the start of 2023, they created two new programs to allow migrants to come into the U.S. legally, bypassing Border Patrol entirely. And according to new CBP data, those Biden programs have now allowed more than 1.3 million migrants to come into the U.S. So take a look at this. According to that CBP data, about 530,000 migrants have now flown into the U.S. as part of the Biden administration's controversial mass parole program for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans. It's called the CHNV program. Now, more than 200,000 of them have been Haitians coming in, and at least two of those Haitians were arrested for sexually assaulting children this year. Take a look. Earlier this month, Haitian national Akeem Mar.
So 2 out of 200,000? Well, we got to fucking kill every Haitian then, I guess. Goddamn, lock them all up, dude.
Mark Desire was arrested for allegedly molesting a 10-year-old boy in Massachusetts. He first flew into the U.S. as part of the CHNV parole program in June of 2023. Then back in March, another Haitian national, Corey Alvarez, was arrested for aggravated child rape. That's after prosecutors say he raped a girl in a migrant hotel outside of Boston. He also flew into the U.S. as part of the CHNV parole program back in June of 2023. Now,
you do realize that TPS implies that, which these guys have, implies that they had a clean background, right? Like they didn't have a prior criminal record when they came in. That's why they got the TPS authorization. And that people are capable of just doing crimes even if they had no crimes prior. It's literally black crimes from Breitbart or Stormfront. I forget which one is Breitbart. Breitbart used to have the black crime tab. There's 2 people who arrest children in every single Catholic school. It's also crazy to consider that, like, they just straight up said 1.3 million migrants, and here's 2 of them that committed crimes. If the crime per capita rankings for undocumented and documented migrants like this, okay, especially when looked as a collective, if you look at undocumented migrants and documented migrants, and you look at their crime statistics, they are so unimaginably low in comparison to natural born U.S. citizens. Like, is not even a question. The per capita crime statistics for undocumented and also documented migrants in the United States is so insanely fucking low. Okay? So insanely low. It is ridiculous to hyper focus on it unless you're a fucking racist piece of shit.
now there's a second program. According to CBP data, since January 2023, more than 800,000 migrants have now been allowed into the U.S. via the Biden administration's use of the controversial CBP One cell phone app. That allows migrants to book appointments at ports of entry to be released into the U.S. That includes nearly 45,000 migrants last month alone, an average of nearly 1,500 migrants coming in every single day. And this year, Kenal Baptiste, a Haitian national who came into the U.S. in July 2023 via that cell phone app, was arrested in New York and charged with a double murder after he allegedly stabbed 2 men to death. And back out here live, these 2 programs combined together have been bringing in roughly 70,000 to 80,000.
Chat, I can't begin to explain to you how fucking insanely racist this is. This is like, dude, this is really fucked up. Like, what they're doing is so insane. This is like Breitbart having a black crime tab specifically. Are those statistics even real? In terms of like applications, yeah, I don't think that those are false. But like, think about it. They're literally, they've shown 3 crimes out of like almost 1 million people, dude. That is not, like, in terms of stopping crime, it is ridiculous. It is ridiculous to be like, look, Haitians are doing so much crime. Dog, there's like 500,000 Haitians in Florida. What the fuck are you talking about? The statistical likelihood of a Haitian person doing crime is far lower than the statistical likelihood of an American citizen doing crime. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, the reason why they're showing you that is specifically to be like, see, the Haitians are up to no good. They are really, they're prone to do crimes. They're genetically inferior. They're racially inferior. They're going to do crimes. They're violent barbarians. And it's like, but the stats literally show the opposite. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
migrants every single month, and those migrants are not counted in Border Patrol data because they are not illegal crossings. So yes, Border Patrol numbers have been down significantly this year, but those numbers are not a true reflection of the amount of people who are being allowed into the country.
Wow.
Bill, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, Bill, thanks. Stay on it. I know you will. Bill Malugin in Chicago today. Thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
A record low number of Americans say they are still undecided and on how they plan to vote in November. That as the clock is, of course, ticking for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump to try to win those voters over less than 50 days. CNN's senior data reporter Harry Enten is joining us now. How many are there? Because it's kind of hard.
Yeah. By the way, the argument that they're making now is not even like undocumented criminals are, doing crime. They're now saying documented migrants are doing crime. They're saying documented Haitian migrants are doing crime. When you look at the data for the likelihood of a documented migrant doing crime, it is so insanely fucking low. It's even lower than undocumented migrants. And the number for undocumented migrants is also very low. But for documented migrants, it's even lower. So now we're just like, now we are just straight up fucking lying at that point. Okay? But the goalpost has now officially firmly moved into, actually, we don't want legal immigrants in the country either. Okay? Like, it's no longer about undocumented immigrants. Now it is, well, I would say that it never really was about just undocumented immigrants. You'd be a fucking idiot if you think that that was the case. It always has and always will be white supremacy. Okay? It is always the idea that they're changing the genetic makeup of America. They're changing the demographics of America. Demographics are of destiny. They are doing white genocide. It always comes back to that age-old racist canard, the white supremacist rallying cry.
Hard to believe?
It's kind of hard to believe, but the bottom line is that 4% in the average of polls, 4% of voters say that they are undecided.
Do you feel like liberals are backtracking on immigration policies offers credence to this type of anti-immigrant rhetoric? Yes, I have been saying this for months, but I've also been saying this for years. But it's especially relevant in the last couple of months since Biden came out with a right-wing white nativist anti-immigrant bill.
That is just half the level that we saw in 2020, well less than the 10% we saw at this point in 2016. So the bottom line is, in this particular election, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are focusing their attention on this tiny, tiny sliver, much lower than we're used to. In fact, it's the lowest level of undecideds that we've seen in polling at this point this entire 21st century.
You know what? That is not surprising at all, that number is so low. But within the margin of error, all the polls that you've been looking at, that number is extremely significant.
Exactly. It can make all the difference in the world.
So what do these undecideds care about? What are their big issues?
What are their top?
Let me guess. They want tax cuts. They want deregulation. They want more war. They want NATO. They want to kill immigrants. And if Kamala Harris doesn't secure all 5 of these at the same time, these undecideds will vote for the Republican Party. Except they will vote for the Republican Party even after Kamala Harris makes a pledge to do all 5 of those things that they want. So let's see.
Top issues. Well, perhaps not surprisingly, 30% say the economy, inflation. That's number one. But number two, they actually don't have a top issue. 28% say there is no top issue, which perhaps isn't so surprising given that they're probably not as tuned into politics. They might care more about the characteristics of the candidates themselves rather than the issues that they represent. But I think that you get this.
I love that American media totally looks at like the absolute dumbest people in society and consistently props them up as like the only people that matter in the conversation. It's great. I think we are actively positioning people to be even dumber and dumber.
large chunk of undecideds, right, or the large chunk within the undecideds who say there's no top issue, that of course makes it difficult for the campaigns to go after him, because what exactly are you going to talk about to the folks who say, wait a minute, we don't have a top issue?
Right. That's a hard thing, but obviously the economy, that is the issue that seems to be
across
all. So there are a lot of people, we just sort of mentioned this, that don't really understand how anyone could be undecided at this point in the election cycle and with this particular election. So what's the deal?
What's the deal? Well, I think this might sort of get at it. 2024 is the most important election of my life. 72% of Trump backers say it is, 70% of Harris backers say it is, but just 24% of undecideds say it is. So the bottom line is they don't actually think there's that much on the line going on here, and that is, I think, part of the reason why they're willing to stay back and just say, you know what, I don't really necessarily like either of these folks. I don't think this is the most important election, so you know what, I'm going to continue to be undecided. Of course, there's just 4% of them, but that 4%...
Okay, I take it back. They're actually brilliant.
is going to make all the difference in the world come November.
They very well could. But if they're not paying attention, like you said, they might start paying attention as we get very, very, very close to the election.
Exactly. But at this point, they just don't really think 2024 is that important. So that's why they're not paying attention.
All right, Harry. And we know we think is important, but there's that. All right, Kate.
All right, joining us right now is Republican Congressman from Florida, Trump.
Remember, the average undecided in focus groups usually holds two views that counter each other easily. Yeah, exactly. They literally in the same breath will say, I love immigrants. I work with immigrants every day. They're wonderful and they help the economy. And then they'll be like, we have to deport every single one of them. And not a single one of them will ever turn around and be like, is this inherently contradicting? They will not. They will never question it. And because of the way that American society, American exceptionalism, and American individualism works, those unique snowflakes are truly brilliant, and you have to treat them as though they are truly brilliant and not like what you just said is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Ryan Ruth is that man, okay? Seemingly he made up his mind at the end, but if you look at his like political opinions over the course of many, many years, as we did, you will realize what it looks like in the mind of an average undecided swing voter. Okay? Make no mistake, I'm not saying like, oh, dude, you're like, I don't know if they're conflating undecided voters with unconvinced voters. Okay? I suspect that there's a little bit of that going on in a lot of these instances, because the idea of like undecided is basically like, I could vote for Trump or I could vote for Kamala. I'm undecided. When in fact, many people are not conflicted between the two, even though if you ask the New York Times, they only care about people who are conflicted between the two, which is very frustrating because most people aren't like that, okay? It's actually people that are deciding between voting or sitting on the couch. Yeah, Ryan Ruth was undecided between voting for Kamala Harris or shooting Donald Trump.
Campaign surrogate Byron Donalds. Congressman, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Bouncing off the conversation that Harry and Sarah were just having, how undecided do you think the diminishing number of undecided voters really are this election at this point?
I believe there's somewhat.
I also have a firm commitment. I have a genuine belief that like every undecided voter is just a Republican voter. I believe that. Like, because if you look at a guy like Donald Trump and you're like, I'm undecided about, I want to go out and vote, but I don't know, let me hear out this Trump guy. Like, yeah, you're probably a Trump guy. Aren't you undecided? No, dude, what the fuck? I should probably say I'm undecided. maybe then the New York Times will interview me so I can talk about Israel, and then they'll definitely not put that in the article. Huh. No, I'm not undecided. I'm riding in Biden, baby. I'm riding in motherfucking Biden. Dude, at this point, please, dude, if you were a former Trump voter and you're claiming to be undecided, what the fuck do you need to hear? How many former Trump voters who are still currently undecided exist? Get the fuck out of here, dude. No, they're voting for Donald Trump, but they're still like kind of embarrassed about it. Okay, that's it. Suck my dick. If you claim to be undecided between Kamala and Trump at this point, and you're a lifelong Republican voter and you voted for Trump twice, you're gonna fucking vote for Trump. Like, what are we doing? Of course you're gonna fucking vote for Trump. It's so transparent. It's so stupid. Not even last week you were saying, I don't know who I'm voting for, but I'll never vote for Trump or something similar. No, last week I was also saying I'm voting for Biden. I'm riding in Biden, baby. Also, I'm a political commentator. There's a lot of people who want to cast aside my commentary by simply saying, oh, he's a Harris supporter, or oh, he's a Trump supporter. That is the reason why I do not declare who I would be supporting in the election. It's because people want to say, oh, he's not going to vote for Kamala Harris, so don't listen to him. Everything he says, it's not about like who I'm voting for at all. It's actually entirely about how to make my commentary seem less relevant. So of course, make up your own goddamn minds, okay? Trump supporter, nah, people only want to know if you'll vote for Harris or not. Yeah, exactly. And for the record, I'm unconvinced. And not only that, but also, I'm riding in Biden. Step aside, liberals. You will not be able to convince me. What you did to Joseph Robinette Brandon was inexcusable. And I, as an AUKUS voter, me and Ryan Ruth are going to hold hands at the poll, and we're going to go cast a ballot. We're going to write in Biden.
Undecided. I think they're juggling through the realities of America. Number one, the economy, this massive inflation created by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. The immigration problems in our country are real. They're looking at that. But then I also do believe they're having the...
For the record, I'm not on one team or another, okay? I'm on whoever advances and improves the material conditions of the working class, okay? That's whose side I'm on. And neither party is even remotely trying to make a convincing case that they are on the side of the working class. Neither party is doing that. So I will forever criticize both parties for not doing that. Okay?
Juggle with also a lot of the rhetoric that's out there in terms of where the country's going and who's going to protect the country. And I think if you look at the facts are very clear that Donald Trump addresses the issues that concerns Americans, the economy, our borders, and our foreign policy. And what Vice President Harris is talking about is not those issues.
There are people that literally
Less
say they
than
decided
2 months
the ballot
until the
box.
election, and we can hear the candidates' voices nearly every day. But what about voters? Since June, the NewsHour has followed a group of undecided voters from across the country and across the political spectrum.
What if I'm an undecided voter who really cares about NATO? There was only one candidate who did NATO, and now he's not in the race. I cried that day. Yeah, I mean, I'm that voter. It's me. It's Ryan Ruth. We are together. We are committed. Okay? Joe Biden did NATO, and he's going to do Taiwan. It's me. It's Ryan Ruth. It's Van Jones.
In our latest installment of the Deciders series, we found some movement and a lot of thoughts.
My name is Stephen Beck, and I'm from Madison, Alabama.
No, you heard a lot of statements. You didn't hear a lot of thoughts. You heard a lot of statements, but not a lot of thoughts. You heard the opposite of thoughts, in my opinion.
In past election cycles, I have not been undecided. This would probably be the first time I've been truly undecided, especially this late in the game.
Wait. Ask him who he voted for.
My name is Jessica Dalton. I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah. Undecided, I think, is too vague of a term. I've always been open to listen to what each candidate has to offer and making my decision based on who the candidate is rather than what the party is offering.
I'm Zach Warren, and I'm 35 years old, based in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. I'm one of those voters that does wait to the last second. I remember even back to like 2008 and 2012 and 16, I always wake up on election day and make that choice because there's a lot of things that can happen between now and
This is okay. This guy's awesome. Also, chat, this man is 2 years older than me. This man is only 2 years older than me.
November.
My name is Stephen Stone. I'm in Brooklyn. I have to choose between Kamala or just not voting for the president in this election.
I'm Robert Lilly. I'm
That guy was cool. I
from
could tell.
Wickenburg, Arizona. I typically don't decide, and for sure, I'm not 100% until election time.
My name is Anna, and I live in the suburb of Phoenix, Arizona. Before the debate, I was already against Trump. That's not happening. I don't trust either of them as commander-in-chief or even as necessarily head of government.
I would say that neither lived up to my expectations. One of the things that I had difficulty with throughout the entire debate was the lack of specifics.
It seems like a race to the bottom more than anything. It's not about anybody having any sort of real ideology and the concerns of the majority of American people at heart. It felt very much about just being better than your competitor.
She went in for the handshake. That actually meant something to me. I think civility is going to be the number one thing. We have to get back to that before we can get back to anything else.
What was interesting and not surprising from Donald Trump was how easily he was baited into getting his ego hurt.
There's just too many lies told by Kamala Harris in the debate, and I expect that to go on.
She did a fantastic job during that debate. I thought that there was some policy depth that was offered. I did feel when I was watching it that they did question him more than they questioned her on some things.
I expected them to say what they said. I would have appreciated additional specifics. I'm sure that in the coming months, I'll be able to do some more additional research. I'll take some time to look and examine that more closely.
After watching Harris come into the debate and how she handled herself, there's no question in my mind that I will be voting for Harris and Walz.
I'm holding out hope and believing that potentially some of these other movements, these leftist movements, again, the Green Party to move her more left as opposed to the right. It does not feel good. At best, I would be holding my nose to vote for Kamala.
Yes!
Not knowing enough about her is part of the indecisiveness as far as who.
Finally, dude, this is the first time I've ever heard someone openly state this in any one of these like different polls where the guy's like, thank God. Thank fucking Christ, dude. There's like one.
Who I'm going to vote for at this point.
Donald Trump,
Great message, but Greens, come on, man. He didn't say he's voting for Jill Stein. He said he hopes that the Green Party will be able to convince and move Kamala Harris to the left, which they won't.
I see as just the much lesser of two evils. And so that's the man I had to vote for.
These are not easy decisions to make. They touch on so many aspects of our lives, and they don't just affect us individually, they affect us globally.
He's still a dumbass, Hasan. Quit glazing. Why is he a dumbass? He's right. What? Why is he a dumbass? He's right. He's saying it's ridiculous to demand someone's vote without making any fucking concessions whatsoever. Bro, go back 200 IQ with that Green Party shit. No, he's silly for thinking that the Democratic Party is going to move to the left, but he just used the Greens as an example. He didn't say he's voting for the Green Party, did he? Did I miss it? No, he just said he hopes that leftist movements or the Green Party will be able to convince and move Kamala Harris to the left. And unless that happens, he's not going to vote. That's a good thing, dude. You should, if you ever get a call like from one of these places, you should say that. You should say that all the time.
Leading up to Election Day, I'm looking forward to Vice President Harris and Governor Walz speaking more to their economic policies, specifically their small business initiatives. I think those are very important, as well as childcare. I think those go hand in hand, and their stance on women's health care.
I wish I could vote for my values in this election. I'll still be voting because there's a lot of down ballot votes that.
Okay, this dude is literally here. Okay, which one of you is this guy? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, cop to it. Like, come on.
Are important to me, as you know, they should be to everyone.
Not voting is never an option. That is my privilege as an American citizen. People have laid down their lives for that, and I will vote in every election that I'm asked to vote in.
As divisive as it is, I still think that I still have like this belief that we're going to be okay and that we're going to do the right thing and that things are going to be all right.
Oh. Could we get a percentage take on Trump/Harris? Who do you think is on top right now? It's Harris. Last guy said civility is his top issue. That's so funny because, like, again, that guy's voting for Trump. You want to know why? Because if he's saying civility is his top issue and he's still undecided at this point, then he's voting for Trump. Because if you don't think Trump is uncivil, an uncivilized monster, okay? Also, I hate that, like, CNN has this fucking clown talking about undecided voters. Like, I don't want to watch the rest of this video.
That growing anger
is just so annoying.
is already spilling out on the campaign trail, including in new comments by Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, where he appears to use what happened in Florida to fire up the supporters. Caitlin.
Oh, shit. Joe Rogan.
Whoever's helping her, whoever's coaching her, whoever's the puppet master running the strings, you know, fucking.
We should all call the campaign and say they're from Erie County, Pennsylvania, and won't vote for her unless she goes left. No, you should call her and say you're from Erie County, Pennsylvania, and say if she doesn't do NATO, you're not voting for her, and just hang up. Just do that. That's me. That's my take. If Kamala Harris doesn't do NATO like Brandon did NATO, I'm not voting for her. As a matter of fact, even if she does do NATO, I'm still not voting for her. Why? Because I'm voting for Joseph Robinette Biden, okay? The real president. The current president. It's really fucked up what they did to him. I was one of the 14 million voters, okay? That's right. I'm saying it.
An amazing job.
She did a great job.
They did an amazing job from the moment Biden drops out, forcing Biden to drop out. Right, whatever they're doing, whoever's writing those speeches, getting her to deliver them, coaching her, she's nailing it. She nailed that one speech. She's like, "Say it to my face."
Oh yeah,
everybody's cheering.
Yeah, she nailed it, dude.
And then
also remember the New York Times did a study after 2020 that determined real undecided voters were a myth. Almost everyone they studied already had selected their vote early. The reason they were undecided is they were undecided why they are voting for that person. So they work backwards to justify it later using what the candidates do/say.
And last night, to me, when I was like, oh my God, this is jujitsu, where she's like, if you go to his rallies, his crowds are boring, they're tired, they all leave her. My crowds are the best crowds. I have the number one crowd. He couldn't help himself.
And she got him. She baited him on that. She walked him right into it.
100%. 100%. See, the difference in that debate was not a difference in like who's going to have better policies, who's going to be better for the country. The difference in the debate, in my opinion, was who was better prepared. She was way better prepared.
Yeah, dude. Trump totally has better policies. I love when people just say this because, like, Kamala Harris objectively policyless, but it's not like Trump has any fucking policies either. What is this fucking idiotic double standard that every smart thinker always posts about? Like, they're always chirping about this shit.
Yeah.
And even when it came to answering tough questions, instead of answering, she would just say things that she believes.
Yeah, sure.
And they sounded real good.
Yeah,
and that's the soundbite.
That's called being a savvy politician.
It's also called being someone who's working with a team versus someone who's like, they said Trump, that deal was the best deal. They've never seen a deal like this before. They said, how did you put that deal together?
People said that was just brilliant. Yeah, I know. He was like,
he's not working with a team that's like, I mean, I know he's doing like mock debates. I know he did one with, I think he did one with Tulsi Gabbard, but someone needs to like tell him, like, you've got these tiny little windows and you should have all the words ready for those windows.
He started
there should
out
be no repeating things.
COVID would have never happened if Trump was president. That's fire. Bro, do you really need to run so many ads? You're already a millionaire. I'm trying to learn about leftist policies and I'm inundated, assaulted by capitalist framing and societal conditioning. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Capitalism is when you run ads. Socialism is when no ad. The friend who's too woke? Yeah. Shut up, nerd. Genuine question. Why do you shit on NATO so hard? Is it the Western imperialism? Or are there other reasons? Excuse me. You are talking to the only eligible NATO voter right now because the last NATO voter is now in federal prison. Okay? How dare you? How dare you, sir? How dare you come here and tell me that I shit on NATO so hard? I love NATO and the Nazi generals that were in charge of it, that Americans put into positions of power, and also all the fascist groups that they worked with in Western Europe and also in Turkey. I love the ultra-nationalist Grey Wolves that were propped up by NATO to operate as a right-wing paramilitary death squad in my country. Okay? I love that. I'm a fan of that. I'm a radical NATOist, and that's why I'm voting for Biden.
Then Huey Burns is in Michigan, where the former president will campaign today. Caitlin, good morning.
And good morning to you, Nate. Well, the former president is not changing any plans, and he is continuing his campaign as usual. But he is adding to his messaging, blaming Vice President Kamala Harris for what happened on Monday. The former president said that Harris and President Biden's rhetoric is, quote, causing me to be shot at. And his running mate, J.D. Vance, echoed that sentiment while on the campaign trail in Georgia yesterday.
But you know the big difference between conservatives and liberals is that no one has tried to kill Kamala Harris.
I have some Afghanis that might have a cool idea for you. Yes, I've been in contact with Ryan. He put me in contact with the 1,000 NATO-trained Afghan soldiers, and I'm sending them to Gaza, okay? I'm sending them to Gaza. We're doing NATO in Gaza. As in, Palestine is now, historic Palestine is now a part of NATO, okay? I'm sending those guys into Gaza.
In the last couple of months, and 2 people now have tried to kill Donald Trump in the last couple of months. I'd say that's pretty strong evidence that the left needs to tone down the rhetoric and needs to cut this crap out.
Now, Biden and Harris have denounced the violence, and Harris said everyone must do their part to make sure this incident doesn't lead to...
The people at my DSA meeting said you're a fake leftist. That's so funny. Oh, no. I lost the DSA vote, dude. Did they do that in between snaps in order not to, stimulate those with some auditory processing issues? Is that what happened?
To more violence. And today, Trump returns to the battleground state of Michigan, holding a town hall here in Flint. CBS News polling shows a virtual dead heat here in Michigan, and the real fight in this state is over union workers. The United Auto Workers Union has endorsed Harris, but another key union endorsement from the Teamsters is up for grabs. Teamsters President Sean O'Brien, who spoke at the Republican National Convention earlier this summer, met with Harris yesterday as part of that decision-making process. And O'Brien said a decision on who or if the union endorses a candidate.
He's an undecided voter.
It could come as soon as tomorrow. And as for the Harris campaign, the vice president is going to be traveling to Pennsylvania today. And on Thursday, she will be right here in Michigan hosting a live stream with Oprah Winfrey. Tony?
Caitlin, thank you very much.
I was one of the first people here yesterday at 8.
Some people lining up overnight to get a chance at sitting front row at the Dordt Financial Center in Flint tonight when former President Donald Trump holds a town hall. Now,
it hasn't started, or rather, it hasn't began yet. With Sarah Sanders, ugh.
Out of the assassination attempt on former President Trump at one of his golf courses in Florida. Trump spoke about it overnight after the suspect appeared in court for the first time. Rachel Scott is in West Palm Beach with the latest on the investigation. Good morning, Rachel.
George, we are learning new details this morning. Officials say this is where the suspect was camped out for nearly 12 hours in those bushes. Just over those hedges is the golf course. A Secret Service agent just one hole ahead, spotting the barrel of a rifle sticking out.
Keep walking!
Overnight, new body camera video showing the moment officers arrested the 58-year-old man who they say camped out on Donald Trump's golf course for 12 hours, allegedly trying to assassinate him.
What's your name, Austin? Ryan?
Trump was moving across the fair.
My NATO king, who also wanted to invite Kim Jong-un to his house.
Near the fifth hole, a Secret Service agent yelling out gun, spotting a barrel of a rifle sticking out from the fence.
All of a sudden we heard shots being fired in the air, and I guess probably 4 or 5, and it sounded like bullets, but what do I know about that? But Secret Service knew immediately it was bullets, and they grabbed me.
The former president recounting it all during an online conversation on the platform X, formerly known as Twitter.
I was with an agent, and the agent did a fantastic job.
Secret Service immediately surrounding Trump and taking him to a safe location. Sources say agents fired 4 to 6 rounds.
The subject, who did not have line of sight to the former president, fled the scene. He did not fire or get off any shots at our agents. With reports of gunfire, the former president's close protection detail immediately evacuated the president to a safe location.
That suspect, Ryan Ralph, taking off on foot, jumping into a black Nissan SUV. A witness spotting him driving off, taking a picture of the license plate number and alerting police.
He was smart. He was just driving with the flow of traffic. Yeah, I think that he may have thought he got away with it.
45 minutes later, police tracked down the suspect.
Why not focus more on people sitting at home instead of undecided voters, which is arguably a much larger group? 2 reasons. 1, because everyone's lazy, and 2, because it is hard to get non-voters to go out and vote.
Suspect traveling northbound on I-95.
Driver! Take 2 steps to your right!
You can see him exiting the vehicle, taken into custody.
Also, non-voters are never, and I mean never, going to go and vote for either of these parties in the way that they currently are. And they're not going to go out and vote no matter how hard one party goes ham on immigration rhetoric. They are not harm reduction voters, right? They don't give a fuck. They might give a fuck if there was a real a real policy out there that could genuinely improve their lives, right? But overall, it's not going to happen currently.
Hearing in court Monday, facing 2 felony gun charges. Authorities say he had a look.
Do you think there's anything Trump could do to get you to vote for him? Like if he did a complete 180 and became as far left as you possibly can be, what would you do? It would never happen. He would have to, like, it's just not a real thing. I would not believe him. Like there's no way.
Loaded SKS, a Soviet-style semi-automatic rifle with scope, a digital camera, a backpack, and a bag containing food. This is now the second attempt on the former president's life in just 9 weeks, raising serious questions about how an armed man was able to get within 400 yards of Trump under heightened security protocol. The acting director of the Secret Service admitting that his agents did not search the perimeter of the golf course, explaining that the president wasn't even really supposed to go there. Was the golf course searched thoroughly before the former president's arrival?
So at this time, it was an off-the-record movement, meaning it was not on the former president's official schedule.
And was there any evidence to suggest that the suspect knew that Donald Trump was going to be on that golf course at that time?
Based on what I know now, and it's an active investigation, I don't have any information on that.
The Secret Service promising the highest levels of protection for the former president. Trump and President Biden speaking by phone.
He was very nice today. He called up to make sure I was okay, to make sure that, do I have any suggestions?
But Trump blaming his political opponents. Still, Democrats, from President Biden to Vice President Kamala Harris, were quick to condemn political violence.
Let me just say, there is no, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, those of you who know me, many of you do, no place in political violence for political violence in America. None. Zero. Never.
FBI officials have been on the scene. Officials have blocked off this road. They say this is the area where the suspect ran out of those bushes, attempted to flee, getting inside of that vehicle. As for former President Donald Trump, well, he is back out on the campaign trail today. He has a town hall in Michigan. He has a rally in New York tomorrow. The former president keeping with that busy campaign schedule. You heard from the acting director of the Secret Service insisting that he has the highest levels of protection.
Despite nationwide pleas to cool things down after the second assassination.
Dude, what can the Democrats do to cool things down further? They've already adopted the right-wing framing on a key issue, immigration. Okay. They rarely ever talk about how fucking unhinged and racist the Republicans are. They've basically become Republicans. You just want them to step aside and let the Republican win, like default. Just finished my 12-hour shift at the copper mine. Thank you for reminding me that I should consider myself lucky and I didn't have an exhausting job being a streamer. You're welcome. This guy is... This guy went from... What about left-wing shit? Isn't that what you do? This guy literally went from fucking talking about how Israel needs to be led by Christian governments, peaceful Christian governments, to doing old-ass memes. He's back. Also, I already figured out which copper mine you work at, and I've called your foreman, and you have been slacking off at the job. Look at this. Since 1:20, you have not stopped posting in the chat. Okay? You've been slacking off. I've already informed your foreman. You're fired now. Have fun with that back pain. You will no longer get the platinum healthcare.
Assassination attempt on Trump, Democrats and the liberal media are right back at it, treating the former president like he's some kind of unique threat. Hillary Clinton, never one to miss the spotlight, argues that the media isn't doing enough.
Yeah, the foreman's in here. See? He gets to actually watch the broadcast. You're fired. Sorry, chatter. We're also now going to put you in debtor's prison.
Paint Trump as a danger.
I don't understand why it's so difficult for the press to have a consistent narrative about how dangerous Trump is. The object in this case is Donald Trump, his demagoguery.
Why? Why is Trump dangerous? I mean it sincerely. Why is Donald Trump a danger to the country? Say it out loud. Is it the anti-immigrant sentiment? Or is it simply that he's not a Democrat?
His danger to our country and the world. Americans need to understand that they have to take Trump both seriously and literally. He has said what he wants to do. He and his allies with Project 2025, his desire to be a dictator.
Hillary's friends in the media couldn't wait to jump in, quick to twist the story and pin the blame on the GOP and Trump himself for the assassination attempt.
The Trump campaign is seizing on this apparent assassination attempt as a way to rile up his base.
Violent rhetoric in America in presidential campaigns.
I'm not gonna lie. I love how fucking ruthless libs are. I love how ruthless liberals are sometimes. Like, liberal media is such, they're such little fucking demons. They're like, they do actually engage in that like passive aggressive shit so frequently when talking about Trump. When they want to be fucking ruthless, they are ruthless. Like, they're literally like, yep, Trump is taking advantage of his assassination attempt again. Good. I like it. Keep up that energy all the time.
Campaigns has been unprecedented since Donald Trump first came onto the scene in 2016.
The violence is coming from them.
The former president certainly could do a lot to make himself safer.
Bro, that's crazy. Small amounts of explosive. Yeah, by the way, I have to come clean. Me and Ryan Ruth as the premier. This is so funny because I had this fucking a tweet lined up already to talk about it. Me and Ryan Ruth, defending Taiwan as the Taiwanese Foreign Legion, actually put together a meeting with Israeli officials around 5 months ago, where we sent the Israeli parliamentary delegation to Taiwan so that the Taiwanese company Gold Apollo could allow, Semtex to be put inside of the pagers. I love you, bro. Please stop doing this. Okay, all jokes aside, though. The pagers Israel exploded were made by Taiwanese company Gold Apollo. The pagers were reportedly imported 5 months ago, mid-April 2024, which lines up closely with the Knesset delegation visit to Taiwan, during which Tsai pledged a deep in partnership between the two countries. Yeah, that's the update, is that this also calls into question, there are the China ties. What China ties? Fuck you mean China ties? This calls into question the American State Department being like, this was done without our knowledge. You think the Israeli delegation goes to Taiwan and the American government has no fucking idea what they're talking about there? Come on, dog. Unless you were doing like, you know, Taiwan is China style commentary here. In which case, you know, something to think about. How do they go months, though, without any of the 1,000 pages being inspected or maintenance that would have discovered that? I guess they did. Seems like the CIA had a heads up at AUB, American University of Beirut Medical Center, at a crucial time when AUB MC physicians, nurses, and staff have been fully mobilized to deal with the aftermath of today's injuries. Several malicious social media outlets have started spreading rumors and conspiracy theories about the types of communication systems AUB has in place, attempting to link AUB to this tragic event. The university categorically denies these baseless allegations. Following are the facts. Our paging system infrastructure was upgraded on April 2024. The go live for switching to the new system took place on August 29th, 2024. The scope of this upgrade was to enhance emergency and code communication as several devices and systems had become obsolete. Damn, dude, that shit lines up so perfectly. That's crazy. The American University of Beirut Medical Center has received over 160 seriously injured individuals over the last 3 hours, with more to come. Our full focus must be on saving lives. Is Lebanon going to sue Motorola now? Why the fuck would they sue Motorola? It wasn't even Motorola pagers. It was a Taiwanese company by the name of Gold Apollo that these guys got the pagers from. It literally doesn't line up. This started 2 weeks ago. The new pagers were implemented 5 months ago. No, you're mistaken. The new pagers were ordered. The new pagers were ordered like the Israeli strategic planning. The Israeli strategic planning around this incident, according to their own admission, was around 5 months ago. Anyway, are you gaming today, big dog? Yes.
Donald Trump wants Kamala Harris.
Wait, Don Lemon is back on CNN?
Harris and others to stop saying that he is a threat to democracy, then he should stop threatening democracy.
Quit blaming folks until you decide to take a look at what's coming out of your mouth.
Right now, you have a former president who, yes, has been the target of apparent assassinations twice, but is also an instigator of political violence.
All right, Jesse, they've called him Hitler. They say he's dangerous. He's an existential threat. And Hillary doesn't understand why it's so difficult to have a consistent narrative about how dangerous Trump is. What does she want, a bounty on his head?
She does. Fidel Castro, we tried to assassinate him. Dictator Mao, Stalin, we fought a Cold War against him. Mussolini, Hitler, we went to World War II against those guys. Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, two dictators we violently overthrew. So when you have a media industrial complex that repeats that this one politician is a dictator, it goes deep into the...
Bro, the only thing common with like all of those names that you put together, some of which fascist, some of which communist, many of which fought against one another, okay, is that they're just all against us. Like, that's crazy to say Fidel Castro and Hitler, or Fidel Castro and Stalin. Like, sorry, Hitler and Stalin.
The American subconscious that sees a dictator as someone that needs to be eliminated. And it's in our DNA as Americans, whether it's a king, an autocrat, or a dictator,
Yeah, dude. That's why everyone's always trying to eliminate MBS. Oh, wait. This is Fox News. You guys give English-speaking interviews to MBS. No, you don't give a fuck about dictators, you fucking idiot. Shut up.
Want to push them out of power because of what happened in
the only thing that is common here is that America consistently calls all of their enemies dictators and never cares about like dictators that are aligned with them.
Revolutionary War. And you're inviting lost souls looking for a reason to live, to want to be a hero, to want to be a savior, to save democracy. And look at how the media is characterizing this guy, Ryan Ruth. They've called him a crusader for causes. They've called.
Also, how are you going to get mad that these people are saying Donald Trump's going to be a dictator when he said it? Like, he said it. He was like, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. The fuck do you mean? Like,
called him a super citizen. They've said he has a sense of duty that's apparently driven him. Those aren't the things you call an assassin. Those are crazy things that should never be associated with a guy. Now, after the first assassination...
Okay, but he has aura, man. What are you going to do? Like, look at this photo. I'm shocked that people haven't made, like, fan cams about this dude yet.
Attempt. Guy was a little opaque. And so Trump said, let's have a moment of unity for this country. And even Joe Biden said, let's calm things down. And then they went right back to it. And then you have a second assassination attempt. And Donald Trump has had it. You get 2 shots. That's enough. And he laid the blame squarely on the left. And instead of having a little bit of self-reflection, the left got defensive. And they said, no, you're responsible for people trying to kill yourself. And then Don Lemon says basically Trump needs to stop running or else he's going to get more bullets. That's crazy. We are in a danger zone right now, Judge Jeanine, and I'm really, really praying for the health and safety of this president.
You know, Harold, if Donald Trump's rhetoric is to be blamed for his own assassination attempts, if someone tried to assassinate, God forbid, Kamala, blaming Trump would be off the table, wouldn't it? I mean, he wouldn't be responsible for that too, would he?
Yeah, the difference is Donald Trump says violent shit on a daily basis. So do Republican commentators. Democrats don't. Like, that's the problem. Like, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Like, the idea is that, like, Democrats are running against Republicans, so now Republicans are getting shot at? Like, is that what the argument is? It's ridiculous.
Good to be with you. I don't
Dude, this is happening as there is a national story about like 1 million bomb threats in Springfield, Ohio, after the motherfucking Republicans put the crosshairs on Springfield, Ohio. There is not a single place there's not a single person in the United States that is free of right-wing scrutiny. If the lens of right-wing media is on you, you are going to get death threats, you're going to get swatted, you're going to get bomb threats. That is now just a part of our reality, a part of our political discourse. So for these people to fucking act like stochastic terrorism is happening because of the left or because of liberals is so insane. Is so fucking insane. I'm melting because I'm losing my mind. It is now, yes, as J.D. Vance once said, a fact of life. And it's crazy. And by the way, chatters, if you think that like you can get away with it, you're wrong. Okay? If you get in the fucking crosshairs of the right, they will dox you. They will harass you endlessly. And I say that as someone who is in the crosshairs of the right all the fucking time. That's it. There are people in this chat that know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
blame any specific person. I've tried to say over and over again that we live in a time where all of this seems to be being catalyzed and empowered by kind of a circular reinforcing media and social media. I think we live in a time where people are able to say things.
This guy sucks. He's nowhere near as good as Jessica Tarkov, and they just let him fucking run his mouth.
Wolf Blisters says that the Trump camp is actually seizing on.
Trump Town Hall is live now. Oh, finally. Finally, my goat is here. Damn, he's got extra protection now. Lean beef patty commented on your head size just now.
Lot bigger. He's very tall.
Yeah, the small head, right, compared to the shoulders.
Normal size. He
Different
was
than
very big, and I went there with Bradley Martin, who's like a fitness and streamer, and they're both very big. So I was like, bro, I look like freaking minuscule. And you too, see?
What do you mean?
Also very big.
You wish you had my size, Miskiff. You fucking wish. That's very fucked up of Canute. That is a classic.
Thanks, bro.
If someone misses Trump a third time, does he get to walk to first base for free? No, brother. He doesn't even get to overcome the top of the hour ad break for free. He has to still subscribe for $6. Well, I guess he could do it for free as long as he has an Amazon Prime account connected to a Twitch account where he will get one free Prime subscription a month. That's the only way. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Ew. He kissed Sarah Fuckabee Sanders.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of people for a town hall. Nobody's ever seen a town hall like this. You know, a town hall is supposed to have about 300 people. You have about 8,000 people here. And equally as important, you have about 8,000 people that are not here. They're walking away. But I think we have television outside, right? So they're watching from outside. Would anybody like to change places with them? I thought you were going to say that. Thank you, everybody. Hello, Sarah.
Mr. President, nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Well, it's been a great experience. It's a dangerous business, however, being president. It's a little bit dangerous. It's, you know, they think race car driving is dangerous. No. They think bull riding, that's pretty scary, right? No. This is a dangerous business, and we have to keep it safe.
Mr. President, I don't think there's a person certain.
I don't get it. Why did he bring Sarah Fuckabee there and not like a Michigan person?
Doesn't remember exactly where they were on July 13th, that Saturday. A horrific thing happened. A horrific thing happened. An attack not just on you, but what I see is an attack on our entire country. They have.
This has static, but it also has subtitles. That one doesn't have subtitles.
I joined with everyone in. We know that you were tough. We saw it every day on the campaign. We saw it when you were president. But I don't think anybody was prepared for what we saw that day. And now it's happened not once, but twice. Not once, but twice. You've literally taken a bullet for our country.
Oh, here.
And yet you keep fighting. You never give up.
The reason that you're going to win in November is because America needs a fighter. And we've never needed a fighter more, and we've never had somebody more qualified to step in and lead our country than you. I'd love for you to tell us, why do you want to be president, and why do you continue fighting even after they keep attacking you every single day?
So we ran. Thank you, everybody. A lot of love in this room. I love you. You love me. You love Sarah. I love it. So we ran in 2016, and it was amazing. It was amazing, and we won. We then ran in 2020, and we did much better than 2016. People don't like to hear it, you know. Oh, he's a conspiracy theorist, you know. We got millions and millions more votes. We did much better. It wasn't even a contest. I was telling one of the papers, they said, what was the difference? I said, well, the difference is we did much, much better the second time. But we had a lot of things happen. We know what those things are. So what difference? Because now in like 48 days or whatever it might be, we're going to do something that will...
Fuck, I'm trying to link it. It's not working. I'm just going to go
in Europe, they want it to happen. Even though they would not prefer dealing with me in terms of do something that will...
There it is.
I don't think it's going to shock the world, actually. I think the world is going to be maybe prepared already. In Europe, they want it to happen. Even though
Okay, the problem is, though, PBS doesn't have, like, sick-ass... Isn't that Hasan a trust fund baby? No, dumbass. I'm not. Why do people... Why... You have to ask yourself, why do you believe, like, someone just making shit up about me? I wish I was a fucking trust fund baby, dumb fuck. Anyway, as I was going to say, PBS News is fine, but they don't have those sick-ass ads on the side.
But we did phenomenally well, and bad things happened, and we're not going to let it happen again. And now, I'll tell you, so 2016, a lot of spirit. 2020, we had unbelievable spirit, and then we got let down because what happened should never be allowed to happen in this country again. But I have never seen the spirit like I've seen right now for this race. Never. Ever.
Oh, we got Gamba. Will Trump say he solved the Flint water crisis?
It blows it away from 2016, from 2020. And basically, it's very simple. You're saying what? We're going to seal the border immediately. We're going to drill, baby, drill. You know, we're going to drill at a level. We're going to bring your energy prices down. We're going to try and get rid of a lot of that big lump of inflation that this administration has given us. And I have to say that President Biden called me yesterday. It was very nice. We had a very nice conversation. I appreciated that he called about, you know, what happened the other day. And he says, he's committed. He's committed. No, and today, a little while ago, I got a very nice call from Kamala. No, it was very nice. It was very nice. It was very, very nice, and we appreciate that. But we have to take back our country. We have to win. We're going to win, and we're going to make America great again. That's all there is to it. Very simple. Right?
I gotta pee.
I think it's safe to say that this crowd will all be voting for you.
You know, when I think of this state, it's so sad. Years ago, I was given, thank you very much, but years ago, I was given an award as like Man of the Year or something from an area that nobody knew, and the press said, oh, it never happened. Well, then it did happen. They found out where it was, but it was like 15 years ago. A beautiful area, but nobody remembered it. Nobody remembered it all. All of a sudden, like through a miracle, they found out it did exist, and it was there. And I had the speech, and the speech was, don't let them take your automobile industry away. They're taking your automobile industry away, and I don't know why you're doing it. Now, I wasn't a politician. I was an entrepreneur. I was a real estate developer, doing great, having a lot of fun, doing a much simpler life than this. Who would think that a developer's life is simple, but it's a lot simpler than this. But I said, don't let them do that, because here I am in Michigan, and I was getting an award, and I'm making a speech. I'm saying, what am I going to say? But I just watched Common Sense. I saw them leaving for Mexico, leaving for China. Do you know that right now, and they weren't building them with me, they weren't building anything in Mexico having to do with cars with me, because I said, if you build it, we're going to put a 200%, you're not going to sell one car into this country. But right now, they're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world ever built. I have a friend that does that for a living, very good at it. He's the best, I think. And he's actually a contributor, a supporter, but he builds the plants. And I say, you know, I'd like to go see a plant, a really great auto plant. You know, it's amazing technology, amazing what they do, really incredible, the amount of automobiles they can produce and the size of these things. I'd like to see a real modern plant. And he's the one that does them. And I said, so where would we go? I was hoping he'd say Detroit or someplace up here. But anywhere in this country, I'll take anywhere in this country, right? So will you, my greatest guy right over here. Stand up, will you, please? He's such a great guy. Oh, hi, everybody. We're going to bring him back. We're going to bring him back. We're not just going to keep, you know, you're losing your jobs, the whole thing, but just, so they're building. So I said, where would I go? And let's go take a look at a beauty. He said, well, we'll have to go to Mexico. I said, wait a minute, I'm not interested. No, I want to know here. He said, here we don't build top of the line. We build smaller plants. We build, we just, you know, there's just not that kind of a thing. And I said, isn't it sad? He feels that too. You know, he's a United States guy. But he said, if you want to see the big ones, you're going to have to go to Mexico. They're owned and built by China in Mexico, and there are a number of them going up right now, and they think they're going to make their cars there, and they're going to sell them across our line, and we're going to take them, and we're not going to charge them tax. We're going to charge them, I'm telling you right now, I'm putting a 200% tariff on, which means they're unsellable. Unsellable in the United States. And then you wonder why it gets shot at, right? You know, only consequential presidents get shot at. When I say something like that, you have countries saying, this guy, but what can you do? You have to do what you have to do, right? We have to be brave, otherwise we're not going to have a country left. So what's happening is they're building these massive auto plants, and they think they're going to make tens of thousands of automobiles and sell them in here. No tax, no nothing. It's not going to happen. When you put on tariffs, tariffs are the greatest thing ever invented. You know, I took in $467 billion from China. Nobody else took in anything, and China's economy is not even doing that well. And Biden, you know, they have not been able, and Kamala, they have not been able to take those tariffs off because there's so much money. And frankly, if they did take them off, this country would be flooded with Chinese cars. You don't have the Chinese cars. We put a pretty good tariff on. It was going to be lifted at some point. Then we had COVID. We did a tremendous job in COVID. We gave you a stock market that was higher than just prior to COVID coming in. And we did a great job. We never got credit. We got credit for the best economy maybe ever. We got credit for having defeated ISIS and having rebuilt our military. We shouldn't have given, Sarah, we shouldn't have given $85 billion worth of equipment to the Taliban, to Afghanistan. In I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. That whole thing was the most. When we were leaving with me. I was the one that got it down to the right number. We were going to keep the big air base, which is exactly 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. Think of that, 1 hour away. And we gave it up. We just gave it up. One of the biggest, one of the most, we spent billions and billions of dollars many years ago. The runways can hold more weight than any runway ever built. Think of that. They're, I think, 19,000 feet long, which is, you know, 3 times what a normal runway would be. It's called Bagram. And we were going to keep that because of China, not because of Afghanistan, 1 hour away from where they make their nuclear weapons. So that was a good one. We left. And the way we got out was so embarrassing. And because of that, first of all, 13 dead soldiers. I've gotten to know their families. They're incredible families, but they'll never be the same. Many badly injured, you know. Sarah, nobody ever talks about the soldiers that are badly injured. They talk about 13 dead, and we always have to say that, number one, and great families. But nobody ever mentions the fact that some of the soldiers were hurt so badly, the arms, the legs, the face, like obliteration. We left American citizens behind. And
It's so funny when they boo the Taliban, a fundamentalist terror organization, but then loudly support the IDF, a fundamentalist terror organization. Okay, but they also literally love the Taliban as long as it's like white people doing it in the name of Jesus in America. The only difference between the Taliban and like the American version of the Taliban is that they're not fucking brown and they don't wear eye makeup except for JD Vance, who does wear the Taliban style guy liner.
777,000 rifles and guns. Think of that. How do you have that anyway? Who would put that? We have 71,000 trucks and cars, and again, many of them armor plated. So what happened is when Russia looked at that, they said, we're going to invade. We're going to go into Ukraine. If that didn't happen, I don't think, and I guarantee you, if the election were a straight election, we won that election, we should have won that election, everybody knew we won the election, they would have never attacked. Putin never would have attacked, but the oil prices got driven up at $100 a barrel. He made money. He's the only guy who fought a war, and you make money fighting a war, but it got driven up because of their bad energy policies. But when he saw that, and you wouldn't have had, think of this, you wouldn't have had, how different would the world be? You wouldn't have had Ukraine being attacked by Russia. You wouldn't have had October 7th in Israel, where that horrible situation took place because Iran was essentially broke. They had very little money, and we would have made a great deal with them. All we want is we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. That's all we want. We don't want you to have a nuclear weapon. We would have made a good deal with Iran. They would have been happy. And I think they're going to end up being very unhappy, but it's very dangerous. They're very close to a nuclear weapon. And the other thing, you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had inflation because inflation was driven up by their bad energy policy. And you remember your gasoline started going up to $5 and $6 a gallon. And then what happened is they said, oh, we're going to get killed. We have an election. We're going to get killed. And they went back to my policy. So they went back to the same. What they don't, and they say, we produce the same amount as Trump. Well, they went right back to my policy, or you would have been buying, you would have had $25 a gallon gasoline. So they went back. What they don't say is, though, I would have been producing 4 times as much. And I took us from third into first place by a lot. But we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including Russia. And we would have been so dominant in energy. We would have, we didn't need any energy from anybody. We didn't have to protect any other countries in order to get their oil, which we've done for many years in the Middle East. We were energy independent. Sounds so beautiful to say it. We're energy independent. We were soon going to be energy dominant, and we would have been now having so much money coming out of the energy. We just have the best. We have Bagram in Alaska. They say it might be as big, might be bigger than all of Saudi Arabia. I got it approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. I got it done. In their first week, they terminated it. Check that one out. Bagram. Check that one out. Think about this. Between Bagram, you go to Anwar, you take a look at the kind of things that we've given up. We should have that air base. We should have that oil. We would have had a whole different country. But to give up Anwar, to give up the biggest air base, military air base in the world, and they left it in the dark of night with the lights on, and they did leave the dogs behind. There are a lot of people, they say, what about the dogs? They left the dogs behind. But we would have taken the dogs. Country right now. But we're going to get it back, and I promise you we're going to get it back with guys like this and people like that. And, Sarah, just one thing, because this is the world's longest answer to...
What was the question?
But the difference is I give an answer that's productive as opposed to an answer that is not very productive, right? Like in the debate. But just to end this, we are going to, for Michigan, because we want to be a little bit Michigan-centric. You used to be the capital of the world in cars. Today, you're an afterthought in cars. And I don't know the head of your union. I've never met the gentleman, Sean. I've never met him. But
They're
what he's
booing
done
him.
to your
Yeah, these are real Michiganders right here. Sean Fain and the UAW are fucking hometown heroes, dude. What the
end
fuck
up
are you
taking back
talking
that
about?
mandate, because that mandate is insane. They want to go all electric basically by 2030.
Like Sean Fain in this in the state of Michigan, okay, is objectively a more popular figure than Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. For very good reason.
China and Mexico, but they're all going to be made basically in China. We are going to bring so many auto plants into our country. You're going to be as big or bigger than you were 50 years ago, because they won't be able, if they're not willing to build a plant, we don't want their product. And that's enough. That's all I wanted.
Crowd says otherwise. Yeah, dude, they bust them from fucking Indiana. What do you mean crowd says otherwise?
And it'll happen fast. It'll happen very fast.
I think it's safe to say that Michigan is happy that you're going to be president again.
What would you know about Michigan, dumbass? You're not from there. Why is Sarah Huckabee Sanders there? Isn't she the governor of like Arkansas or some shit?
Have something to say because you actually got something done when you were president.
You know, it's a very interesting, because she said, I don't think I've ever said this before. So we do these rallies. They're massive rallies. Everybody loves, everybody stays till the end, by the way. You know, when she said that, well, your rallies, people leave. Honestly, nobody does. And if I saw them leaving, I'd say, and ladies and gentlemen, make America great again, and I'd get the hell out, okay? Because I don't want people leaving. But I do have to say, so I give these long, sometimes very complex sentences and paragraphs, but they all come together. I do it a lot. I do it with Raising Cane, that story. I do it with the story on the catapults on the aircraft carriers. I do it with a lot of different stories. When I mention Dr. Hannibal Lecter, I'm using that as an example of people that are coming in from Silence of the Lambs. I use it. They say, it's terrible. So they say, so I'll give this long, complex area. For instance, that I talked about a lot of different territory. The bottom line is, I said the most important thing. We're going to bring more plants into your state and this country to make automobiles. We're going to be bigger than before. But the fake news, there's a lot of them back there. You know, for a town hall, there's a lot of people. But the fake news likes to say, oh, he was rambling. No, that's not rambling. That's genius, when you can connect the dots. You gotta.
Yeah.
Now,
he and everyone there are geniuses.
If you couldn't connect the dots, you got a problem. But every dot was connected, and many stories were told in that little paragraph. But there is something. But they say that. The other thing I say is this. We had 107,000 people show up in New Jersey. We had 68,000 people show up in Alabama. We had 79 or 81,000 in South Carolina. And they've never said I'm a great speaker. And I said, am I a great speaker? They say, oh, no, he rambles. What the hell are all you people showing up for if I ramble? You don't want to show up for a rambler. So anyway, thank you very much.
Mr. President, no one has done more to fight for the American worker than you, to bring back jobs and manufacturing.
Bro, she literally doesn't ask questions either.
Tonight,
that's the funniest part.
There's obviously a lot of people that really care about the auto industry here. And tonight we have a question from one of the auto workers, Isaiah, here in the audience that would like to ask a question.
Good. Sure. Where's Isaiah?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll build a brand new beast. We're going to build a beast right here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President, for having us here tonight. I just want to let you know that I've attended one of your rallies. I did not leave early, and I did not fall asleep. Just want to let you know that, sir. I did not do it. I did not do it. I didn't see anybody else doing it either, sir. My name is Isaiah. I'm a third-generation UAW worker. Working hard to build trucks here in America. Yes.
Yes. Get ready. You're going to be doing plenty of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I work for Ford, and you actually came and visited the plant that I work at. That's right. You did. And my question to you, sir, is what do you see as the major threats to the future of Michigan manufacturing, auto working jobs, and what will you do to eliminate those threats, sir?
Okay, so I'll get into another little bit of a long answer, because when you say major threat, to me, we have one really major threat that's called nuclear weapons. We have other countries that are hostile to us. They don't have to be hostile to us. I always say if you have a smart president, you'll never have a problem with China, Russia, or any of them, okay? I got along great with Putin. I got along great with President Xi. I got along great with Kim Jong-un of North Korea.
Bro heard major threat and immediately went to nuclear weapons. Like, what? He's still doing worse than Kamala Harris. It's shocking. At least Kamala Harris, like, here's the question and then has like a repeated answer that she's been repeating since the DNC. This guy, here's the question, the last part of the question, and he goes, threat? Oh, you mean nuclear weapons?
Are not good at negotiation. The war should have never happened. President Biden, I want to be nice. He was so nice to me yesterday, but, you know, in one way, I sort of wish.
Bro, the question was, what's the major threat to auto workers in this country?
So nice. I'm so sorry about what happened and all that, but I have to lay it out. We have very important, and the same with Kamala today. She could not have been nicer. But the fact is, we have to have.
He could have talked about immigrants, dude. He could have been like, immigrants are a major threat to the auto industry or some shit.
By other countries that have this. Even Pakistan has nuclear weapons. We have countries. India has a lot of nuclear force. We have countries that have tremendous nuclear power. And when I hear these people talking about global warming, that's the global warming you have to worry about. Not that the ocean's going to rise in 400 years, 1/8 of an inch, and you'll have more seafront property, right, if that happens. I said, is that good or bad? I said, isn't that a good thing? If I have a little property on the ocean, I have a little bit more property. I have a little bit more ocean. But the fact is that it's a tremendous problem. And we are closer to World War III today than we've ever been. And the difference is, and I say this a lot, this isn't army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is obliteration. The power of these weapons, and I'm the one that revived it, and I hated to do it. But, you know, we had stuff that was 48 years old. They didn't even know if it worked. We have incredible stuff. So does Russia. China has much less, but they're going to catch up over 4 or 5 years. It's the single biggest threat by far to civilization. And nobody talks about it. They talk about global warming. Used to be, remember? Used to be global warming. You know, they changed the name. You know why? Because the planet's getting cooler now. So now what they call it is climate change, because that covers everything. See, climate change, if it gets hot, cool, you know, these people, I don't know if they're for real, but if they're not, they're covered by the words climate change. If it gets cooler, that's good. If it gets hotter, that's good. Global warming wasn't working so well. But the single biggest threat, okay, now let's assume we have a really smart president, and that's not going to be a threat because we have a lot of power. Doing business with China is a good thing, but you have to have a fair deal. Doing business with Russia, they have so much in terms of minerals and things. The size of their land mass is like 4 times bigger than the United States. The minerals and things they have, we can do great business, and you keep everybody happy. You can solve that problem. But let's talk about the local problem. The local problem is that you have countries stealing your business. Mexico is a very big one. Mexico, this year, we have a deficit with Mexico of $250 billion. Think of this. With Mexico, little Mexico, you think of it as a little innocent place. We're losing our ass to Mexico. China, you don't even have to talk about. We have over $1 trillion this year. I was charging them numbers that were unbelievable, and now he's just totally given up the ghost. And we're going to lose $1 trillion in deficits to China. $1 trillion. That's not sustainable. We're going to turn it all around, and we're going to do it through taxation and tariffs. It will be done in 24 hours, and it'll change the whole planet. Just so you know, Sarah, China became powerful because they charge. They don't call them tariffs. They call it a tax. They don't call it tariffs. The word tariff is a beautiful word to me, but to a lot of people that don't understand, it's not a beautiful word, because you have a lot of people that are paid off by these countries. They're taking care of these countries, and they don't care about destroying the United States. They want millions of dollars in fees and consultation, but we will, literally in a period of 24 hours, we can change the whole trading of the whole world. They've taken advantage of our country for years. I stopped it. I stopped so much of it. And then we had a focus on COVID, which a lot of people said was put in there for a reason. You know, it came out of the Wuhan lab, which I said right from the beginning, all of you know. It didn't come out of a cave. They said a cave. It didn't come from France. They blamed France. They blamed, I call it the China virus because I like to be accurate, you know? They call it the Spanish flu. They call it all different names when something comes from a country, except for China. We have to call it COVID. What the hell does COVID mean? The China virus.
He's busting out the old classics,
He
dude.
did that because they were not happy with me as president. I actually had a great relationship with President
He's
Xi.
busting out the old classics. This is gonna do real numbers. Oh wait, he fucking lost in 2020 when this shit was more relevant.
The other day endorsed Kamala, and
you
have to
gotta get
understand,
new material at this point, big dog. You gotta get new material. You lost on this ticket, okay?
I did that because I love you, and it's better to be doing it. So who knows? But he endorsed Kamala, which is a little unusual. I was watching. I said, "That's interesting. I think that's a good thing, isn't it?" It really is. But look, we have to turn it around, and we can. We're going to have a reciprocal.
The question was about what are the biggest threats for the American auto industry, which was approximately 46 minutes ago. I repeat, the question was, Mr. President, what do you perceive are the biggest threats to the auto industry? To which he started with nukes. Like China is going to nuke Michigan.
He's a really wonderful guy. But they say to him, we don't want your car unless you build your plant in China. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. That's smart people say that. We haven't said it for many years. I said it. We have a lot of plants going up with Apple and other things. I said, you got to build plants. You don't build plants here, we're going to put the tariffs on your products coming in from China. So
Hasan unable to connect the dots. There is no dot to be connected about the auto industry in Michigan and nukes, okay? Unless he's like, we're going to make the nukes in Michigan.
I want to take the reciprocal trade. If they charge us 100%, we charge them 100%. He said, you mean they charge us, we charge them? You got me. How simple could it be? It was sort of cool because he doesn't care. He's a senator, doesn't care about trade, but you know. So we're going to call it the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India is very tough. Brazil is very tough. There are certain countries, I can tell you every one. I can give you from top to bottom. China is the toughest of all, but we were taking care of China with the tariffs. So we're going to do a reciprocal trade. If anybody charges us 10 cents, if they charge us $2, if they charge us 100%, 250, we charge them the same thing. And you know what's going to happen? Everything's going to disappear, and we're going to end up having free trade again. And if it doesn't disappear, we're going to take in a lot of money. Okay? But you know, the biggest beneficiary, I believe, is going to be your state. And I won't say that to other states, I promise. About your state, you are going to have plants built at a level that you haven't seen in 50 years. Okay? Great question. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, he tied it back. He tied it back. I was too small-brained to understand the genius of Trump.
Protect the American worker as much as anything else, and also make our country and our community safer, was you actually did something about the border. Just this month, there was a woman in my home state of Arkansas who was killed by an illegal immigrant who was drunk driving, that was deported during your administration and came back under this administration because they have failed to protect our country. It's one of the great threats that we face that you actually did something about.
A lot.
Tell us what you will do on day one to help protect our
so
country.
we're going to be, day one, we're doing two things. Closing the border and baby drill. Two things. We're going to get down the prices.
Why are people in Michigan like this excited for oil drilling? There's like, you're in Michigan, dog. What the fuck?
Nice people. I like this crowd. I like this crowd. No, you know what? You're smart people. So, Sarah, thank you. So, over the last couple of years, I've been talking about the border. I got elected in 2016 because of the border. But that border was peanuts compared to what this border is. That border was like a safe border compared. And I did it. I did a great job. And it also includes drugs, who came to, much lower. Look, unless you have the death penalty for drug dealers, you'll never get rid of the drug problem. Put that through your head, okay? Put that through your head. And I don't know if our country's ready for it. When I was with President Xi, and again, until COVID, I had a great relationship. Once that happened, I really didn't want a relationship because $60 trillion, millions of dead people all over the world. I was not exactly thrilled with him. But before that, I had a great relationship. And I said, do you have a drug problem? No, we have no drug problem. Oh, how come? Death penalty, immediate. I said, what does that mean, immediate? Immediate. We have what's called a quick trial. You know what a quick trial is? Like in one day, the trial is over. Over here, it'll be 25 years. They'll get some nice liberal lawyer, and they'll have it tied up for 25 years. The guy dies of old age. So, but they have a death penalty. In Singapore, they have a death penalty. In a lot of countries, they have a death penalty. You sell drugs because the average drug dealer kills during his or her life 500 people. The average one. The big ones, much more. But when you hear that, when people start to hear that, and I set up blue ribbon committees, I put, nice people, dilettantes from New York and from Los Angeles, people that know nothing about drugs, and they're dealing with very smart people. These dealers are smart as hell, they're tough as hell, and they make a fortune. They make a fortune. And if you don't have the death penalty for drug dealers, you're just wasting your time. Now, we can keep it down, and we can do better than we're doing now, and a lot better than we're doing now, because what's happening now is out of control. But we had the lowest human trafficking, mostly in women, I hate to say, mostly in women, but we had the lowest human trafficking in 32 years. You know my favorite chart, the chart I put down, when I look to the right, that'll be my all-time favorite chart in history. That was basically a chart showing what a good job I did on immigration. But even if it showed I did a bad job on immigration, it will be my all-time favorite chart, because I wouldn't be here right now if I didn't look over. Let me see that chart. That was not good. My all-time favorite chart. Blue, yellow, red. It was beautiful. Oh, there it is. There it is. There, that was good. These guys are very good back. That's good. The interesting thing, it's always on my left. It's at rallies. It's always on my list. I only do it about 15, maybe 20% of the time, so I don't do it much. And it's always at the end of a speech. But it's always here. For some reason, they dropped it here. It was at the beginning of the speech, the very beginning couple of sentences. And I turned like a deer bolting, I guess, right? They say good hunters say this. Every once in a while, a deer will bolt prior to the shot. And I don't know, I guess mine was a form of, but I turned around to look at it. It was right here, behind me, actually. And my head was at a perfect angle. It got me. But if you got to be hit, that's the best place. Although it's blood. The doctor, I said, how come so much blood? He said, the ear bleeds more than it. I said, I'll take it. I'll take it. But it was an amazing thing. And I have to say, because I have to, while we're on the subject, because people do like to talk about it. A few days ago, we had an incident. I have to say, Secret Service did a hell of a job. They really did. They caught one of the gentlemen one of the agents was walking a couple of holes in front, and he saw a rifle AK-47, that's serious stuff, right? You know more about that. My sons know more about this stuff. But AK-47, that's a bad one.
Someone in the chat said it'll never not be funny that Donald Trump is such a goddamn liberal that he doesn't know a single thing about guns. And I think about that. I think it might have been Megaphonics who said it. He just literally doesn't know a single damn thing about guns. And these people do not care, okay?
He took his gun, started shooting him.
It's like AK-47. You know about that. It's a serious gun.
No, great job. I don't know if he's, where is he? Not here, right? This guy, these guys do a great job. Now, they do need more people, and they've been complaining about that for a long time, but he did a great job. But you want to know another sort of a miracle? So the guy is now running for his life, and he's got a car a block away or whatever. And a woman, this is a woman, not a man, a woman, see? Women are smarter than men. I hate to say. How does that sound? Our great First Lady is very happy now. Let me just tell you, think of this. Who would do this? I actually asked, I was with the sheriff this morning, I was with a couple of people from Secret Service, who would do this? So you now have a man running, not with a gun, he dropped the gun, we found the gun, but he was gone. And a woman driving in a car saw a man on the street, pretty busy street, running. And she followed him. And he got into the car, and she stopped because she thought he was trouble. He looked different. He, like trouble. She followed him, it wasn't very far, and parked the car behind his car and started taking pictures of his license plate. Now think of it. And Sarah, think of it. No, seriously, who would do that? It's
the women.
Not from good or bad, not from, strength or heroism.
Karens,
no, just,
dude, weaponized
you see
Karens.
somebody running. I see people running all the time.
Snitch behavior.
She saw something in this guy that was bad. She may have heard maybe gunshots because there were four gunshots. Actually, the shots, he never got off a shot. The shots were from Secret Service. But think of it, who would do this? If you took 1,000 of these incidents, would even one person have done it? This woman was, I haven't met her, but I'd like to meet her. I'm going to meet her, I hope. But think of this. She goes in, she takes pictures of the plate, and then she sends the pictures into the sheriff's office. And the sheriffs are saying, wow, this is pretty amazing. And they were able to get this guy within 10 minutes. They had a high-speed chase on the highway. They got him. Otherwise, we'd probably have an AK-47. They had the camera. They had he had the whole thing. He was a sophisticated guy. He even had the serial number taken off the rifle, the gun. But think of this. So we'd have all this stuff. But I'd be walking around saying, I wonder where this guy is. Is he in this audience? We would have a maniac out there. This woman was unbelievable. Because I actually asked the sheriff, if it happened 1,000 times, would anybody have done that? He said, maybe, but not much, not much. So she did she was really amazing, amazing job.
Well, we're glad she did. I think there are a couple takeaways there. One, the women of this country love Donald Trump and are going to make sure we do our part.
What was the question? Immigration.
And I think one of the other
Question was immigration, Chad. Another one of his like major, this is like his thing.
And he has big plans.
Sarah, I just want to say one thing. So when I heard about this tonight, I said, so where am I speaking? Michigan, good. I like Michigan. I want to talk about cars. I love talking about the cars because it's so simple. It's so ridiculous that this is happening. You don't want the electric. You do want electric cars, 7%, 8%. Elon makes a great product. But you know what? And I've driven, his car is incredible. Other cars are incredible, but you have a little thing. But you want to have gasoline-propelled cars. You want to have hybrids. You want to have all sorts. They say a new one is going to be hydrogen. Who the hell knows? They said it has a slight problem. It blows up, and if you're in the car, that could be a little problem. But you want to be able to have whatever it is, whatever the market is, and all that stuff. But they said, "Sir, you're having a town hall tonight," and I said, "A town hall? What the hell? They want a rally. They don't want a town hall. Town hall." And I said, "So who is the host?" Because host or hostess, and they said, "Sarah Huckabee Sanders." And I said, "Oh, that's good. I like that." But I figured, Sarah.
I refuse to believe this many people are excited to see Sarah Huckabee Sanders in the state of Michigan, let alone in her own state. Okay. There's something so deeply wrong. There is like a lot of psychic damage in this room. If you ever find yourself clapping for Sarah Huckabee Sanders, understand that there's something very wrong has occurred in your life. Something very wrong has occurred in the planet.
In the country, harder than being president of the United States is being a mom, especially under this administration, because they're making everything harder. And tonight we have a mom here in the audience, Barbara, that's behind us, that has a question for you.
Hi, Barbara. Hello back there. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, President Trump.
Thank you
for taking our question.
Thank you.
My name is Barbara. I'm a mom of 3, a grandmother of 7, and 3 great-grands, a registered nurse, retired nurse. So I know the cost that goes into raising children and running a household.
Yeah.
People just can't survive now. How are you going to bring down the cost of food and groceries?
Good. Very good. Thank you.
He's not going to answer it. He's going to be like, nukes are coming,
We have to start
China tariffs,
with energy.
Bagram Air
I don't wanna be boring
Base.
about it, but there's no bigger subject. It covers everything. If you make donuts, if you make cars, whatever you make, energy is a big deal, and we're going to get that. It's my ambition to get your energy bill within 12 months down 50%. If I can do that, we've done a hell of a job. 5-0, not 15, 50. Interest rates are going to follow, and actually they're going to follow for another reason. The economy is now not good. And interest rates, you'll see they'll do the rate cut and all the political stuff tomorrow.
Bro,
I
she
think.
literally
and,
said,
you know, will he do a half
what are
a
you
point?
going to
Will
do
he
to
a
lower
quarter
grocery
point?
prices? He's like,
The reason is because the economy
oil!
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do it. But we're going to get interest rates down, and we got to work with our farmers. Our farmers are being decimated right now. They're being absolutely decimated. And, you know, one of the reasons is we allow a lot of farm product into our country, and we're going to have to be a little bit like other countries. We're not going to allow so much come. We're going to let our farmers go to work. And I don't know if you remember, I love the farmers because, you know, I had many meetings as president. I have this gorgeous room with this beautiful table that seats about 35 people. And I was with the farmers. Usually everybody wants something. They all want subsidy. But I was with the farmers, and I think you might have been there, actually, Sarah. I said, look, fellas, we're going to get you such a beautiful subsidy, meaning I'm going to do things. And one of the people raises his hand, sir, honestly, we don't want a subsidy. This is the first time this ever happened to me. Everyone wants, they want money, they want to build windmills. We want money with these windmills. Anyway, but you know what? It was amazing. He said, almost tears in his eyes, they were getting decimated. We don't want a subsidy. We just want to play, you know, a fair, level playing field. And I said,
that's a lie.
I said, nobody's ever said that. And I have many.
Yeah, because no one ever said that.
Different things, you know, they do all different things. It's probably the most dramatic.
No one has ever said that because no one told that to Trump.
Wanted was to be able to compete fairly. And the problem we have is other countries, they treat us very badly in that way also. They really are. And you know, sometimes the worst countries are our so-called allies. I say so-called because in many ways they're not allies at all. They take advantage of us. They really take advantage. But we're going to
Do Americans realize that oil prices are set by OPEC? No.
And do you remember the expression?
And the greatest example of this is when OPEC set the oil prices and Biden begged the American oil and gas giants to like increase production as a way to offset costs. They straight up went on television and said, no.
6 months, and then they're going to fold. And that's exactly what happened. They folded, and they agreed to buy $50 billion.
Straight
you
up.
Know, you might have heard the story. I said, how much? I went to the Secretary of Agriculture. How much did they buy? He said 15. I thought he said 50. So when they're ready to make a deal at 15 billion, I said, no, I want 50. That's what they've been buying. He said, no, it's 15. I said, you said 50.
Bro, what the fuck was the question? I forgot too. I'm not gonna lie. I totally forgot.
For 50 anyway, and we got it. We got it. And they buy a lot of our product, but so we're gonna. It's just a great interest rates, energy, and common sense. A lot of it's common sense. Everything.
Oh,
you know,
groceries.
I like to say,
oh my God. Oh my God. It was groceries. It was Barbara, the retired nurse who used to be a registered nurse, who retired. Was like, what will you do about the prices of groceries?
Two things: wheels and walls. You know, if I do, there's a gorgeous computer down here. In about
How
2
will he
weeks, it's
lower
gonna be
prices?
up.
He won't.
A friend of mine is in that business. He hates it. He said, we come up with a new model, and it's the greatest. About 3.5 weeks later, the damn thing's totally obsolete. The only thing that never gets obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall is what we're talking about now. And, you know, we built hundreds of miles of wall. We then added more than I ever said I was going to do. And then we had that bad election result, that disgusting result. And they never put it up. You know what they did with it? They sold it for 5 cents, and it was expensive wall. It was exactly what the Border Patrol wanted, with the anti-climb plate on top, which I always hated because I didn't like the look of it. But, you know, they demonstrated it. We had mountain climbers and a couple of drug climbers, too. These guys are amazing. They put 100 pounds of drugs on the back, and they go up the wall like it's nothing. But they couldn't get over the plate. So all of a sudden I said, okay, I'll put the plate on. I didn't like it. I liked it better without the plate, but it didn't work quite as well. So this is what we did. We had it.
Bro, he's still talking about grocery prices.
You don't have to be a genius to know. Remain in Mexico is a very good thing. And you think that was easy to get. I think Tijuana, Mexico was probably the fastest growing city in the history of the world. Okay, they had hundreds of thousands. They couldn't come in. When they got in, they let everybody pour into our country. The border, just to finish with the border, when I talk about energy, to me it's exciting, but to a lot of people it's not. But it gets exciting because we'll bring down your costs, all that. But what people want to hear, and I believe when I got elected, I believe it was the border that was the biggest thing, and I fixed it, and I did a great job. And I wanted to mention it in 2020, and my people would say, sir, nobody cares about the border. They don't care because I had it fixed. Now I got to fix it again. I believe the border is of the greatest interest. When you look at what's happening in Aurora, okay? Take a look at Aurora. When you look at what's happening in Ohio, the great state of Ohio, I love it. I'm way the hell up. I wish I was up 18 points in your state, but we are up. We are up. I think when people hear what I have to say, I don't know how you can possibly lose it. I'll tell you this, and I'll say this for Michigan. If I don't win, you will have no auto industry within 2 to 3 years. It'll all be gone. And I know you got a little bit of an increase. It doesn't mean that's the small stuff because it's just a temporary thing because you will not have any manufacturing plants. China's going to take over all of your business because of the electric car. And because they have the material, we don't. What we have is a thing called gasoline. We have gasoline. We have so much gasoline, we don't know what to do. They don't have gasoline. So why are we making a product that they dominate? They're going to dominate. You will not have a car industry left, not even a little bit of a car industry. So, and you're going to have electric cars, but you're going to have 7%, you're going to have 9%, whatever it may be. And maybe someday the technology becomes so good that you can do more. I mean, you know, it's fine. But right now, the battery technology isn't there for long term. I always say, I love the electric car, but they don't go far enough. And they don't do well. You know, in Iowa, it was 20 degrees below zero when we had our great success in Iowa. We had a great, and there were cars all over the place. I said, what's wrong with those cars? They don't work well in cold, and they don't work very well in heat. But Elon's going to figure it out because he's great. He gave me the greatest endorsement. He figures everything out.
Right now
Is Hasan Abi
he's got other
transitioning?
things to think. He's got to get a rocket up to
Yeah, I'm
get those two people
transitioning
out of
from.
there. I said, Elon, let's get going. No, they're relying
Is
on
Hasan
Elon.
Abi transitioning? I'm transitioning from fucking your dad to fucking your mom. I'm gonna fuck both now. I'm also transitioning to the top of the hour ad break, baby. After I'm done topping your dad and topping your mom, I'm gonna serve the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, bitch.
I'm a local contractor in this town.
He's a cool-looking guy, too. He's better looking than you.
I'm a local contractor in this town, and I live here my whole life. And I'm going to tell you, I'm kind of concerned about crucial Kamala's tax increase. Can you outline for the people what you plan on doing about taxes?
Great. It's a great question. Look, she's going to double up your taxes. She wants to terminate the
Wow.
Trump tax cut. Just that is
He
going to lift up
finally
your
answers
taxes
the question
by 44%.
directly. That's weird.
Just that one move.
I mean,
And
he's lying,
remember,
but still.
I have it so that, like, if you're a farmer or a small business,
And that's how you fucking set the expectations low.
They're going to give everything. You know, a lot of people don't realize. A lot of people didn't talk about it, but if you have a small business, if you have a farm someplace, a lot of farmers, they have beautiful land, but they don't have the cash, and they leave it to their children, and they're so proud of their children, and the children end up going bankrupt because they have to borrow money to pay off the estate tax. There is no estate tax, and that's something that nobody even talks about, but that's helped. That's saved a lot of families from having to sell their farm or losing their farm. But she's got one thing that's incredible, an unrealized capital gain tax. That will drive every business out of the United States. So what that is I don't know how they can possibly administer. The only ones that are going to make money are appraisers and accountants. So they're taking a business, might have not a lot of money, but it might have great land, and they're valuing it. And what was it this year compared to next year? You got to put down a value, and then you got to go out and you have to pay tax, even though you haven't sold anything. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And I don't know how any rich person or any person that's in business can even think of supporting her. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. So, and they're going to raise the capital gains tax, Willie, a lot. Now, as far as regular, people are going to have to pay a lot more tax. Your taxes, she said, 70 to 80%. Some people will pay 70, 80%. You have to understand, a lot of these people are international business people. A lot of these companies are international. They don't care if they're here or someplace else. They go for the best deal. They go for their shareholders. If they raise the taxes like that, they go to other countries. You know,
You don't understand. Every auto worker has $13.6 million saved up by the time they die, which is why the estate tax is really a big deal for them. These are all regular auto workers. It's funny because, like, they're obviously not regular old auto workers. Maybe some of them are like jet ski dealership owners or whatever, but like most of those people are still abso-fucking-lutely not hitting the tax brackets that Trump is talking about. But they're over here going crazy. They're like, hell yeah, brother. Thank you. Please give more tax breaks to fucking Elon Musk and Jeffrey Bezos. I love them.
And mark my words, if for some reason some tragedy happens, because it would be a tragedy beyond the auto business for the whole country, I really believe that. If a tragedy happens and we don't win, there will be zero car jobs, manufacturing jobs. It will all be out of here. And that includes South Carolina. That includes other places that are competitors of yours. You won't be making cars here anymore. You won't be making anything in our country anymore. We're going to bring it all back. But the one, and I say this, and I said it to another state the other night, and I said, this is not a good thing to say to another state, but I said, Michigan's going to be the most fun because you're so set up for greatness. All you need is somebody smart at the top to say, you can't flood our market with cars. You just can't do it. And if I say you have to pay 100%, you know China pays a big, but I didn't do the big number yet. But if I say you have to pay 100 or 200%, it doesn't matter, because I'm going to say, second sense, I hope you don't mind this. However, if you build your plant in Detroit, or if you build it in Michigan, or if you build it anywhere in the United States for that matter, it seems to be the right location, but we're going to have more fun. So I'm telling them about Michigan, and I'm saying, you know, the story's getting a little bit long because I'm talking about Michigan. I happen to be in another state, but everybody loved it because they know you. You're recognized for this. We're going to get, now, they go from paying 100% tariff to paying nothing. All they have to do is build their factory and spend their hundreds of millions of dollars in your state. This will be like taking candy from a baby. It'll happen first, and you get the credit. I'm going to give you the credit.
Well, I don't think there's any question that America was better off under Donald Trump. And we know that it's going to be even better the second time around. Before tonight, I knew you were going to win the presidency. I had no doubt. Arkansas is going to come in huge. But now I know you're going to win Michigan by epic margin.
I think they're down by 10 in Michigan or some shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need you to show up. We need
They should be down by 30, but like...
The future of my kids, your kids, our grandkids depends on whether or not
It's only 2 or
Donald
3.
Trump goes
Oh
back
God,
into
it's
the White House, and I
okay.
know
Maybe
you're
not
gonna let us
10.
down.
They're gonna win Michigan unironically. If they win Michigan, it is entirely because of the Democratic Party's open incompetence on Gaza policy. Okay, like entirely. But I don't think they'll. I don't think the Republican Party will win Michigan.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, man. I'll see you. We'll see you.
That's what I mean. I'm a student, and Muslims and students are not voting Dem. You're wrong. Isn't his tariff point and capital gains point in direct contradiction? His tariffs. Wait, what do you mean? Have you talked about the pagers? What do you fucking think? Of course, dude. I covered it. Did you see what happened in Lebanon? No, what happened in Lebanon? What are the conversations happening about Harris's largest lead to date in our tracker? 4.4 points. Wait, but this is not in Michigan. It's just in general. That's a national poll aggregate. Oh my God. Michigan is 48 to 47. Holy shit. It's still too soon to judge the fallout from the presidential debate, but the polls suggest that Kamala Harris might be poised to gain. The initial surveys of people who watched the debate found that most viewers thought she beat Donald Trump, and candidates deemed winner in post-debate surveys usually tend to gain in the polls. That seems likely to be the case again. The first few polls taken entirely since the debate show her faring a bit better than the polls taken beforehand. That black nurse is not going to vote for Trump. He didn't answer her question. Damn, I thought Michigan was in better. I thought that Michigan was definitely better than 50-50, dude. I was wrong. No, stop fucking sending me dumb shit like Benjamin Like, I don't care about dudes like this that are fucking cracking jokes with the Ukrainian flag in the bio. Oh, talk to a Yahya Sinwar. That's funny, man. I love the talk to a memes. Please keep it coming. Listen, I've been saying Michigan doesn't like Whitmer. You're wrong about that. Michigan does like Whitmer. Yes, I saw that 11. Michigan Attorney General charges 11 pro-Palestinian protesters at the University of Michigan. All the protesters charged by the state's Attorney General were pro-Palestinian. Nessel issued a stern warning to protesters not to engage in what she called illegal activity. Demonstrating... Dude, look at the dire situation that we're in. Look at the horrifying situation that we're in. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel has filed criminal charges against 11 pro-Palestinian protesters at the University of Michigan, alleging that several of them used physical force to counter police officers clearing a tent encampment in Ann Arbor. One of the protesters was charged with ethnic intimidation after he allegedly attacked a pro-Israel rally. The charges brought by Nessel's office were filed Wednesday in 15th District Court in Washtenaw County, where there have been a number of protests on campus over the last year demonstrating against Israel's military actions in Gaza. Nessel issued a stern warning to protesters not to engage in what she called illegal activity. Yeah, illegal activity, as in hurting Israel's feelings. You cannot hurt Israel's feelings. Read previous comment about the Lebanon situation. Yeah, dude, I know. We covered it already. Yes, it was a Taiwanese shipment. Kamala's best swing state right now is Wisconsin, where she's up 3 points. Good news for Kamala elsewhere is that PA new poll came out showing her up 3 over Trump post-debate. Did you see Billie Eilish is supporting Kamala? Yeah. And also fan of the show, Hasan Abi had Phineas, as well as Billie Eilish. Her and her brother, both. Have you covered 9/11 yet? They just hit the second tower? No. Michigander here. I think people underestimate how significant the Muslim Arab population is in Michigan. It's a massive constituency. They can absolutely swing the state. I mean, I've been saying that. I still think that like the gains made with the UAW and also the fact that the gains made with the UAW and the fact that Gretchen Whitmer is like a relatively popular governor in the state makes it so that Michigan should be a lock. I mean, Michigan should be a lock in general. It's massive, but Dearborn will not make or break the election. You're so wrong. You're so wrong. That's like 200,000 direct voters that have post 9/11 historically voted overwhelmingly for the Democratic Party. No, I'm not even talking about just Dearborn. Like I'm talking about like you're talking about a state that Biden won by 100,000 votes, and there are significantly more voters that have openly said they're not fucking voting for Biden or for Kamala Harris now that Kamala Harris is like latched on to Biden's objectively unpopular Israel policies. I rewatched that VOD so many times, and the health bar did in fact hit 0 and even change graphics, but the the grab animation took precedence instead of ending the fight. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Wukong. I know. I did. I killed him. Nope, they know that they could win the era vote in Michigan. They're choosing not to, and they're wrong. Calculus, they think they can win without Michigan. They're trying to claw some back, but it won't work. I mean, I remember seeing articles written about the internal polling showing that Michigan is doing much better. Like, Michigan is doing well from their calculations. Michigan native here, they're running pro-Israel's ads on TV on top of everything to make it even worse. Yeah, that's not the Harris camp running that. That's ridiculous. If you think, like, the Democrats are stupid, but if you think the Democrats themselves are running pro-Israel ads in fucking Michigan, you're out of your dang mind. I mean, they are running a pro-Israel ad every time Kamala Harris opens her stupid fucking mouth about Israel, but yeah, I mean, they should just run this. Beep. They should run this in Michigan.
Beep beep.
Like, a fucking 8-year-old was murdered. No other people openly celebrate and boast about their terrorist acts the way Zionists do. They are so incredibly unhinged because they know they face no consequences. How long can this continue? I think they think the Arabs will just eventually give up and through lesser evil voting will vote them anyways. I think what they fail to consider that, like, there are plenty of Arab voters who are just going to be like, fuck it, I'm voting for Donald Trump. Fuck this shit. Either way, why even leave that room for error? Because they don't care. That's it. Yeah, they're talking about, he's laughing about a 10-year-old girl being fucking blasted. 4,000 people like maimed, mauled. It's not good math for us, but Biden could have lost 100% of the current day pro-Palestine vote in Dearborn and Detroit and still won the state. And Detroit uncommitted. That's not true. And you're wrong if you think that the Detroit uncommitted leaders endorsing Kamala means anything in terms of the way that those people are going to vote. This is a lot of wish casting, my man. And also, abso-fucking-lutely not, Biden would have won Detroit, or I mean, vote in Dearborn and Detroit and still won the debate, won the state. Also, what is the beep beeper reference to? They're talking about the beepers that exploded, that were packed with explosives. I don't know, man. I feel like Kamala has a chance of turning Tennessee blue. What? Yeah, I don't think Kamala is going to turn Tennessee blue. That is, I don't know. I think that chatter was just joking. Fuck. All right, let's talk about P. Diddy.
Kara and Ellie, let me go to you. You've worked in the Southern District of New York. What is the significance of this being filed there, and can you explain a little bit more about these racketeering charges?
Yeah, Jim. So first of all, this is a federal indictment. It's been filed in the Southern District of New York, which covers Manhattan and the Bronx and some of the northern counties. So this will be a federal prosecution. Generally, federal prosecutions carry higher penalties, higher potential sentences than state prosecutions. And as I'll get to in a moment, that is certainly the case here. So this is a 3-count indictment against Sean Combs. Now, count 1 charges racketeering conspiracy. And the indictment alleges that Sean Combs, along with others who are not charged, but others, ran an enterprise, an operation, essentially a business that engaged in a series of crimes. Here, those crimes relate to sex trafficking. In fact, the indictment.
Bro, I was thinking about this. Like, he has a lot of money, and he can't really go to like Russia. But why the fuck didn't he just go to like Israel? Like, actually, he has so much goddamn money. Just go to Israel, dude. The fuck? They took his passports. I'm saying before, man. I'm saying before all this shit, he was around. He really thought that like nothing would happen to him. That's crazy.
It names the racketeering enterprise the Combs Enterprise. That's the title that they gave the enterprise. So that's count 1. Now, count 2 is charges sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, meaning that Sean Combs participated in transporting women across state lines for illegal sexual purposes by force or by threats or by intimidation. That is an extraordinarily serious charge. If the prosecution can prove that, the minimum sentence there, if they convict.
His net worth is way low, like around 200 million. Did you just say his net worth is way low and then follow that up by saying $200 million? Dog, what are you talking about? Like, what has happened with Brandon inflation, dude? $200 million is an insane amount of money. He could go and live out on one of these like island nations for the rest of his fucking life. See, now, here's what we're not going to do. Okay? You see the diddler finally get his comeuppance. And then there's a lot of white supremacists in here who are rushing to be like, oh, ain't no party like a Diddy party. It's like, yeah, he meant like, yeah, he meant that as a warning. Okay? He meant that as a warning where he was like, oh, there's guys, don't go to Diddy parties. Like, they're having freak offs at the Diddy parties. Like, don't go there. That's what he was saying. LeBron was warning everybody, and you guys are out here trying to put a random, uninitiated, uninvolved black man down. Not just any black man, the GOAT. It's fucked up what you guys are doing.
Convict Sean Combs on that is 15 years, and the maximum is life. 15-year minimum sentence. And then count 3 charges transportation of another individual to engage in prostitution. It's sort of a lesser included of count 2. So we've got a 3-count indictment, racketeering, sex trafficking by force, and then interstate transportation for the purpose of prostitution. It's a very serious indictment. These charges are extremely serious. The Southern District of New York does cases like this. They do cases against powerful, famous individuals all the time. And soon Sean Combs will be in court, and he will certainly plead not guilty to this, and then we'll be underway with the proceedings.
Yeah, Ali, this is an extremely serious case. And Josh Campbell, let me go to you and see what you think in terms of what stands out to you in this indictment. It sounds as though there was a pretty extensive federal investigation here.
There was indeed. And, you know, it's interesting. We've been reporting all along based on those original allegations, which law enforcement sources tell us actually spurred this investigation. He was accused of obviously serious crimes, including sex trafficking, including drugging women. And now we're seeing federal investigators actually bring criminal charges. What they allege in this indictment is that, you know.
Oh, no. Thank you, Diddy, for hosting this town hall last night. Oh, no. No. Dude, anyone that's like a Trump supporter going well about Kamala Harris and Diddy don't know anything about Donald Trump. Donald Trump has literally been at Diddy parties. Donald Trump has had Melania Trump at Diddy parties. Donald Trump is literally way more involved with Diddy than any other politician. So the fact that people are like, oh, yeah, okay, here we go. Kamala Harris, Diddy hosted a fucking town hall is so funny because they just have no idea that Donald Trump and, you know, Sean Diddy Combs are directly linked.
You know, Puff Daddy, I'm an entertainer. I entertain people no matter what time of day, you know, whether you like it or not. I go all day, all night.
I will tell you that you do fantastically well.
Yes.
You know, just tremendous. You really, it takes a tough guy. Hey, it takes the brains and it takes the this.
Yeah.
But it also takes a toughness.
Yeah, I go to bed like 4 o'clock.
Well, I really like you. And I would tell you if I didn't. Because, and by the way, I think at a certain point, everyone will.
Beautiful. We all human beings, and a few people were saying I was this, you know, I was this violent character. You know, just because I was breaking people's jaws and arms, and look at me. I'm like, you know, I'm just a passionate young man, and I made a mistake.
Well, everybody's going to get in trouble. It's a question of how do you get out of trouble.
Oh, shit.
And I did it by working smart. More importantly than anything else is by using my own brain.
Oh, never mind. This is fake. The talk, conversations that never took place between people who never met, created using existing interviews, but these people have met. What the fuck? Why are they making it seem like these people have never met? They've hung out a lot. I got fake news, dude. Later that night, they both went to a party at Epstein Island. They have. That interview's fake, but they've hung out a lot, dude. There's a shit ton of photos of them together. Like, look at this. Look at this. Brian Grazer, Donald Trump, Brett Ratner, Melania Trump, and Sean Diddy Combs attend the premiere of Tower Heist. This is real.
And focused businesswoman, because working for Diddy for 6 years trained me to have to be perfect.
Working for Diddy.
Absolutely.
I love Diddy.
Don's never been wider. I love Diddy.
My nizzle. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a
Oh my God, dude. People were so comfy. White people were so goddamn comfortable, dude.
good guy.
He expects.
Is he a good guy?
I don't want to answer that
Oh,
question.
wow. I think he's a good guy. I'm going to stick up for him. All right.
Whoa, I think he's a good guy. Oh my God. What? Do you remember this 2012 app featuring Trump, Swift, Martha Stewart, and Diddy? No.
And we're back, and it's time for the news nightcap. You each have 30 seconds to say your piece. Ellie, you're up.
My big story this weekend was the New York Times' excellent reporting on John Roberts and how he's been putting the thumb on the scale. Roberts and his Supreme Court will
love today, and had an interesting headline about Democratic lawmakers.
Was arrested in Sag Harbor after drinking a martini.
Count. This is business as long as I did.
Before we go, Kristen, 30 seconds.
Well, politicians come and go, but celebrity rules everything around me. And tonight, we've talked about a couple different celebrities. Turns out they were all in an ad together.
They're trying to do NPR Can't Let It Go so bad, by the way. It's CNN. And yes, I'm a ginormous fucking nerd for that reference, but that's literally what they're doing. What can't you let go this week?
In 2012, Macy's, I believe leading up to the holiday season, had an ad featuring a number of bright stars: Martha Stewart, Sean Diddy Combs, Taylor Swift, and Donald Trump, all in the same commercial.
The amount of legal.
Just a reminder of people who are wondering, like, who's more linked up with Diddy.
You know, we're all familiar with Sean Combs' media enterprise, but they're essentially saying that his enterprise existed for his own sexual gratification, and you had all of these staff members that were there essentially assisting him in this effort, to include members of his security team, members of his household staff, other employees. And as we look through this indictment, again, that was just unsealed, I want to read you one portion which lays out this slew of allegations. They say in this indictment that members and associates of the Combs enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other activities, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. So just a litany of charges there. Of course, Combs himself has said all along that he is not guilty. His attorney indicated that he is planning to fight these charges. But you go back and look, this is really interesting, Jim, at how Sean Combs originally responded to these civil suits whenever they came out. They essentially went after the women who were making these allegations. At one point saying, you know, at least one of them was someone who was just looking for a quick payday. That all changed when CNN broke exclusively that footage of Sean Combs in a hotel here in Los Angeles.
It is genuinely fucking nuts that he just didn't try to escape. Like, how stupid. How incredibly dumb. But did he do it? Yes, he do it. He did.
Physically assaulting his former girlfriend, and then we saw his tone start to change a little bit. He came out with, you know, an apology. Again, that stands in stark contrast to how aggressive his team was towards these women. And all behind the scenes, finally, it's important to note that there's this agency that may not be a household name, but it's HSI, Homeland Security Investigations. It's an arm of the Department of Homeland Security. They specialize in human trafficking. They looked at these allegations and indicated there is a federal crime that's been committed here, and now we're seeing this indictment. They allege multiple crimes.
Yeah, it sounds like the feds are just throwing the book at him. All right, guys, Kara, Josh, and Ellie, thank you so much for your time this morning. We appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used...
No, Diddy will not get Epsteined, dude. Why the fuck would he get Epstein? He's not like, I think he was just a real freak. He was doing it for his own like freakish desires, and not because like he was working with the motherfucking CIA and possibly Mossad. He was just the diddler. Have they confirmed who was at Diddy's party? I hate to say it, but wasn't Braun known to party with them? Okay, everybody, this is not about LeBron, okay? He was blackmailing people like Epstein did, though. Yeah, but I think the people that he was blackmailing were, you know, they were... Guys, Jeffrey Epstein was hanging out with princes. Jeffrey Epstein was hanging out with Ehud Barak in like 2016. Okay, former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. Like, there are levels to this shit. Like, he wasn't blackmailing people that are weapons contractors and people who have the capacity to say yes and no to legal affairs involving the state. He was probably fucking blackmailing, I don't know, like celebrities and shit for his own freak off. He blackmails sex workers against their will to do his trafficking, not governments. Yeah. Like, it's like thinking Andrew Tate is like Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I mean? What? Hasan actually couldn't be more wrong about this. Extremely naive about the people connected to Diddy. Fucking Lucian. Like, come on. This is not about LeBron James. Okay? Can we just stop repeating the lie that LeBron James hung out with Diddy? He never did. And even if you show me the AI footage of supposedly AI LeBron James saying, ain't no party like a Diddy party, I'm going to ban you. He would never. He probably was there as a white hat to save the kids. If he was there, which I maintain the position that he wasn't. Yeah. Why are you defending him? LeBron James? Because he's an honest man. And he was probably wearing a wire. You guys are going to feel really silly when you find out that this investigation only happened because LeBron James, one, precogged it, okay, as he always has that capacity. He knew ahead of time that, you know, something was wrong before even ever entering a Diddy party. Then he did go to a Diddy party to, like, investigate, and then immediately alerted the authorities. And for years, the authorities did not move, okay? And then finally the authorities are like, all right, LeBron, we'll listen to you. Okay, that's Captain L'America, by the way. Remember, you're unpatriotic. You're unpatriotic. You hate America if you hate LeBron James. Remember that. You're white supremacist and you hate America. Okay? And then he probably went to these guys over here and was like, I'll wear a wire, like, I'll film it. Give me that, like, I don't know. Give me like one of those like pen cameras or something. Like, I'll film everything. And then he did, and that's what happened.
Use force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom
he did investigative journalism, okay?
Transported or caused.
It's not even just LeBron James, it's a federal agent.
Be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs. and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers.
Bro, that's crazy to have like a serious, like a district attorney saying the term freak off. What has happened? We have devolved as a society. I keep repeating this over and over again, but America is in a weird place, man. We as a nation are in a weird fucking place, dog. Like,
and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs.
stop. This is like, stop. Just, bro, this is like detailing harrowing incidents of abuse, like sexual violence. And then he says freak off. And it's like, I can't. Like, this makes it so unserious. These are such serious crimes. No. What the fuck? Bro, that is crazy. It's like shocking my brain every time I just say their orgies or something. Please stop saying freak offs. Like, don't these guys have a term? Like, I feel like they usually use such clinical language when they talk about stuff like this, or they'll be like, an incident occurred of a large gathering intended to do sexual events or something. You know what I mean? Like, just say other things, please. Like an erotic event or something. Group sexual encounters. Freak offs.
He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting.
Oh
when the
my
hotel
God.
rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First,
Bro was running shit like he was El Chapo. Yeah, but like instead of fucking running drugs, he was just like doing sex trafficking.
this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be.
Yeah, El Frico, dude. God damn, the amount of times they said freak off is crazy.
No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York.
Who handed him the key?
Second, we are
Take his ass down too, man. Take his ass down too, man. That's another freak. Yo. Oh my God. Oh my God. Eric Adams is a freak. They're also literally investigating him too. Oh my God. Imagine if Eric Adams was at the freak offs. Oh my God. Oh my God. I could see that. I totally could see that. Eric Adams, polyamorous, by the way. I could totally see that.
Done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victim.
Diddy returns key to New York City after request from Mayor Adams. The key to the city was initially awarded to the music mogul in September. Adams initially awarded Combs the key in September. Security video obtained by CNN shows Combs attacking Cassie in a hotel hallway. Adams said he was deeply disturbed by the assault footage. I strongly condemn these actions and stand in solidarity with all the survivors of domestic and gender-based violence. It's not 1-800-FREAK-OFF, is it?
Victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors.
Didn't you went to an orgy one time? Yeah, but it wasn't a fucking Diddy party. I actually literally, I mean, old heads know this. I broke up with a former girlfriend of mine because she was insistent on going to a Diddy party. And I was like, I literally broke up with her on the phone. I was like, okay, you can go. You know, have fun. You're no longer my girlfriend. I've talked about this before. I've literally brought this story up before. Even before when we talked about it, it was a party at P. Diddy's house. I don't think it was a Diddy party technically. How did you know? You said it on Scuffed? Yeah. No, it wasn't Janice. Everybody stop. You have never brought this up since I started following you, bro? Yes, I have. I've absolutely talked about this before. I think like a lot of the memes about Diddy from way before came from the fact that he was like bisexual, and people were already like calling him a freak for that reason. Like he was having like these parties and he's bi and he's like doing all this weird sex shit. Like I don't think people knew that he was, you know, doing this kind of stuff, you know, going to this degree. I remember back then Chad was so weirded out by why you didn't want to go to the Diddy party too. Yeah, I talked about this before. Like I didn't like, it was someone else's birthday at his house, and she was like, yeah, he doesn't want any like guys to come. And I was like, okay, well you can go. Like we were supposed to hang out. If you want to go with that bet, go. You're no longer my girlfriend. Hasan, you could have met LeBron there. You missed out. Okay, that's like, I don't know if he was there. We don't know. I mean, I thought it was suspicious that she was like only girls, no men. I was like, okay, well, you want to go after that? Go have fun.
Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I am deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Aaron Katursky, ABC.
Thanks, Nick. Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs, and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you.
Hello?
Julia Ainsley, NBC.
What the fuck?
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that
What?
Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What?
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different
Please.
crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercive than the other?
What do you want?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points. But we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
This is my moodang.
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Juliette Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it.
Was that at the residence or a hotel?
That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residents? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place. So I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the
That's a
AR-15s,
weird question.
2 of the 3 DeFace AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So,
Being in
some of the-
Hollywood,
some of
were
that
there
detail is
rumors
in the
about this?
detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able.
Bitch, you think I would know? Bro's not a reporter. He's just a gooner. Yeah, he was like, exactly where were they found? How the fuck would I know, dude? Come on, bro. Don't lie. Yeah. I was definitely Hollywood elite fucking in like 2016 too. Or even earlier than that. Mr. Hollywood elite me. I'm not even a Hollywood elite now, dude. Your ex-girlfriend was invited to one? Yeah, she was a model. That's a little different, don't you think?
Be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before.
All this channel is yapping 24/7. I mean, yeah, I'm a political commentator. That's all I do. And I serve 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour in between. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
He died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs's safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case, and I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that, or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and no longer really bears any relation to what
Yeah, his bail was denied.
The word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process.
All of you refusing to take this seriously disgust me. It isn't an orgy. It isn't diddling. This is rape and not a funny or joking topic. Please educate yourself. You're making it unsafe for victims in this chat. No, that's why I was saying, like, calling it a freak off is insane. Like, because it's a serious case with serious victims. Which is why it was wild to me that they literally fucking called it a freak off, which is objectively an unserious thing. approximately 25 times.
And the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
That one friend that's too
Mike
woke.
Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations.
You make a big deal of the guns, but how come they're not charged outright or with obliterating Syria?
Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shameson.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. What part of his business empire is exposed before Richard?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
That's crazy, man. Where are we watching this? I don't know. Maybe because fucking the Diddler is a massive celebrity. With ties to another pretty big celebrity. He ran for president. Won twice. But the liberals stole it from him. Isn't there a P. Diddy Hillary Clinton interview? Mr. Beast, Amazon sued by contestants on Beast Games competition show with allegations including sexual harassment and chronic mistreatment. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no fucking clue how an Amazon production didn't just use television productions are obviously going to be shitty for reality TV, but this goes above and beyond. It's kind of shocking that they just didn't hire a better production team. This one makes no sense. It's bro, you are not shooting a YouTube video. Okay? This is a multi-billion-dollar company's studio branch that you're working with. Trump has officially run as a candidate for president 4 times in 2000, 2016, 2020, and 2024. He also unofficially campaigned in 2012 and mauled a run in 2004. Thanks. What is this? This is so vile. Roast of Kamala Harris with Milo and Gavin. Dude, what is wrong with these people, man? By the way, it's pretty funny to have that allowed on campus, but God forbid you say anything but Am Israel High, okay? If you say anything but Am Israel High, you will get arrested on an American college campus. Oh, here's another JD Vance drop, by the way, as always.
okay, look, here's the situation. Let's say Roe versus Wade is overruled. Ohio bans abortion, in 2022 or 2000, let's say 2024. And then, every day, George Soros sends a 747 to Columbus
That's
to
right.
load up
Yeah.
disproportionately black women to get them to go have abortions in California. And of course, the left will celebrate this as a victory
Yes.
for diversity. That's kind of creepy, right?
Health justice is when we exterminate
That's right,
working
yeah.
class black people. Yeah.
Something really,
exactly.
something like that could, I mean, that would be a
For
really
equity.
weird turn of events that could happen,
Yeah.
yes.
And it's like, if that happens, do you need some federal response to prevent it from happening? Because it's really
This is old. Is that Amy? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know what that freak sounds like. Baba Duck.
creepy. And, I'm pretty sympathetic to that, actually. Okay, look, here's the situation. Let's say Roe versus Wade is over.
Dude, it's kind of crazy that he's just like this motherfucker went on every podcast, bro. Yeah, here it is. Diddy's Miami house had over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant among various freak off supplies. What a crazy fucking turn of affairs, dude. Anyway, it's monkey time. I don't know why I'm so goddamn tired by the end of the day by this point. P. Diddy shops at Costco for his baby oil. Lock in, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's monkey time. Monkey D. Luffy. Last time I got robbed. Does anyone have the clip? I literally beat the first 2 phases of the boss battle, and then the game wouldn't let me have it. And it locked me into an animation sequence, so I rage quit. Will we gamble on the stone monkey again? Sure. That shit was crazy. Do you have the clip? The game does not want to see me thrive, bro. You work hard, man. Curse you're tired. I work harder at my construction job, but I still get it. Nah, dude, my job's harder. Jubaij's son or Mudang daughter? I don't know. I feel like both is great. This one. Look, I used up like all my potions too. Look at this. Got to pluck a mini off. Yes. No, he's dead. He's dead. Please die. He died. He's dead. He's technically dead. He died, and it still went through the fucking animation. Like his life ended there, and the game still wouldn't let me have it because it's fucking bullshit. Straight up. That was the second time the game was against me too. Like when I beat Erlong's ass, the game tried to brick, which I thought was crazy. The game literally broke when I broke Erlong. All right, get your bets in. We're going into the stone. We're going into the fucking Stone King. What's the Stone Monkey? It's the final boss. It has 4 phases. The first 2 phases are the Stone Monkey. The second 2 phases are Sun King Wukong. Anyway, I got P2. Fuck. Hold on. shirts off, packing a fucking zinni, okay? Packing a fresh zin, cracking a new cold one, going to the fucking village, getting some goddamn pots, getting some goddamn medicine, and I'm locking the fuck in. Cracking a fresh soda.
May Lord Lao illuminate your path. My pills are reliable, but be wiser than relying solely
Technically, this took you 3 days to beat, and I'll never let you forget that. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. For a short duration, all actions cost no stamina. I want health, man. Oh, fuck. It doesn't have any of the big ones, huh? It doesn't have any of the good shit. Massively increases attack, critical hit, critical chance. Let's get all 3 of those. Maximum stamina, maximum health. Oh my god, I thought you were real yesterday. You said you won't touch the game anymore? You need the life-saving pill? I don't have it. And I don't have this one either.
Were it not for you, brave one.
How do I fucking make that?
This profitless deal. A formula from Toshita. Impeccable.
There's no way to make it.
The world is a furnace, and we are its yields.
You called this game a checks notes cell phone game? I did. I was heated. I was heated.
Each pill is a means to an end. My destiny's course.
I was fucking heated, dog. Let me tell you, shit was pissing me off, okay? Can you leave and come back and farm that guy for random pellets until you get it? No. It's time. What is the current gamba? Let's look at it. 55% doubters, 45% yeppers, stone monkey, and 2 tries. What is this? I googled and apparently you can only get the Revive Med formula for crafting in New Game Plus. God, so much of this shit is New Game Plus. You said Chinese ass mobile game? It's not false. He's gonna come up any moment. Oh. Oh shit, I fucked up. Oh, never mind. I did not fuck up. Wait, did I even hit him? Wait, it didn't work? Iframes, dude. God damn. He fucked me. That wasn't a choke at all. That wasn't a choke at all. That was a really good fight. I think you guys are delusional if you think that that was a choke. I did everything right and they indicted me. That was a throw, not a choke. Not even. I also literally had heels too. I still had heels and shit. I fucking whooped his ass, dude. There were two points where I like had a triple focus point hit that he just like evaded. Wait, where am I stuck? Okay, enough. What are you doing? Just cheese him? I am doing stupid things. I'm doing silly things. I was trying to bonk him, but I couldn't, you know? Oh, I thought I dodged that. Come on. That's annoying, dude. Yes! Oh, thank God. What the fuck? What is happening right now? Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. No! Fuck me again. No, again. No! No! I fucking cloud step, dude. Didn't heal. So at that phase, you can cheese 3 focus charge and it will avoid most of his AoEs. You can stop him from doing clones if you hit him with full charge or with baby. Wait, really? You saw the ground freezing and just watched it? Oh my god. Everyone is a fucking critic, dude. Everyone's a goddamn expert at this fucking game. You watch me cook this motherfucker, and you still complain, and you act like you know better. Oh, fuck you. Still got it. Oh shit, I hate that one. That's nuts, dude. Got me. I hate that. I hate that. I don't like that. What? Oh, no! That's it. That's the second time this game has broken me. Oh, God. Okay. What is going on with this fucking game, bro? Actually, what is going on in these like cinematic ass moments? What the fuck? Leftist PC, I have a 4090, dude. Shut up. Let's see those fucking points. I'm so annoyed. What is happening? 38. Wait, oh my God, the winners won. Oh God, the doubters fucking was 38%. That sucks. Cosmetic, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yes, audio's delayed. It's fine. It's not your TV chat. It's on my end. It's fucking on my end. I don't know why. Update your fucking drivers? Shut up. I will never do that. Your game had audio issues here as well. I think the real problem is the game is like, you're not supposed to be winning this hard. There it is. The real me. When I'm fucked up, that's the real me. Not for this yet. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I forgot that this motherfucker has meat. My shit. Oh my god, bro. Chill. Oh shit. Why is he better than me? What the fuck? He is whooping my ass, dude. You know, you ain't the only one, motherfucker. Oh shit. Why does he do that? How does he do that every time? Is he gonna do it again? There we go. First phase, that's the easy phase. He's gonna get way more cracked out now, right? Harder than fucking Larry Sinclair sucked Barack Obama in Duluth in a limousine after doing crack cocaine. What the fuck? Oh god, he's sucking on my shit so hard, bro. What the fuck? So what do I do now? Am I just fucking cooked? What the fuck? He has a way bigger one. He's like, oh, you got one? I got one too big. Oh, he took my third they say use Spellbinder for this fight. Bro's not even hanging out here. Oh shit. Get the fuck back down, bitch. Get the fuck. You don't got the baby though. Right? He doesn't have the baby, right, Chad? Oh shit. You fuck me. All right, he still don't have the cloud step though. Oh, fuck. What a dodge. What does he do if I do this? Focus, wait, what? Get the fuck out of there, dude. Oh, what the hell is this? I can't do nothing. What the hell is this? What did he do? These are my moves. I should be able to fucking get him off, you know? He's got the Nimbus! He's using the Nimbus in boss! He's using the Nimbus in the fight! Damn, dog! You can't be using the Nimbus, dude! I can't guard! I can't heal! Shut the fuck up! You think I can't see my health bar? I got no fucking heals, bitch! Chatters are like, why don't you use Spellbinder? Let me use Spellbinder before the fucking fight automatically starts. You think the fan is better than okay, all memes aside, you think the fan is better, chat? You think the fan is better on this fight or no? I think you were doing great. Don't change anything. I'm not a gamer though, so I don't know. I mean, I almost first tried the fucking last boss. Like, that's crazy. I can't use non-void helped me. I can't. Yeah, I almost first tried the Erlong is the true last boss. You beat him, so you got this one. I think something I would have played in my gaming days for sure. Non-void is so broken. Try it. For Spellbinder, Needle is best because it crits. Oh yeah, you're right. Is there something else? Should I respec out of Cloud Step too? Because like if I do Spellbinder, I can't use Cloud Step anyway, right? Does take out all spells if you're using Spellbinder? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try. I haven't done a Spellbinder run in a minute. And I do hate respecking like this. It's fucking annoying, but I think I'm gonna max out on my maximum mana because it uses mana. Just put the points in the attack and crit. Mana also works with Spellbinder, right? Non-void gives you an extra dodge and it recharges so quickly. Yeah, the more max mana it converts, the more stats you get. Let's see. I mean, I don't know how it's gonna work. I'm gonna be honest with you. Wait, what is non-void? Is it this? Is it one of these? Recovers a moderate amount of stamina when being hit. Bro, it's fine. Might as well use Pilgrim since you lose Wukong stance. Non-able, not non-void. Slightly increases attack, critical hit chance, and critical damage, but massively reduces maximum mon. Yeah, I'm not using fucking that one when I'm using Spellbinder. Are you cooking me? Spellbinder operates off of your maximum mana. Spellbinder on, Cloud Step, fine. Not using that anyway. You don't need high mana for Spellbinder? Dude, look. An offensive spell activated by slapping the character written on the palm against the chest and could considerably increase attack. I'm pretty sure it scales off of the maximum mana you have. Where is it? I'm gonna Google it. Deep dive into Spellbind. For those not familiar, Spellbind, here's a small intro. The name hints it locks your spell casting until you die or rest of the shrine. This lockout not only covers your spells, but also spirits and vessel active abilities. Vessels and spirits will grant passive bonuses. As a trade-off, this huge lockout gives a massive buff to your attack and later on crit chance. The spell is available for side quest line in Act 3. Yeah. This guy made a fucking PowerPoint, dude. Spellbind will snapshot your current maximum mana and the stamina the moment you cast it. It allows pre-buffing and item swapping for min-maxing. Below is a list of items and spirits and buffs that are best for this. It scales off of your maximum mana that you have. For chatters who are fucking doubting me, dude, I do reading on this shit. I'm a goddamn gamer, dude. You cast Spellbinder when non-able isn't selected, then you go into Shrine and change the spell to non-able one? What? That's insane. That's the strat? Well, then how can you even use non-able? Reading Reddit about Wukong is nothing during parasocial segment. Oh, so now you trust Reddit? I do. It's ironic because, like, this is the only thing Reddit is good for. Like, the only thing Reddit is good for is this. Like, random, incredibly well thought out, like, insanely well thought out random shit. Like, people who are deeply invested in this. So I do Spellbinder first, and then I change it? Is that what you're saying? I don't care. I'm just gonna Spellbind it. I don't need to, like, max out. I don't need to min-max that much. You can Spellbind after using key, right? And even your transformation, I think, right? But you can't spend mana. Wait, did it not work? Oh, it did work. Thank God. Oh my God. Okay, I'm dying though. Here, I'll swap that out too. You're right. There's no reason to use the key drink. But I won't die here, so it doesn't matter. He's sucking my shit real good. I can skip it, but I like watching it. I like watching it. I will like watching him suck my shit off for real. Duluth Dyson style. He giving me that freak shit. He giving me that freak suck. He gave me that Nancy Reagan, dude. That guac. He gave me that Hawk Tua. It's a freak off. Oh, stop. Oh, hell no. Stop. Oh shit, I thought I dodged that one. Did not, turns out. Whoa, what the fuck? He's not doing damage. had a cloud step and just everything changed. I mean, a ring of fire and everything changed. This motherfucker is doing cloud. Don't talk shit. Oh shit, he doubled that. Got range, son. Oh! Oh! No! No, not the legendary immobilized cutscene! That's goddamn disrespectful. Wait, did he get it? Is he gonna eat my shit? Is that his now? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Nah. Did he heal himself? Oh. Oh, god damn. I'm done. I'm out. I'm tapped out, Unc. He's gonna fuck me up. Okay, well, that's a multifaceted ass whooping. I'm at 0 health. What the fuck's going on? Change your gourd soak and drink combos. Bounce you around like a bitch. Yeah, if you hit him when he's in that, when he's rock stanced up, it's just like a major deflect. It's kind of crazy because like he gets to fuck me up way harder than I can ever fuck him up. You know what I mean? That's 2, yes. I think I did better without the spellbinder, by the way. But I'm not gonna switch it again. Should I go with the damage? 4 Banes is like pretty OP, but nah, fuck that. Monkey brew time. And then instead of unveiling, I guess damage reduction. 4 Banes is still good, right? Does he do any fucking Bane damage? No, right? Does he? I don't remember. I don't think he... No. Massively increases health recovery from using the gore when at critical health. You should use the Tri-Goblin. What is that? Purple Veined is the move? No, it's not. Isn't Purple Vein the... Wait, what do you mean? Isn't Purple Vein the fucking... Oh, no, that's death. Oh, critical health one. Yeah, I have that one. The damage one is big though. Should I just use that one? Nah. Okay, we got the brew. I got potions, but I never use them. I'm waiting for next game. I hope he doesn't finish tonight. That's crazy. I wouldn't wish that on my fucking enemy, dude. I wish you a 3-minute ad break right now at the top of the fucking hour without an acceptable way to avoid it. How about that? Yeah, fucking got him. He brew and drop the spellbinder. Wait, what? What do you mean drop the spellbinder? I wish you'd show your armpits every time you died. What curios you have equipped? I've literally had the same curio since the beginning of the game, I think. It's cat-eyed bees, which increases slightly crit chance, considerably increases maximum stamina. I guess I could do a maximum mana one instead of the maximum stamina. Ooh, we could do considerably increases defense when in water. You keep serving me the ad break, and one of these days I'll join the Navy, dog. Don't do it, chatter. Should I do defense in water? I am in water. And then instead I could do ignores the enemy's 4 Bane's resistance. Is water not is that the water defense not good? Defense has diminishing returns. And then maximum mana instead of the light attack increases. Successful light attack increases attack. His Ring of Fire heals you too? No, it doesn't. Why are you lying? Slightly increases damage reduction. This effect is enhanced when equipped with the Gold Sun Crow. This sucks. Though this too sucks. His Ring of Fire heals me. I thought it also burned me. Chatter's always coming in with like the funniest shit. They crack me up. I tried to tell you that like 4 times. I didn't realize his Ring of Fire helps me. You were talking about going Pilgrim? No, I'm not going to go Pilgrim. There's not enough like... I don't know if I should use Pilgrim on this. I mean, I guess I can't use the fucking triple stack anyway on the second phase, but still. Zhubaje's son or Mu Dang daughter question has been asked multiple times today. And the answer is literally always the same. It is always going to be forever either or. It does not matter to me. Oh shit. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, he plucked me. Dude, he's beating my ass in the first fucking phase. What is happening? I've never seen him do a pluck before in the first phase, right? That's not normal. Is it? Wait. Oh, it does heal me. And it gives me the bonuses. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. I hate when he does that. Oh, no! No! No, I fucked up! I fucked up! I hate that. I hate that. Give it back to me, you fucking asshole. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Why does he eat it? Damn. Wait, what? What is he doing? What the fuck is this? Oh, he made me little. He made me little. I hate that. He made me feel little. It's over. You made me little, and I hate that. How many tries did that take? 3? Suck me, doubters. Doubters out of a job. Doubters out of a job. Doubters out of a home. Doubters are evicted. I'm calling the landlords. I'm calling all the landlords of the doubters. 65% of you will no longer have a home. Divorce incoming for the doubters. $62 million points going to the Believers. That fight was so easy in comparison to Erlong. That fight was nothing. I would say I had a harder time with the Stone Boss. Hey guys, I think maybe you should use Pillar Stance. I think maybe we should use Pillar Stance. Have you thought about using Pillar Stance?
You must have heard tales about him. Some say he helped Tung Monk fetch the scriptures,
Also,
was
I don't think the
granted
Ring of Fire
Buddhahood,
healed me at all.
and stayed on Mount Lingshan thereafter. Some say it was not him who was granted Buddhahood.
I don't ever want to hear
The
Hasan
real
Abi doesn't
him
finish a game ever
was
again.
already dead on the journey to the west. Some say that the journey never happened.
What an
He is
incredible
nothing
game.
but a monkey who lives in some storyteller's tall tale. But now, you will hear a tale which no one has ever known.
Rate the game. From day one, I said it was a 9 out of 10 game. Straight up. $38 hours to beat it, and I also played like a decent amount of the game too. I played almost all the boss. I killed almost all the bosses. Ending explanation: Wukong, although immortal, couldn't get rid of the circlet that shrunk on command, so he let himself die and split his essence. The goal was to use reincarnation to bring himself back with a new body. Old Monkey most likely works for or is Guanyin and intended to put the circlet back on. Non-secret ending. Animation shows you are indeed now truly Wukong and not the destined one. This is the secret ending, by the way, because I beat Erlang before I beat... I beat Erlang and then I beat Wukong, so I got the secret ending instead of the bad ending. Was it harder than Elden Ring? Fuck no.
What does it matter if you become a Buddha? That headband has always been on your head.
Keep those eyes wide open. Watch me rip it off and break free.
Sun Wukong, when you defied the Celestial Court, I had to seal you beneath the mountains with my immense power. Yet, after enduring punishment, you embraced the dark, uplifted good against evil, and subdued Yao Guais throughout the journey. For your contribution, I now bestow upon you the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha.
A gonna fuck those Yaguais up, dude.
He defied the Celestial Court, and the Jade Emperor imposed 3 ordeals. Only when the chicken finishes pecking the rice, the dog laps up the flowers, and the lamp burns through the key, the rain will fall.
That's right. That's right, baby. He fucking games and he's got this. The animation is out of order. This is a gaming channel. Let everyone know. This is a gaming channel first and foremost, primarily, and sometimes we do politics. At first I was annoyed with the cutscenes, I'll be honest, but I love that it breaks away. And the art is amazing.
Bottoms up, brothers! One final toast before we crash the Celestial Palace!
Kanpai! Kanpai! Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say. 9 out of 10. No map. Obviously, no map is a little frustrating. Invisible walls a little frustrating, and I wish there was a little bit more in between, like the boss rushes, maybe a little bit more variety. But overall, excellent game. Incredibly fun. It was an incredibly fun game. So fun. They took out a lot of, like, I wouldn't say bloat necessarily, but they took out like some of the annoying parts of From Software games, and it made it was more fluid. The mechanics of a From Software game, not to compare this to From Software games, but I will say, like, the fight animations were more fluid, more dynamic, and more fun to look at than From Software games. But overall, obviously, From Software games are, I think, more complete, larger, much more expansive. It's not even comparable. The only thing that I will say in terms of like my annoyance with this game was the non-human bosses. They had very weird hitboxes. It was like God of War. I like this a lot more than God of War. This isn't a Souls game though. Yes, it is, dude. This is a very Souls-like game. Overall, it kind of reminded me of Sekiro a little bit. And that's in my opinion, like, that's the hardest From Software game. That's like probably after Elden Ring, the best From Software game, in my opinion. Sekiro is significantly harder, of course. For the record, people asked all the time, the entire process, they were like, oh, is this like, where does this rank in terms of difficulty? It's not even a question in comparison to From Software games. Like, the difficulty is not even comparable. Okay? The game is repetitive, simple combat. The cutscenes were trash. You're delusional for saying that. I actually love the animation. I think the animation and the graphics were literally beautiful and significantly better than From Software, because From Software still uses the same goddamn engine. Like, the fight sequences, the choreography, excellent. The cutscenes, excellent. A little bit hard to understand the story for sure, but with the exception of Erlong, harder than a lot of Soulsborne bosses? No. No, Erlong is a Souls boss difficulty and not one of the harder Souls bosses. There are easy Souls bosses. There are middle of the road Souls bosses. I would say Erlong is like a mid-tier Souls boss difficulty. Maybe Scorpion Lord too. Like, those two are the only ones that were, I would say those two are probably the only bosses that are like comparable in difficulty to not even Yellow Long. Wukong is 1/10 inferior to Elden Ring. Wukong 1 out of 10. Yeah, you're fucking delusional, man. Yin Tiger, Yellow Long, and Erlong and Scorpion Lord are the 4 hardest bosses in the game. I can't even think of any other boss that's like that difficult. I cooked most of the bosses, including like even the Mad Tiger or whatever. Not the Mad Tiger, the tiger in the second chapter. The first baby was pretty hard too, but that's, yeah. The first baby is like a filter boss, which is, but ironically skippable. Who was your favorite boss to fight? Maybe, could be Erlong. Yin Tiger recession finally over. I mean, dude, what a fucking incredible game, dude. I loved every moment of it. Holy shit, this is a lot of bosses, dude. Like, all of these bosses are easy as fuck. I'll just say it. I don't give a shit. The game was not hard, but it was a very fun game. Like, think about 7-chapter DLC January. Yeah, very exciting. Dude, I one-shotted so many fucking bosses in this game. Come on. There was a point where I was like one-shotting like 2-3 bosses in a row. It's not even a question. It's crazy because on your run, you hardly got to the cutscenes for Red Boy, but it's one of the most cinematic fights in the game. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Red Boy was actually really fun too. Bro, you're lying. Dog, I did it on fucking stream. What do you mean? I loved it though. God damn. 9 out of 10. Easy. Easiest 9 out of 10 in my life. Enter a new cycle. You can enter a new cycle and embark one. You will inherit the levels, talent, armors, weapons, spells, vessels, transformation, and spirit skills obtained. However, be aware that the story progress, and related items shall be relinquished. Prepare yourself for the adversaries you shall encounter will pose even greater challenges. So yeah. Oof. What an incredible fucking game, man. Everything was phenomenal. I don't know why the fuck people were... Look, I don't give a shit what someone's like point of view is. I don't give a shit what they've done. If they make a good game, I'm gonna play it. Okay? I'm starving out here. It was one of the most enjoyable experiences I've had gaming. And you can tell when I really enjoy a game because I don't give a fuck when I go from 30K to 15K and I'm still fucking pushing through it, you know? That's when you know. You're a China dick rider. Of course you like it. I think it was fun to watch. It was fun to play. It was just great. It was false allegations anyway. Gen shit is Chinese too, and that's ass. People are saying there's another game that's, or it's Oliver. It's not people. It's just Oliver saying Phantom Blade 0. Oh, we'll watch the other ending. Yes. Yeah, let's watch the other ending too. So bad ending, normal ending. You beat his ass. This is the ending that I didn't see. And I got the true ending, the secret ending.
You must have heard tales about him. Some say he helped Tung Monk fetch the scriptures, was granted Buddhahood, and stayed on Mount Lingshan thereafter.
It's just mostly the same with no animation. Why do chatters make me do shit that is like annoying and repetitive? Now you're trapped by the headband because you did not secure the memories of Wukong. And it's I guess it's the bad ending because you become a slave to the gods again, right? And then the cycle repeats itself. Oh, you're just trapped in the stone? And the same cycle repeats itself? That's fucking sad as shit. Damn. That's crazy that you just do all of that and then the game is like, yep, repeat time. One must imagine Wukong happy. That was fucking sick, dude. Elden Ring DLC next, Unc. Yeah, I might dive back into it. I might dive I might dive back into Elden Ring DLC, but there's some I do want to try that fucking woke game Dustborn just for funsies. I'm not gonna play it till the end, obviously. So but yeah. Great stuff overall. Okay. That'll be all for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That's a perfect wrap up at 8 hours. And October, I know I say I'm going to do Scary Games October, and I never do it. But this October, I'm going to try to do some scary games as well. Gamers rejoice. I fed you well, and I will continue to feed you well. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Gaming is back. Peace.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle, if I can suck you in my life. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.